One day, a young man named Seo Hyun waited for the release of a new virtual game that was similar to the one in which he became a champion, and without wasting time, he decided to start the game. In order to prepare for the new game and become the best at it, Seo Hyun tried to find as much information as possible and finally said goodbye to the game he had spent the last 8 years playing. And then this day came. The guy's preparation was complete. He learned all the hidden quests, character names, combinations, and achievements. The young man entered the game, and the first thing he had to do was to choose the name of his player, and the guy did not hesitate to write Hen. And so his interesting journey in the new game begins. Seo Hyun was sure that it would be an interesting and exciting journey for him. He was very happy because in the last game, he was not interested at all, and there were fewer and fewer participants in the game. But now everything has changed. Suddenly, Seo Hyun was blinded by a bright light that filled the entire room where he was. The young man couldn't believe that it was her, the NSP angel who appears at the very beginning of the game. The angel was a beautiful girl with red hair who said that she was happy to welcome a traveler from another dimension. Seo Hyun looked at the girl closely, and it seemed to him that he had only recently met this lady. The girl said that her name was Karul, and added that she was one of those who would become the young man's guide at the beginning of the game. But Seo Hyun remembered that the girl he mentioned had a different name, and the boy decided to ask if Karul's name was Kadriel. Suddenly, when Kuriel heard the young man, she began to transform and turned from a sweet white angel into someone who looked like a demon. She immediately told Seo Hyun that he was absolutely right and that her real name was Kadriel. The person who owned the name Kadriel was revealed in an old game played by the boy, and in fact, the girl was a great demoness and not an angel. Seo Hyun couldn't understand why she was here and what was going to happen next, because he hadn't expected this start to a new game. Demoness Kadriel smiled and said that the boy had indeed revealed her real name and asked how he had found out about it. At this point, Seo Hyun began to feel unsure and did not know what to say because he realized that he was being pressured. He first experienced something like this during a game. His body became tense and started to shake involuntarily, and he assumed it was due to the synchronization of sensitivity. Without waiting for an answer, the demoness continued to say that it didn't matter how he knew, and added that the young man should be glad that he was able to see her true form. Kadriel told the boy to quickly choose a class for the next game and disappeared from her sight. Seo Hyun was presented with subjects that were specific to a particular class, and he had to make the right choice from the very beginning. The sword helped to become a warrior, the dagger a robber, the rod a magician, and finally the cross could help to become a priest. Seo Hyun was even glad that he got to choose his own role and didn't have to fight with Kadriel from the very beginning of the game. The guy hesitated for a long time with the choice of his class because he was trying to use his past experience in the old game. The young man thought that if he activated the hidden quest, there would be either a special reward or something that would help him get it. And since this hasn't happened yet, the quest is not fully activated, and Seo Hyun is trying to figure out what he needs to do to move forward. The guy was looking around and wanted to find some hidden objects that would help him complete the quest. Suddenly, he saw a rug on the side with something hidden under it, and he immediately realized that it might be exactly what he needed. Seo Hyun recalled that there was a statue on the side of this mat that disappeared when Kadriel transformed, and he didn't notice it right away. The guy decided to come up and take a closer look to see if he was right in his guesses. When Seo Hyun started to move closer to the mat, Kadriel asked what he was doing, and it made the young man stop for a moment. When the demoness did not wait for an answer, she began to ask whether the young man had heard her and added that he should quickly choose his role and leave this place. Seo Hyun began to suspect that something was wrong because Kadriel was trying to get him out of there as quickly as possible. The boy noticed that the demoness began to get nervous after Seo Hyun noticed the mat, which was strange because demons rarely worried about anything. And the young man realized that his assumption was correct and that there was something very important under the mat. Seo Hyun smiled and told Kadriel that he had no time constraints, so he wanted to take a good look at everything. The demoness mumbled that there was nothing to see, but she could not do anything to stop the guy. She tried to tell the young man to stand still, but he did not listen to her and added that if there was nothing interesting there, she could not worry. Seo Hyun slowly walked to the mat, and Kadriel watched the young man's actions carefully. And she definitely didn't like what was happening and going wrong because Seo Hyun disobeyed her. He reached the right place and stepped on a mat that definitely hid something very important. Suddenly, something rather strange began to happen. The wall in front of him began to crack and collapse. Seo Hyun didn't understand what was happening and what to expect next, because the demoness definitely had nothing good in store. The boy managed to find a hidden room which did not sit well with Kadril, who tried to keep the young man from doing so. Now the number of classes among which Seo Hyun could choose was increased, and the boy was happy because he knew for sure that both the new and old games would have similar conditions and rules. Seo Hyun was proud of his cleverness and knew that if he managed to become the best player once, he would do it again. In front of the boy were different objects that represented hidden classes, and the young man tried to understand what would be more useful at higher levels of the game. Kadriel asked what the boy was looking at for so long, and added that there were a lot of hidden classes he wanted so badly and told him to choose something and go. But Seo Hyun was in no hurry with his choice and wanted to get the most out of his meeting with the demon. Suddenly, the young man started walking towards Kadriel, and she started asking him what he was doing and why he was approaching her. Seo Hyun smiled and said that he felt something very powerful behind the girl and asked if she could move to let him pass. Kadriel began to laugh and say that the young man was talking nonsense and there was nothing there, but Seo Hyun was unstoppable. He did not wait for the demoness to leave, but simply went past her to where he felt. Kadriel tried to stop Seo Hyun, telling him that he was doing the wrong thing and wanted him to go back. The young man found himself in a hidden room with only one sword, and it looked like it was some special class that was not in the last game. Seo Hyun could not believe his eyes that he had found a really interesting class for himself. The boy decided to choose this class and reached out to pick up his sword that he had found. But at that moment, the young man did not know that Kadriel was an archdemon of lies and that everything was unlikely to be as simple as he thought. Kadriel was deceiving people and feeding on their despair, but at the time, Seo Hyun was very concerned because he was sure he had chosen the best class option available. After the boy chose the game, he immediately received a notification that he was a participant in the new game and his class was chosen. But this was not the grade he hoped to get because he wanted to become the best in this game, and with the abilities he had, it was difficult to become better. Seo Hyun was disappointed because he had worked hard to get the secret classroom and did not expect to find something he didn't want. Kadriel started laughing out loud at the young man because he was so confident and embarrassed himself, and added that maybe the character he chose was not so bad. Seo Hyun told the demoness that she should have warned him because she knew exactly what was hidden in the secret room. But Kadriel told the boy that the choice had been made and said goodbye, because nothing could be changed. Seo Hyun watched helplessly as the demoness disappeared and realized that now he had to know the character who had never become the best in the history of game. The young man stood in the middle of the hall and could not figure out what to do next because he did not really want to help others. In the end, the guy decided to start his adventure with what he had because there was no turning back. Seo Hyun thought that perhaps it wasn't so bad because this class was still hidden, and even in the army, the word support referred to fire support. He hoped that it would mean the same thing in the game, but he realized that he was unlikely to be so lucky. So, to begin with, Seo Hyun decided to check his status window and better understand his character's capabilities. The guy was shocked by the indicators he had at the beginning of the game and decided to check the character's skills in the hope that at least they could save the situation. But his skills were not very good either, and he had no idea what to do with whom and how to develop his character. The young man quickly gathered his thoughts and decided that he needed to reach the 50th level, because after that he could figure out what to do next. Seo Hyun saw the first monsters in front of him and decided to test them by throwing a stone at one. The young man was glad that the monster reacted to the provocation, and before attacking, he decided to use one of his skills, Defense of God. The monster was of an incomprehensible jelly-like shape, and Seo Hyun did not know what powers it possessed, and the guy made the right choice, because the monster attacked Hen, and his defense saved him at the very first stage. The young man liked the defense skill very much because he could become immortal for a moment and was not in danger. After waiting for the right moment, Seo Hyun attacked, and the monster's health level began to gradually decrease. The guy was disappointed because his attack did not do much damage to the monster, and it recovered quickly. Suddenly, the creature gained strength and began to attack the boy in return, and Seo Hyun had to act very quickly. He immediately decided to use his defense again, which created a kind of shield that covered the enemy. After that, the monster lost consciousness and immediately lost 3 points of its life, which increased the chance of Hen's victory. The young man did not fully understand whether his abilities were of any use at all, and wanted to deal with his opponent as quickly as possible. He approached the monster while it was still unconscious and realized that he had to act. The guy began to strike his opponent in an attempt to end the fight. He rejoiced that he had almost dealt with one monster and had only a few more blows to make, and victory was in his pocket. The guy struck out, and finally his opponent was finished and he could move on. Suddenly, Seo Hyun heard someone approaching, and he immediately thought it was a higher-level player who was quick to deal with monsters. He only had time to watch the pace at which the others were destroying the monster. The young man approached Seo Hyun and apologized that the monster had lost its life from his attack, and he had gotten extra points, and Seo Hyun said it was no big deal. Seo Hyun was very upset because the other players didn't look like high-level players, and they were able to destroy monsters with one hit, not like Hyun. The young man realized that with his skills and level, it would be very difficult for him to move forward alone, and the guy immediately thought that he needed a strong and powerful partner with whom he could move towards victory. Seo Hyun realized that he needed a partner more than ever because he would not be able to achieve his main goal alone. In his head, the guy made up all the points that his partner should have so that they could achieve the best results in the pair. We needed someone with a good sense of combat and the ability to set the pace in a battle, but it was not easy to find someone like that. Seo Hyun thought for a long time, and only one player came to mind, an old acquaintance from the old game. This player was a second-ranked player named Ain, and his abilities were supposed to be enough for Seo Hyun to achieve his goal. A young man logged into his account in an old game and started looking for his friend. He was sure he would never return to this game again, but circumstances changed. The guy quickly managed to find the person he was looking for, and Hen didn't have to put much effort into the search. Seo Hyun arrived in the meeting place they had agreed on earlier and immediately asked Ian if it was necessary to choose such a place to meet. The guy came closer and said that he had come to offer something, but did not have time to say what it was. After all, Ain activated his predator skill and prepared to attack Seo Hyun, who had come to the meeting. The guy definitely did not expect such a meeting, but he still had to do everything to make Ain accept his offer. Ain immediately attacked Seo Hyun and intended to get extra points for defeating the best player in the game. But it was not so easy, and Seo Hyun reacted in time and dodged the attack they were trying to inflict on him. Seo Hyun smiled and noted that his friend Ain hadn't changed and was acting as usual. The guy did not stand still and immediately activated his skills to defend himself and not be defeated. The young man said that he understood Ain's obsession with fighting, but he could have started the meeting with a greeting to begin with. After Seo Hyun's blows, Ain immediately began to recover to bring their fight to an end because he did not want to give the victory to the young man. The recovery went quickly enough, and Ain wanted to strike his opponent again. He was determined and didn't want to back down because he was the one who started this fight. But Seo Hyun used his defense and used his shield to avoid being hit by Ain's powerful attack. In order to give a powerful rebuff to the enemy, Seo Hyun began to use combinations of his skills to make Ain understand that he would not be able to win. The guy gathered his strength and threw a punch that Ain could not resist and had to defend himself. Ain and Seo Hyun stood opposite each other and waited for the first one to start attacking again. Seo Hyun smiled and offered to end the fight to Ain and still listened to his proposal to the end. But Ain wasn't ready to stop the fight, and Seo Hyun realized this immediately after his friend activated his body's power-up. The guy knew that he would have to finish the battle before they could talk about his proposal. So the players entered into a fierce battle to determine the winner and allow the young man to offer his friend what he had come for. Finally, the battle was over, but the dispute over who was stronger still continued because each player considered himself the leader. Ain disagreed with Heng's claim that he had defeated him and started talking about how they could have another fight to settle their dispute. But Seo Hyun wanted to finish what he came for, and Ain agreed to listen to Seo Hyun, who began to tell him that this game had been remade into a new one with the addition of virtual reality. He invited Ain to join him in a new game and become a team to achieve better results together. But Ain began to say that now he understood why the young man had left him in the game, all for the sake of the new version, and then Seo Hyun began to make excuses to his friend. The guy started to say that he just decided to check out the new game first and then invite Ain there as the eldest. And he added that in any case, if they united, they would become an invincible team, just like here, and offered to become Ainu's magician. But he didn't really like the idea because he wanted to choose a character with more aggressive skills and asked why Seo Hyun insisted on the mage class. The young man realized that he had almost managed to convince his friend to join his team, but if he didn't choose the mage class, it would all be meaningless. And the guy began to say that with such abilities, he would be able to use the mage class as efficiently as possible. Ain was pleased with Hyun's words about him being so special, and Seo Hyun was happy that he had almost managed to convince him, so he asked him again if his friend would agree to form a team. And Ain agreed, saying that although the guy was not as strong as him, he could move his brain, so it was worth a try. Seo Hyun agreed with everything his friend said and said it was great that they would be on the team. So he started to tell them some of the nuances of the new game. The young man told us that at the beginning, we would have to choose the class offered by Kidriel, and Ayan was surprised that the characters in the new game were the same as in this one, and Hen told us everything he knew. A few days passed and Seo Hyun entered a new game to continue his journey in a new dimension. He was standing in the middle of the square, waiting for his friend Ain, whom they had agreed to meet the day before. Seo Hyun recalled their conversation in which he said he would wait for his friend at the gate to the city, wearing a bandage with a feather on his head. He immediately hurried to find the right item of clothing so that Ain could recognize it in the crowd. Hen put on the feather, and now he was sure that his friend would be able to quickly notice this bright accessory among all the people in the square. Suddenly, someone called out to him, and he immediately turned to make sure it was his friend. He saw the young man in front of him, and said that he never thought Ain would look like that in real life because Hen had never seen him in human form before. I hurried up to the guy and said hello, and got to know him. But when Hen got closer to the boy, he was very surprised because he looked through him and looked not like a person, but like a computer program. So Hyun looked down and heard Ain saying that the young man had finally seen him. Seo Hyun was very surprised because this was not how he had imagined his friend, whom he knew as a big and strong wolfhound. A fragile girl stood in front of Heng and said that they had never met in person, and she was glad to meet him. The girl smiled and said her name was Ain, and she finally saw what her friend Hen really looked like. Seo Hyun just couldn't understand how such a small, fragile girl could have been a giant, terrifying wolfhound all this time. The boy did not believe that he was really his friend, so he decided to check and asked what the main skill of the wolfhound Ain was. The girl replied that it was a body enhancer and asked why Hen was asking such strange questions. The guy couldn't even imagine that his friend was a girl, but it was indeed Ain, and he asked her if she had chosen a mage class and how rare or secret it was. The girl replied that this class was secret and opened her data window and invited Hen to see all her skills. Seo Hyun carefully read about all of Ain's skills and abilities, trying to figure out how they should proceed. But suddenly the guy thought that they probably wouldn't succeed because the skills were very different from those in the last game. At this time, the girl was testing her abilities and shouted to Hen to see how she could hold the flame in her hands. As soon as the boy turned to look, the flame in the girl's hands went out and she was unable to demonstrate this ability to the young man. Seo Hyun didn't know what to do next because his plans didn't match what they had, and Ayin noticed that he was upset and asked what was wrong. Hen said that everything was fine, and Ain immediately suggested that they go hunting to test their skills, but the young man said that it was dangerous because they were in the 60th level zone. The girl suggested going elsewhere and said they could teleport, but Hen said it wouldn't be any easier in another city. Ain began to ask angrily why the guy had called her here or if he was just lying to her, and Hen said that he was not and asked her to wait a minute. Seo Hyun realized that it was very dangerous to go into battle now, and he had to first test how hard Ain could hit. The girl was silent and waited for Seo Hyun to say something to her and offer her a plan of action. Ayan could not stand it and started yelling at the guy to finally say something to her, and the young man replied that he decided that they needed to have a friendly fight. The girl was immediately excited when she heard the word fight, and Seo Hyun noted that Ain's mood changes very quickly. The girl immediately asked if Hen had a chance to win, because he was not in a class for fighting, and the guy told her not to worry about it and to give it her best shot. Ayan prepared for the fight and said that the boy should understand that she would not hold back, and added that Hen should be prepared to be defeated. The system immediately confirmed that the decision of both players was confirmed, and a friendly battle could be started. Ayan didn't wait long and immediately attacked Hen using the Flaming Claws skill. The girl was saying that no matter how strong the guy was in the last game, he would not be able to beat her now. The first thing the young man wanted to check was how much damage Ain could do with his attack, so he didn't defend himself, and the powerful blow aimed at the young man was unstoppable and hit the target. At the same moment, Seo Hyun fell to the floor and his health level was critically low. Seo Hyun felt pain and Ain's blow was really strong despite the girl's low character level. The girl was angry that she had won with only one blow to the boy and demanded that they have another friendly fight. Seo Hyun agreed and said he would do his best this time, and Ain added that if the young man gave in to her, she would leave. The second battle began, and Ain immediately launched her attack, as she wanted to test what her character was capable of. Seo Hyun analyzed the girl's attack and decided that he needed to use his skills because he could have simply dodged it. Even though Ain's attacks were sharp, her speed was still not the best, so she had many vulnerabilities, and this did not please the young man. Ain didn't like the fact that Hen was only dodging her punches and not attacking her, and she wanted a real fight. But the guy started laughing and saying that the girl was no better than him because she had never been able to hit him. And at that moment, Ain was very angry and it was written right on her face. It seemed like she was going to attack the young man right now. Ain went on the attack again, but her problem was that she made direct attacks almost every time, and Hen managed to study her movements and knew how to dodge. But then suddenly the girl disappeared, which threw the guy into a stupor because he hadn't expected this from her. Seo Hyun instantly began to realize that Ain's character's speed had begun to increase, and was much faster than at the beginning of the battle. The guy knew that in this case, he would not be able to evade and had to solve the problem immediately. And he used his skill protection of the Heavenly God, which gave him the opportunity to avoid the attack. Aeon did not expect that the young man would be able to resist her during this attack, so she was extremely confused. Right after his defense, Seo Hyun used a shield skill that made the opponent lose consciousness. After that, Ain fell down, and Seo Hyun was the winner of the fight, which the girl did not expect given the guy's class. Ain wanted to repeat the fight, but quickly changed her mind, saying that the guy had cheated and wouldn't be able to win next time. Seo Hyun said, mockingly, that he would never be able to beat the girl a second time because she saw his only trump card. Aen realized that this boy was saying this on purpose, but she didn't quarrel with Heng and decided to ask him when they would go hunting. Seo Hyun didn't hesitate for long and turned to the girl with a smile on his face and said that they were going hunting right now. Late one night, Seo Hyun and Ain found themselves at their hunting ground, and the young man said that if everything worked out as he planned, they would be able to increase their level of ability. In front of the tower to which the boy and the girl arrived, there were a large number of skeletons that Hen was going to fight. Ayan said that she followed Heng but did not understand what they would do, because it was clear that they would not be able to defeat this army of skeletons. The boy replied that they would not hunt these skeletons, which surprised the girl, and now she had no idea what the young man had come up with. Hen started to say that he meant that they didn't have to fight this army directly to level up, but that didn't make it any clearer to Ain what their plan was. The guy began to explain that they didn't have to hunt these monsters and pointed to the tower, showing that it was their target. Many guards stood on the walls of the tower to protect it from attack and were ready to kill anyone who tried to enter. The young man showed the girl the guards and told her that they could do everything for them and defeat the army of skeletons. They needed to lure the skeletons closer to the tower, and the guards would destroy them because they would think they were being attacked, which was a method of quickly leveling up a character from the old game. The girl liked Hen's suggestion and added that they had to do it because the worst thing that could happen to them was to be killed. Ayan and Seo Hyun started their operation and headed for the skeleton army that was near the tower. The army was led by the Phantom Commander, whose level in this game was high, namely the 80th level. Ayan attacked the Phantom Commander to draw the attention of the entire army to herself and make them hunt for her. The girl clearly followed all the instructions given by Hen and did everything according to the plan they had discussed. The entire army of skeletons quickly turned their attention to the girl who dared to attack their commander. The Phantom Commander slowly raised his head because Ain's blow was not strong enough to do much damage to a player of such a high level. The commander of the skeleton army turned around and was ready to deal with his offender who dared to attack him. The girl had to remain as calm as possible because there was a high probability that she might be stunned out of fear, and she had to move as quickly as possible. The army of skeletons, led by the Phantom Commander, began to move towards the girl to destroy her. Ain's task was to get to the place where Seo Han was waiting for her very quickly so that they could continue to implement their plan. She could feel the difference between the old and the new game because it was much harder to control her body because the sensations were synchronized. Ayan quickly approached the guy who was waiting for her and showed her where she had to go. The girl immediately told the young man that she had attacked the commander and brought them with her, and Hen said that they needed to divide the army into two parts to make it easier to deal with them. Ayan didn't understand how they would divide the army because all the skeletons were aimed at her, and Seo Hyun had to lure the attention of half of them to himself, and how to do it because he didn't have long-range attacks. Arrows started flying at the boy and the girl, and Seo Hyun used his shield skill to protect himself from the arrows. Then he said that this skill would make skeletons lose their hearing for a while, so he would automatically become a target for them. Heng and Ain ran very quickly towards the tower, and at that time the guards were changing each other. One of the soldiers was a little late, and his colleague asked why he was late, as he was supposed to be there much earlier. The man was angry with his shift supervisor, and said that he would tell the commander about his lateness if it happened again. Suddenly, one of the guards started shouting that something was approaching the tower very fast, and it was unlikely to be friends. When the army of skeletons approached, the guards were able to see who was coming and decide what they should do. The guards immediately realized that an army of skeletons led by the Phantom Commander was heading their way. Ayan asked how much longer they had to run, because they had almost no strength left, and Hen said they were almost there. The boy and the girl realized that the skeletons were too fast and were about to overtake them, and they would not be able to survive. Hen noticed that the guards began to attack the skeleton army and warned Ain that it was time to dodge. The tower was very strongly defended because it was magical, and it was almost impossible for monsters to get close to it. The Phantom Commander was struck, so the skeletons' chances of winning immediately became less. Heng and Ain sat behind a small fence waiting for the battle to end because they could not engage in confrontation because they had no chance of survival. The guy breathed a sigh of relief and said that they managed to hide, and the girl added that it was very dangerous and they were almost fried. The battle was over, and Ain's level immediately began to increase many times over, which surprised the girl. Ain was shocked by the results they got, and she asked if the young man had also managed to improve his level, and Hen replied that he was also lucky. The guy began to tell the girl how the game works, what is taken into account when calculating the reward, and how it is distributed. Heng said that they took a lot of risks, but they succeeded in their plan, and Ain said that now it will be easier to confront enemies in the game. Seo Hun stood up and added that he was very happy that his plan had worked, and now they could move on. Seo Hyun and Ain became a real team and complemented each other's abilities very well. He was in his room and was searching the internet for any useful posts and tips on the game. He couldn't find anything interesting, so he decided to learn how to destroy enemies more easily and read about the vulnerabilities of a particular character. Seo Hyun read everything and thought for a while about his abilities and skills in the game. Then, I thought that Ain could easily defeat many enemies because she was good at close combat technique, and the guy wondered whether he should tell the girl about what he had learned, because he did not know whether he would be able to keep her from fighting all the time. Hen entered the game and thought that he had managed to significantly improve his skill level, and it was time to spend his earned points on improving his skills. As the guy was about to choose what to improve, a notification came that Ain had entered the game, and Hen thought it was just in time. Seo Hyun began to think about the fact that Ain always entered the game at 5 or 6 in the evening and played until about 3 in the morning, which could indicate that she was a student. But the fact that she played until 3 in the morning was most likely an addiction to the game, but Hen was not going to judge because he himself skipped classes after passing exams. Ain approached the boy and asked what their plans were for today, and without waiting for an answer said that she was ready to fight different monsters again. The girl began to say that she was really impressed with the way the young man had told her about raising the level, and added that no one else could have thought of it. Ain said that she could not have imagined that she would reach the 40th level in just 3 days. Hen was embarrassed and said that it was only because of the girl's remarkable abilities and suggested that this time they hunt named monsters. The young man said that these monsters are stronger than the ones they fought before, but the rewards are better, and he thinks that he and Ain can handle this task. Hen wanted to get a reward for the first killing of such a monster, so they had to hurry to make it before the other guilds. Ain was ready to destroy all the named monsters that existed in the game, but Hen restrained her and said that they were unlikely to defeat all of them, so they needed to concentrate on one. He added that it is necessary to choose such an opponent wisely in order to get the maximum reward for defeating him. Ain didn't argue and agreed with the guy who seemed to be sure of what he was doing. The girl tried to hurry the young man up and leave, but he held her back, and Ain didn't understand why because they had to hurry. And Hen pointed out that they hadn't even chosen an opponent. While looking for someone to attack, the guy asked Ain if she had spent the extra points they had earned, and she said that she hadn't. The girl immediately logged into her account and saw that she had 70 points, which surprised Seo Hyun. The guy immediately asked where the 8 points had gone, because Ain had received 2 points for each level and should have already had 78 points. The girl didn't immediately realize where they could have gone, because Seo Hyun had calculated everything correctly, and she immediately remembered that she had already spent them on improving her strength, which confused the guy, because he thought he could help Ain use the bonuses properly. The young man was surprised to ask the girl why she decided to improve her strength rather than her magical abilities, as they would have been useful to their team. Ain immediately began to make excuses and said that in the last game, she constantly played the character of a wolfhound and therefore improved her strength out of habit. Seo Hyun was angry that the girl hadn't even consulted him and had personally made a decision about his points, which he wanted to spend for another purpose. Ain felt uncomfortable and said that they might need her strength after all, since she had a lot of experience in combat. Hen looked at the girl's stats and tried to figure out how to use the remaining points, thinking that although Ain was strong in close combat, but they still needed support. Heng reasoned that they should be able to defeat the enemy in about 5 minutes, and that their combined strength would be enough. Therefore, it was better to either develop magic skills or simply save these points for the future. Ayan was very sad to wait and asked Seo Hyun how long he would think about it because she wanted to go hunting. At this time, two boys were traveling in the game, and one of them was looking at his record and talking about how he had managed to earn a lot of money today. The guys reflected that they had been playing for less than a month and earned money as if they were going to work, and it was all thanks to the fact that there were a lot of people in the game. One of my friends said that he had heard somewhere that there are currently more than 10 million people online, and another added that the demand for this game is only growing every day. The guys' nicknames were Hell's Dust and Arneg, and they dreamed that they would soon be able to get to the top of the best players. The players who were in the top could earn much more than the guys are currently getting, and they were already thinking about buying houses and cars in real life. Arneg suggested to his friend that if they managed to get to the top, they could meet in real life. Suddenly, the boys saw a young man who approached them and asked if they were going to a meeting of the guild they were in. The young man added that he had heard that this meeting would be dedicated to the raid of a named monster that the guild wanted to defeat. At the guild house, a meeting was held to discuss further plans and strategies for their team. Guild Chief Guigan stood in front of the crowd and thanked everyone who was able to attend the meeting, despite the unexpected notification of the meeting. The man said that one of the guild members found a special place in the dark forest, and they found out that it was there that the secret named boss leopard appeared. After hearing about the secret boss, Helldust and Arneg were excited to take part in a grand and important battle that would help them reach the top. The head of the guild said that they had suspended all guild activities in order to concentrate all their efforts on fighting the monster. He noted that this is a crucial chance to prove themselves and show what their guild is capable of, which is why they have to be the first to defeat the named monster. Seo Hyun and Ain finally set off, and the boy said that he had finally decided on the order of hunting for the named monster. And he added that if they follow the list he made, they may be able to pick up all the rewards for all the hidden bosses, and they went to the Dark Forest. At this time, the Guild of Gigan had already arrived in the Dark Forest to fight the boss leopard, and the young man who was a member of the guild only heard his friends being destroyed. He was quite frightened because he did not understand why their guild was so helpless, since they had quite strong warriors. A few hours before this happened, the entire guild of Jigen went to battle with the named boss leopard with a positive attitude. While Arneg was walking with everyone else, he asked Hell's Dust what he was thinking, but the young man did not quite understand what his friend was asking. He told Argent not to worry, because usually during the first attack on a boss, they watch how he will behave and analyze his attack. The friends said that they thought the named monster could be defeated on the first try and asked a young man named Tartar what he thought about it. Tartar smiled in embarrassment and said that anything was possible, and Arneg was probably right about defeating the named monster. The guys tried to support the young man and told him that he should be confident because he was participating in the raid because he was recognized as a strong enough player. The guild commander stood in front of the door, leading to the hidden named monster leopard. He told his guild that this was the entrance to the sanctuary, and as soon as they entered, they could be attacked immediately. So he advised them to concentrate on the game, and if someone sees or feels something strange, they should inform others about it, and added that this was their first raid, so they should be careful. The commander ordered everyone to get ready and opened the door to the sanctuary to enter. The Guild of Hygienists slowly entered the sanctuary and carefully examined everything around them, as the commander had ordered. The man immediately warned all the participants that it was strictly forbidden to act alone, because they would not receive a reward for being the first to run and save their lives. Suddenly, a thick fog began to form in the room, making it difficult to see anything. It was not just fog, but cold, which slowed down the movements of everyone in the room, and the commander began to tell his guild to stay calm and not to scatter. Suddenly, the guild members were attacked by surprise and were unable to react to the danger in time. Everyone was scared, but there was no retreat, and the guild members tried to stay close to each other to minimize the danger. After one attack, everything quieted down, and the Helldust said that now there must be another attack, because it can't end that easily. The commander in front turned to his team and told them to be ready because the monster had begun to manifest. The man added that he, like any other boss, can influence the perception of each of them, so you should be careful. A magician named Leopard appeared and began to say that he saw that he had been visited by impudent insects from the surface and that none of them would be able to leave here alive. Suddenly, Tartar felt that he could not move any part of his body, and the commander announced that everyone had to get ready and take their places in the combat formation. He immediately told the members of his guild that since the named boss appeared, he was an ice maid. The man noted that they had already been slowed down, so they should prepare long-range spells and ordered the frontline soldiers to distract the boss. Arneg, hearing the order, said that he would deal with the named boss himself and hurried to attack the monster. The guy said that he had managed to buy a weapon that could handle the boss and asked who could conjure up a power-up for him. But it was not needed because the named boss immediately took Arneg's life by piercing his heart through and through, and the guy did not even have time to see what killed him. The character Arneg was defeated and instantly killed, and now he could not continue the game for 48 hours. The guild members were frightened because a far from weak player was killed by a single blow from this monster. The commander turned to his guild and said that everyone had to concentrate as much as possible because they could not let Arneg die just like that. The named boss, Leopard, said that the room became very noisy, and that was just the beginning, and the monster immediately began to attack everyone with ice balls. The commander immediately began shouting for the guards to cover those who were to attack the monster, and said that they would have no other chance to win. But the icy shards attacked by the named boss pierced one player after another, and it was impossible to save lives. Guild Commander Jigen was seriously wounded, and his health could not recover due to serious injury. The man shouted for the players to disperse and not gather in groups because the boss used magic with a certain range. After the named boss attack was over, he turned to his guildmates and couldn't believe his eyes. Most of the members of the Guild of Jigen were killed by just one attack from the named boss Leopard. The commander realized that they had made a big mistake and had not prepared enough for the battle in case the monster was going to attack again. The Leopard moved slowly and told the players who dared to attack him that they could at least try to escape, but they were unlikely to succeed. The commander realized that they would not be able to defeat the monster, so he told everyone who was still alive that they needed to hold on as long as possible to be able to learn the boss's attacks. It was impossible to come back the next time, but it was impossible to stay longer than the monster allowed. Tartar hid behind a pillar and did not know what to do, because all the members of the guild were dead, and the young man was alone. The boy was very scared and did not understand how to get out of this place without the named monster noticing him. Tartar hid right after Arneg died, and this was the only reason he managed to survive, and the young man thought that it must have been too painful to lose his life. The guy started to worry that despite the fact that he managed to survive in this way, he could be kicked out of the guild because he was useless to his team. Tartar tried to think of what he should do to escape or attack the boss and die like everyone else. The guy realized that it was just a game and he should at least try to hurt the monster, but he didn't want to die because he tried to hit the boss. But if he does, the young man will proudly die in battle like all the other members of the guild. Suddenly, the door to the shrine opened, and Seo Hyun and Ain appeared on the threshold, heading for the hidden named boss of the Leopard. The boy and the girl walked slowly around the hall and looked at everything around them so as not to fall into a trap. Aying pointed ahead and asked if the monster they were looking for was there, and Han said that it was most likely. But the named boss wasn't there, and the young man didn't understand why, because they couldn't have been late and come to this place second. Ain asked if the boss had already been defeated, and Hen immediately replied that it was unlikely because the Leopard was of a high level, and it would take many players to defeat it. The guy leaned over to the girl and told her to listen to him, and gave her instructions on how to act in order not to lose her life. Suddenly, the hidden named boss Leopard appeared, and heard that there was someone else in the room. He immediately told the young man and woman that he would end their lives right now, and that no one would be able to escape. The monster didn't wait long and struck at his uninvited guest, but Ain managed to react in time to repel the attack. Hen immediately asked if they had managed to do what they had planned, and Ain said that her hands tingled slightly, but it worked. The named monster did not stop and continued to attack the girl and the boy no matter what. When the guy saw the monster attacking, he immediately used his secondary immortality skill and defended Ain. Thanks to this, the girl didn't have to stop and could attack the named monster Leopard. But it was impossible to completely block the monster's attack because it specialized in instant killing and needed to act differently. Hen began to convince Ain that they would be able to cope with this difficult task and added that he believed in the girl's strength. Ai was reluctant to agree to this plan, but she did, and Hen reminded her that she should only target the monster's vital organ. The girl didn't think twice about trying to attack and cause irreparable damage to her boss. The young man was sincerely happy that Ain was doing well, and thought that he knew his words would work on her, which he had tried to convince her with. The monster Leopard turned his attention to Hen and began to tell him that he should be careful of him because he would not be able to leave here alive. But the guy expected this behavior and immediately blocked the monster's attack with his secondary immortality skill. Hen realized that it was quite difficult to dodge and use his skills at the same time, and that's why he was a little late in implementing the plan he and Ain had discussed. While the named boss Leopard was attacking the young man, the girl managed to get closer to him and deal him a powerful blow using the Flaming Claws skill. The monster obviously did not expect this turn of events and immediately became very angry and threatened to wipe her off the face of the earth. The named boss leopard wanted to freeze the boy and girl and used a snow shield to attack them. This attack was to deprive Hen and Ain of movement. The girl turned to the young man and asked him what she should do, and Hen immediately replied that he would figure it out for himself. A plan of further action instantly arose in the boy's head, and he told the girl to run at the monster when he told her to. The leopard boss did not understand what the young man was trying to do and could not react in a way that would not hurt him. Seo Hyun approached the monster and launched a powerful attack using his shield, stunning his opponent for a moment. The guy thought that such an attack could be stopped with the help of a second immortality, and from such a short distance, he could interrupt his spell with his shield. Seo Hyun turned to Ain and said that now was the time to attack because the monster was under the effect of his attack. The girl was steadily approaching the leopard's named boss to deal him a powerful blow that could help defeat the monster. And he dealt a powerful blow to the named leopard monster, and its health level began to drop rapidly. The monster did not understand what was happening because no player had ever managed to harm his health. The girl shouted to the boy that they were doing a great job, and she was sure that they would be able to defeat the named boss. The guy told her not to stop and to keep attacking, and that he would take care of her defense. The monster was furious and shouted to the boy and girl that they should not have attacked it because it was much stronger than them. Seo Hyun and Ain stood in front of the named leopard monster and prepared to continue the fierce fight. The girl was already exhausted and asked the young man how long he thought they would have to fight to win. Hen's strength was also running out, but he said that the monster didn't have much longer and it was time for its last phase. But the leopard boss wasn't going to let the strangers win and was preparing to deal them an irreparable blow. He said that the games were over and that he would use all his power to take the life of the girl and the boy. The named monster used the ice floor skill, but Hen and Ain were ready for it and prepared to fight back. The boy and the girl joined forces to defend themselves against a powerful monster attack. As soon as the attack was over, Heng said it was time to strike one last time. The named boss leopard saw the girl approaching him and prepared to take her life, but Hen was protecting her at that moment and used his second immortality to prevent the girl from being affected by the monster's attacks. Ain, like the phoenix, was rapidly approaching the named monster to strike him one last time, a blow he would not be able to dodge. She was confident that they would succeed and finish the battle and get the long-awaited reward. The girl came close to the monster, and he realized that this blow would be his last. The named boss leopard could not believe that he could be defeated by ordinary mortals, and at that moment, his life came to an end. Seo Hyun and Ain watched as a monster of a fairly high level disappeared right in front of their eyes. The young man and woman received a message that the leopard named Ma was defeated, and they were very happy about it because the battle was really difficult. Hen asked Ain whether she believed they would win, and she said she was ready to give up. At the same time, Tartar was watching them and wondering whether the video of the battle would get many views if he posted it on social media. The guy could not believe that these two managed to defeat the monster because the day before, the entire guild of Jigen had died at the hands of the named boss. Seo Hyun and Ain didn't stop and continued to hunt for bosses. They managed to defeat 80 monsters and got many rare items. The boy and girl tried to distribute the items they received among themselves in order to improve their skills. He tried to convince Ain that she should take one rare item and he would take all the others, and that it would be an equal division. She agreed, but did not understand what she was supposed to do with the staff because her hands were her weapon, so Hen suggested synchronizing it with her gloves. Hen was worried that Ain would feel deceived, but she said she would agree with any decision he made. After distributing the items, the guy suggested that we go to the sorcerer right away and buy new equipment, and they went to the largest city of the magical kingdom of Lupra, where they could upgrade their equipment and weapons. The city looked great, and Hen thought that such detail was expensive for the game developers. The girl shouted to the young man that she wanted to quickly see all the sights of the city and ran ahead. But suddenly she was stopped and couldn't go any further, and she didn't understand why. She was stopped by a guard who told her that, judging by their clothes and hang, they were dark priests and were forbidden to enter the city. The guard told the boy and girl to leave the city immediately, but they did not understand why, because they were not dark priests. Dark priests, unlike ordinary priests, used evil powers, which is why ordinary NPCs were not very happy with them. That's why the Dark Life often had to face various restrictions on entering the city and other important facilities. Hen started to tell the guard that they were just wearing their equipment that they had received as a reward and they were just ordinary users. The guard believed him and let the girl and the boy into the city, telling them not to cause any problem. Heng and Ain walked along the road and noticed the stares of people around them who thought they were dark priests. and did not understand why they were let through by the guards. The girl and the boy reached the store and went inside, where they were greeted by the owner, who greeted them nicely. The woman said they could check the prices and tell us when they were ready to try on the selected equipment. Heng and Ain asked if they had a changing room, and the shop owner said she would send them there right away. At the same moment, they moved, and Hen said that the shopkeeper was most likely a high-level NPC because she used a remote teleportation spell. The young man began to change, and said that they should change the equipment they wanted to improve. He told the girl that he would come out first, and that she should come as soon as she was done changing, and Ain said she understood. The girl was waiting for Hen to come out, so she could change into her new gear. While Ain was changing, he negotiated with the shop owner to synchronize their items with the equipment. The woman received a deposit and started trying to create a rare item for the boyfriend. The young man realized that the shop owner had failed the first time and needed to try again. The woman apologized and asked if the guy wanted her to try to create something new again. He said that he was prepared for the fact that he would not succeed the first time, since the probability of success was only 45%. After the second attempt, the rare items that Hen wanted to use were destroyed, and he did not understand how this could happen. At this time, Ain returned to the shop, and it was at this moment that the shop actually managed to do what the boy asked her to do. The woman congratulated the girl on the fact that this time everything worked out, because the chances of success were very small, and now Ain was the owner of a brown leather glove. Hen could not believe that the girl had succeeded, and he had to lose Balfamayahal, his rare item. The girl felt sorry for the young man and asked the shop owner if she could try to create another item. She handed her something she wanted to improve, but the woman said it looked more like a useless thing and she wasn't sure if it would work. But she succeeded, and now Ain gave the young man what she had made and asked him to wear it. He was happy to receive the gift and said that it was his equipment that he had worn before, but now it was improved. The girl said that the young man deserved at least some kind of reward for his efforts, and the boy hesitantly thanked her and thought that Ain's support was simply priceless. At this time, a young man named Tartar arrived in the city and tried to figure out what he should do next, since he was now alone for a while and his guild was destroyed. He thought that he would be kicked out of the guild because he was the only one who did not die during the battle with the named boss leopard. The guild commander Jigen had already been able to enter the game, and they met with Tartar. The man began to quarrel because the young man not only ran away and hid while the battle was going on, but he also posted a video of the monster being defeated and tried to justify himself by saying that he thought more people should have seen the video. The man could not contain his rage and shouted at the young man so much that they not only lost their chance to be the first to receive a gift for destroying the named monster, but the whole world learned how to fight it. Tartar didn't know what to say to the guild commander and lowered his head in sadness and apologized for his action. The upset guy was walking down the street. He left the guild on his own because he realized that he had done wrong, and suddenly someone stopped him on the way. Tartar turned around to see who was next to him and was asked why he was in such a depressed state. They were the young man's friends in the guild, Hell's Dust and Arneg, and Hell's Dust told Tartarus that a real man must overcome any obstacle. The young man began to say that he was very sorry that this happened during the battle with the named boss, and suggested that the mood in the guild was probably worse than ever. Hell's Dust hugged Tartar and told him not to worry about it, because everything would be fine in the guild. Arneg leaned over to the young man and told him not to worry, because he and his friend had also left the guild, because they made a living from this game and did not want to be limited by guild rules. Hell's Dust added that Tartarus should remove the video of the named boss being defeated that he posted the day before. The guy began to apologize and say that he did not want to leak all the information about the named monster, but did not think that it could cause bad consequence. But Arneg explained that the problem was not that he leaked the information, but that he posted videos with other players, which is prohibited by the rules of the game. Tartar was very surprised because he thought that these were NPC players and not ordinary users. Arneg said that he also thought at first that they were NPC players, but it turned out that they were not when he tried to find out more information. The man added that he had analyzed the video and paid attention to the attacks used by the guy and was sure that NPC players could not do that. The Tartar was very scared because he did not think about privacy when he posted the video, and now he was worried about being sued for it. The men told the young man that he should talk to the players in person because the video had gone viral and they could contact him, and added that he should not worry. Seo Hyun and Ain were testing their new ability, and the boy noticed that the girl's punches were very strong. But because they had spent all the points they had earned on magic, she was like a crystal cannon. But her skills were enough to dodge attacks thanks to her reaction. But as for targeted attacks, it would be impossible to dodge them. The guy skillfully ensured the girl, and so she managed to stay alive every time after dangerous moments during the battle. Hen and Ain managed to become a great team, substituting for each other and providing insurance in any dangerous situation. After some time, he managed to reach the 50th level, and now he could move on to awakening his true potential. Ehai was very moved at this moment, because it had been a very long and seemingly endlessly difficult wait, and Ain immediately asked what had happened to the young man. Users who managed to reach the 50th level could learn the awakening skill, commonly called Ultra. The player immediately became much stronger when this skill was activated, and for a while, you could become invincible. All the while, Hen had been accumulating points for this very moment, and now it was time to complete the awakening quest. But when he tried to activate the quest, he was notified that he could not activate it because he could only play in a team with others, so he could only accept this quest with another player. I understood that the demoness Kedriel did this to him because she managed to deceive him at the very beginning of the game. Seo Hyun was going crazy because he was looking forward to this moment and wanted to improve his skills to be able to become the best of the best in this game. Luckily for him, Ain agreed to go through this test with the young man, and they stood in front of the entrance, both feeling afraid and unsure whether to begin their plan. It was the same girl and boy who decided to complete the quest and took a step into the unknown. Ain immediately felt the changes and had the feeling that they were in a dream. The alert system said that the players should get ready and that the awakening would begin very soon, and the keyword was being extracted from the player's subconscious. The keyword extraction process was completed, and the keyword was time. A girl and a boy were on a giant clock. The next step was the removal of the keyword from the player Ain, which the boy and girl did not expect. Ain's keyword was determination, and the clocks around the players began to burn. The task of the players was to dive into their subconscious, and the deeper they could go, the better the reward would be after the quest was completed. The boy and the girl were able to go back in time, and the boy thought that this happened because of his keyword time. The quest has begun, and all of Hen and Ain's skills have returned to their original state. Once the awakening is complete, everything will revert back. The young man asked the girl if she was okay, and she replied that her body suddenly felt as if it was exhausted, saying that this meant she was fine. Suchi pressed the start button, and the awakening began. The current location was the first level of the abyss. Suddenly, Ain drew Heng's attention and told him to look to the side because there was something strange. The girl and the boy saw their own clones in front of them, and they had to fight them. Hen and Ain couldn't believe their eyes because they had never imagined that they would have to fight themselves. The guy thought that these clones were created from the data of his and Ain's joint game and needed to figure out how to defeat them. The clones looked as if they were looking down on the girl and the boy, and Hen thought that no matter how good artificial intelligence is, it will never be able to match a human being. The young man suggested that the girl join the battle with each other's columns to have a better chance of winning. The guy was the first to attack and hoped that the skills of artificial intelligence would not disappoint him. But the clone of Ain also did not wait and attacked Heng, which surprised the young man because he expected something completely different. The girl's clone movements were completely different from her real one, and Hen realized that it would be difficult to resist. He thought that the clone's stats were not very different, but its movements were too predictable, unlike the real Ain. Seo Hyun gathered his thoughts and delivered a critical strike, and he managed to damage the clone. A part of the clone's body was lost, and Hen thought that it would not be too difficult a task, and they would be able to win quickly and easily. Ain immediately noticed that the young man had easily managed to deal with her clone, and he replied that compared to the girl, the clone was too mediocre. The guy received a notification that the first level was successfully completed, and as a reward, each of the group members would receive temporary skill points. Hen thought that this was a stage-based game in which points were awarded after completing a level, and he assumed that this was done to collect more accurate statistics on their behavior in combat. The second stage of the test began, and the boy and girl's current location was the second level of the abyss, and their new clones were formed in front of them. Hen looked at Ain's clone and had the feeling that the clone had changed a bit, and now he was copying the girl's smile. The guy was ready for the next battle with the girl's clone, and he was preparing to go on the attack again. From the first time, he managed to damage the health of the clone, which lost 33% of its health. Hen continued to fight and thought that such a battle could not be compared to a duel between live players. At one point, the young man was even a little upset because the second level was not too difficult, and he managed to pass it quickly. For completing the second level, Hen and Ain were again awarded additional skill points, and the young man asked if she was ready to continue the battle. She immediately replied that he didn't have to ask because the previous two levels were too easy, and at that moment they began to move in space. At this point, the the sphere from which the columns appeared became brighter, which was somewhat different from the previous level. A new clone of the girl was created, and Hen had to prepare for the next fight in which he had to win. This time, the imaginary Ain was stronger than the previous 2 levels, and it was not so easy to deal with her now. In addition to the increased level, the clone had a hidden skill, and Hen wondered what it could be and how it could threaten him. Suddenly, the imaginary Ain began to move at him with incredible speed to strike the young man. Hen thought that the Ain clone had accelerated on purpose, not giving them a chance to analyze the situation they were in. The young man felt that despite the great resemblance to his partner, the clone was like a predator. But the imaginary Ain was still at the level of artificial intelligence, which made it possible to defeat her quickly. This time, it was harder to inflict great health damage on your opponent Hen than in previous levels. The guy was aiming for a vital point, but the shot came from a strange angle, which he did not expect at all. But the young man realized that despite the fact that artificial intelligence was improving, the advantage was still on the side of real players. Hen thought that with each attack, the clone's health level would still decrease, and eventually he would be able to overcome it. The boy realized that he had almost managed to defeat the imaginary Ain, even though she tried to resist with all her might. Heng was about to strike the last blow, and all he had to do was not make a mistake and hit the exact target. The young man began to rejoice in the victory he had not yet won and was preparing to use his skill of second immortality. But something went wrong, and the clone managed to deal a powerful blow to the guy, and his health level immediately dropped by 58 points. He did not understand what had happened. His health loss in just one blow was very great and part of his body was lost. The guy thought that the second immortality was supposed to block the clone's attack, but it didn't, because the powers of the imaginary Ain had increased significantly. Now Hen realized what kind of secret skill the column had that he hadn't known about at first. The guy thought that he had let his guard down and forgotten about the secret skill, and now he had to figure out how to get around it, because there might not be a next stage. Suddenly, the young man received a message that his partner Ain had lost her life and could only be revived when time was turned back. I could not believe that the girl had lost his column because she was always attentive and strong. The hidden skill of the clone of Hen was that he could summon a weapon, and the young man thought that this was much different from his skill of second immortality. He didn't understand how he and Ain could lose to their clones at only the 3rd level. Hen was surprised that his imaginary character could be so skillful with weapons, because in the real game, he was mostly able to help his teammate. Despite the fact that Ain was killed, the young man was not going to give up and decided that he had to defeat the clone at any cost. A few more blows and the guy managed to finish the battle. Hen realized that it would only get harder, so he should have been better prepared. Temporary points were awarded for passing the 3rd level, and the guy was happy that he managed to cope with these difficulties. The young man received a notification that his awakening skills were open. He had to think and choose only one, and Hen realized that from that moment, the real battle would begin. The boy had chosen the skill of protecting the heavenly god and could now use the sword of incarnation, and Hen wanted to get as much information as possible before he rolled back in time. Suddenly, Hen heard Ain's voice, and she said that he looked like he was enjoying what was happening. Ain said that after her death, she became a ghost and was now constantly on the battlefield. The next level was beginning, and the young man asked her to stay close. Hen asked Ain to warn him if he noticed that he was being targeted, and to prepare for battle, even though the clones had become too strong. The girl noticed that the clone of the young man began to cast magic and warned Hen to be more careful not to miss any of the enemy's attacks. Suddenly, from the other side, he was attacked by an imaginary Ain, who this time looked completely different from before. Hen could not understand what kind of new skill the clone of the girl had, so he had to solve this mystery. The guy realized that he would receive more damage if he tried to keep the pedal away from the enemy, so he needed to get into the range of the imaginary Ain's blows. The young man quickly found himself near the girl's clone and struck a powerful blow that she did not expect. After that, Hen immediately used the Sword of Incarnation and was able to inflict health damage on his opponent. But it wasn't that simple, and despite his powerful attacks, the imaginary Ain also used her second immortality to neutralize the young man's blows. The clones of Hen and Ain were also fighting in a team, so it was very difficult for the guy to face 2 opponents alone. Hen thought that the battle had just begun, and he had almost lost his life in this battle. Suddenly, Ain screamed and warned the boy that a clone of the girl behind him was trying to harm him. Hen thought that he shouldn't be distracted for a second because the clones could take his life at any moment. Ain began to tell the young man to beware, and unfortunately he failed to dodge the blow and was injured. The girl asked the boy how he was feeling, and the young man replied that he was fine and barely managed to shift the attack to his arms. Khan couldn't understand how his clone got the ranged attack skill, since they were not typical for a character of his class. Ayan started to tell him that they had no choice, and he needed to rewind time, but Hen was not sure that it was worth doing right. He wanted to try another tactic that would help him contain his opponents and win this level. The guy prepared everything and waited for the girl's clone to come close to him and use a second absorption. But the clone of Ain managed to stop the young man's attack and survived after a powerful blow from the boy. The threat to Hen's health was critical, and he was barely holding on to avoid dying in a battle he had to win no matter what. The guy's body was very badly damaged and had many burns, so his health could not recover, and Ain again offered to turn back the clock and continue the battle together. But Hen did not agree to the girl's proposal, and told her to just watch him and use the next skill, Blood Fairy Cloak. The young man was eager to defeat the clones created by artificial intelligence, realizing that they could not stand up to live players. After using the Blood Fairy Cloak skill, the young man's speed was doubled, and he had every chance of winning this level. It didn't take long for the young man's column to attack him, and he was determined to destroy Hen. The boy managed to react quickly and stop the imaginary Hen's blow because he was now able to move faster. The young man decided that he had to get rid of his clone first because it was harder to fight him than Ain's clone. Heng was confident that he could win, and he did his best to win. After the guy dealt a powerful blow to his column, he was surprised that his opponent was still alive because he believed that this blow should have been enough to kill the clone. The young man had to hold out for a while longer because he could not activate the Incarnation Sword skill a second time. Hen was preparing himself to strike one last blow so he could move on to fight the Ain clone. At this point, the young man managed to get another one of the Reverse Shield Awakening skills and could take 95% less damage for 5 minutes. Ayan was very worried about Heng's condition and asked him if he was sure that he would be able to cope, and the boy replied that everything was fine and it was too early to give up. After a few minutes of fighting, the guy thought that now it would be much easier for him to fight his clone because now he knows its hidden skills and its behavior. The girl again warned Heng about the danger from the outside because the clone of Ain was not going to stand aside. The boy had a plan in his head that he wanted to implement, and he tried to repel 2 attacks at the same time to deliver a powerful blow that the clones did not expect. Hen was sure that if he succeeded in his plan, the clones would not be able to block his attack. The young man succeeded in implementing his plan, and at that moment the column simply disappeared, but Hen realized that this was not the end of the battle, because his victory had not been announced. The guy finally saw his clone in front of him, and said that Ain could not help him anymore because he wanted to cope on his own. Until the skill used by the imaginary Han expires, he could finally finish off one of the enemy. Finally, Han managed to win, and the 4th level was passed, and additional points were awarded to each team member. The guy breathed a sigh of relief and said that this level was very difficult, and Ain supported him and said that he did a great job. The girl asked if Hen would rewind time now, and he replied that he would only do so after a little exploration. The young man added that they had just opened the next level and needed to find out how strong their enemies had become. To begin with, the guy decided to check out the clone of Ain, and it turned out that she had become a named boss. Hen tried to compare the old game with the new one, and he couldn't remember the old game being so difficult at the 5th level. Ain, seeing the difficulty of this level, demanded that Hen immediately turn back the clock, and they continued to fight together. The battle started so quickly that the guy didn't even notice the clone of the girl approaching him. At the same moment, the imaginary Ain struck a powerful blow to the young man, who lost his vigilance and was unable to dodge the attack in time. And he was shocked by what was happening, because the enemies had become too strong, and he could not cope with them alone. Hen realized that if he continued at the same pace, he would not be able to save his life and win the awakening quest. So he decided to follow Ain's advice, and immediately turned back the clock so they could continue to fight as a team. As time began to turn back, the young man began to see clearly all his memories of the quest. She was glad that Hen managed to use the time travel in time, and they survived. The young man told the girl that he needed a minute to rest, and went into rest mode, so Hen could drink water and think things over. The guy thought that the 5th level of the quest was too difficult, and he had to figure out how to complete it as a team. Hen looked out the window and thought that most players would have given up long ago, but he couldn't afford to, because he was the best player in the previous game. He had a great idea and immediately returned to the game to try to complete the Awakening quest for the 2nd time. Anne and Ain managed to complete the first 3 levels very quickly because they already knew what to expect from the clone. The young man noted that they should not lose their vigilance because the most difficult levels were ahead of them, in which they had not yet competed. The boy and girl managed to pass 4 levels with ease, and now they had to make every effort not to lose and not to lose their lives. Before moving on to the next level, Hen decided that they needed to look at the points they had earned and upgrade their characters. When Ain and Hen were on the 5th level, the young man asked if she remembered the plan they had discussed the day before, and she said that she remembered everything. The guy said that the real battle is just beginning and that we should focus all our attention on what is going to happen. The clones quickly became active and started attacking the boy and girl, not allowing them to rest. He said that, unlike the first battle, they have advantages that they should use. Suddenly, Hen noticed that Ain was in danger and told her that they had to follow the plan they had discussed the day before. The young man immediately rushed to the girl's aid to stop the convoy and prevent it from harming Ain's health. Before the 5th level began, the boy decided that he should exchange his points for the wind skill for the girl. This allowed Hen to use his skills and inflict more damage to his opponents. It was thanks to the wind skill that the girl now possessed that Hen was able to block attacks even at the level of named bosses. Ain used her new skill very skillfully and helped the young man win this quest as much as possible. Hen didn't want to miss any opportunities and complete the quest as quickly as possible, so he went on the attack with the hope that he would succeed. He wanted to get as close to the clones as he could and deal an irreparable blow and win the long-awaited victory. Hen and Ain managed to put the plan into action and did not even give the clones a chance to use their skills. They divided their duties very well, and while the girl was distracting her clone, the boy was striking his. The guy thought that he needed to deal with the enemies as soon as possible and rushed to attack. But suddenly something went wrong and the clone managed to use its own skills. Ain immediately started asking if Hen was okay. The guy was on fire, but he immediately said that he was fine and that his opponent had managed to use his forces. It was a defense force, and Hen thought that it would be better if the clone attacked because it was clearer since the young man had already learned the movements of his opponent. Imaginary Ain used her skills and used the soul mirror so that she could create a copy of herself for a while. The guy now had to face not 2, but 3 opponents, which greatly complicated his chances of winning. Ain warned Heng that her clone had changed its target because before she had been its target, and now the imaginary Ain had turned its attention to the young man. The guys were in grave danger because he became a target for the clones to destroy, and he could not be distracted for a second. Suddenly, Hen realized that he was trapped and would not have time to escape because the clones were too close. The young man could not let this quest end like that, so he tried his best to dodge every blow from his enemy. Time after time, the girl's clones struck the boy with powerful blows, and he managed to stay safe. At some point, Hen began to realize that he would not be able to hold on for long, and he desperately needed Ain's help. The girl shouted loudly to the young man to concentrate and continue to dodge the blows, and she would try to help him. Heng realized that he could not give up, so he gathered his strength and continued the battle. The guy thought that even in such a difficult situation, there must be a way out, and asked the girl to cover him while he tried to figure out what to do. Hin decided to change his tactics and actions and do everything he could to prevent the enemy from killing him and Ain. He looked at the clones of the girl and tried to figure out what strategy to use to make sure it would work in this situation. It took a while for the battle on the 5th level to continue, and Hen was already struggling, but he didn't give up and didn't give up. Yu thought that it was an extremely difficult and unfair battle because his opponent could even save his health after powerful blows without using his skill. And he couldn't do it even with his defense skills activated, and as soon as he dodged one attack, he was sure to be hit by another. Hen realized that if the imaginary Ain dealt even one powerful blow, his life would be over, and he accepted that it was impossible to complete this level. Suddenly, Ain told the boy to pay attention to the clones standing in front of them. I asked what one of the clones was going to do, because it was not clear what to expect next. The guy said he was not sure, but it seemed to him that at that very moment, the imaginary Ain was concentrating to strike. And he was right. The clone decided to use the flames to end the lives of the young man and the girl. Ain and Ain barely managed to dodge the clone's attack, and the boy thought that it was an extremely powerful skill that destroyed even the battlefield. Suddenly, the girl warned the boy to beware because he was in danger. A copy of the Ain clone tried to deliver the same powerful blow, which greatly complicated the situation. The guy realized that it was unlikely that they would be able to survive this battle, so he had only one way out and decided to use his weapon against the girl's clone. The young man managed to stab the clone right in the arm and stop its attempt to attack. Thus, the course of the battle could be changed, because now it was supposed to be easier to resist the enemy. Hank managed to redirect the clone's destructive force into the floor and avoid a direct hit. Suddenly, something very strange began to happen that neither Hen nor Ain expected. The battlefield began to collapse right under the girl's clone's feet, and she could not stop the process. The energy of the abyss broke free and began to consume everything around. He asked the young man if they had managed to defeat at least one clone, and the boy said that they had. Suddenly, Hyun decided to radically change the strategy of the battle and told the girl to get ready and follow him. Aen was worried that it would not work out, but the young man said that they had no other choice. All the strategies the guys had prepared in advance failed, so he was left with only one option for further combat. The young man came close to the clone and struck a powerful blow, and at the same moment tried to use a defense skill. At this time, Ain was using a wind skill that was supposed to increase the boy's strength and help him in battle. He thought about how he didn't want to end his quest like this, but they had no other choice, and he and Ain had to win a worthy victory. And Ain managed to pass the 5th level of the Abyss, and the Game Control Center was watching closely. They could not believe that anyone had managed to complete such a difficult quest and win. A woman named Marie Lev asked her partner how this could happen, since he had convinced her that no one could pass the 5th level. Kang Sung-chul replied that he hadn't taken into account the fact that the field might collapse, and Marie Lyon asked what they would do with their awakening skills now. Another guy from the control center, Robert Connor, said that the new skills would not be easy to use. But Mori Wataru said that this is not entirely true, because the skills that Hen and Ain have will help balance the new skills. Fred Gash told his colleagues to calm down, because the game is already fully created, and they cannot influence it, and they can only watch. The 5th level was completed, and unfortunately, Hen and Ain received a notification that they had no choice of awakening skills. Since the location was destroyed, the system will automatically select skills for the girl and the boy. Ain was very upset because she could not choose what she wanted, but the young man tried to calm her down. Hen said that there was nothing to be done about it, so it was worth at least looking at the skills they had been taught. The boy and the girl immediately started checking their accounts to understand and find out what reward they had received after completing the quest. They looked closely at the recordings, and at some point were excited to see what abilities they had gained. The next day, Seo Hyun decided to go to the reunion and heard talk that everyone was talking about a new game they had started playing. He didn't like the fact that during this meeting, everyone was discussing the game as if it were the most important thing in life. The young man thought that he didn't have to join these conversations because he had only come to eat in an expensive restaurant, and suddenly someone came up to him. It was the organizer of the reunion, Kim Jae-hoon, who asked Hyun if he was also playing the new game. The boy said he was playing and wondered why Jae-hoon decided to ask him about it, since they hadn't spoken to each other in recent years. The young man began to say that he was very glad that he was able to meet his classmates after only a few years, and he immediately said that there was one thing he wanted to ask Hen about regarding the new game. Jae-hoon started asking the young man about an old game he had been playing for a long time, and Hyun said that he had been playing it for about 7 or 8 years. The guy started talking about how incredible it was and decided to offer something to Hen. Jae-hoon asked if this boy would be interested in becoming a professional gamer and earning a living through gaming. The young man didn't know what to say because he had never thought about being a professional player before. Jae-hoon said that one cyber team is currently recruiting players, and given Hyun's high level of achievement, they would be happy to hire him. But the guy replied that he was not ready to answer at the moment and said that he would think about it, which surprised Jae-hoon. The guy said he understood the young man's doubts and added that as soon as Hen decided on something, he would warn him immediately. He said that his decision was unlikely to change, but since Jae-hoon had treated him to a delicious dinner, Hyun wanted to thank him. He added that he could tell Jae-hoon about a hidden quest and thought it would be okay if he shared this information. Later on, Hen got back into the game and was rocking around the city, thinking that being a professional gamer was not bad, but he didn't want to depend on any organization. The young man told Jae-hoon about the hidden quest, and the boy was so happy that he promised to thank Hyun for such important information. Hen was walking down the street and thinking that it would be nice to meet up with his classmates sometime and talk about the game. But he didn't have time for that at the moment, as he had more important tasks to solve. The guy wanted to test his new skill, which he had managed to win during the quest until Ain came along, as soon as possible. Hen came to the store and said he wanted to rent a dummy to practice his strokes using the new skill. The young man was considering all the options offered and suddenly noticed exactly what he needed, and the seller warned him that the mannequin would disappear when he received maximum damage or the rental time was over. Not far from the city was an environment where rock crabs lived, and it was there that Hen decided to go or test his skills. The boy skillfully controlled a mannequin that went on an attack on giant crabs that were difficult to overcome. The mannequin was simply surrounded by rock crabs and decided to test the skill of the wave of powerlessness. Everything worked perfectly, and the dummy was able to strike at every enemy that got in its way. After this battle, the young man's level was raised because he managed to master his new skill. Hen thought that this was a really great skill that would help him become one of the best in the game. This skill was compatible with almost all classes, and when using it, the young man's body disappeared, and there was no risk of being attacked by enemies. The guy immediately decided to test his skills on the named boss, King Lashir, because with the help of a wave of impotence, he reduced the enemy's defense to almost a minimum. Hen very quickly managed to defeat the named boss of King Lashir and put his new skills to the test. The guy was actually happy because he got a really good reward for completing the awakening quest. After a while, Ain joined the game, and they went to the place they had planned to go to earlier. The girl and the boy stood there and could not believe that they had managed to get exactly where they wanted to go because it seemed like an unattainable goal. Ian and Ain were near the ancient ruins and Mount Califer, and at that moment, a giant monster that looked like a deep ice was moving towards them. The boy said that this monster was an ice golem and assured the girl that they would be able to defeat it because now their characters were sufficiently upgraded. Hen concentrated and told Ain to get ready, adding that they were about to break through this giant pile of ice. At this point, the guy started to use his skill, and this time, he had to put himself in a different mannequin. He was supposed to move into Ain's body, and the girl said that it was just incredible and asked the young man how it felt to be in the body of another person. The guy said that it was fine, but it wasn't quite so, because he had a feeling that Ain's subconscious and his were layered on top of each other. The girl mocked the young man for not looking very confident and said she could take over. Hen immediately said that he felt great and told Ain to just watch him use her powers as well. The girl did not like the fact that the boy used her body to fight with his opponents because it was she who was under attack. But at the same time, Ain could learn the techniques that Hen used and experience them for herself. The girl thought that unlike her, who was confident in one-on-one battles, Hen was better at fighting against groups or teams, and she hoped that she would be able to find out how the boy managed to achieve such high results. Hen and Ain managed to destroy the ice golem monster and were very happy because they were able to strike with the strength of a level 250. This made the boys and girls very happy because they realized that now they would be able to achieve much better results in their battles. After the fight, he stopped using his skill and separated from Ain's body. Suddenly, a man approached Hang and Aang and told them that they had defeated his creation, adding that the monster was clumsy and untrustworthy. The man said that he could trust the boy and the girl, and asked if he could ask them for a small favor, and added that he would certainly pay them. Hang and Aang were in no hurry to accept the offer, and the man said he was sure they would be happy with the results of the deal. The young man did not hesitate to accept the man's offer, thinking that the hidden quest was the only chance to move on. The man was glad that Hen accepted his offer so quickly, and added that the task would not be too difficult. They just needed to protect the entrance to these ruins. Constantly protecting the entrance was not necessary. The task was to deter anyone who would try to enter the place for just an hour while the moon was at its zenith. The man added that no matter what might happen, the boy and girl should never enter the ruin, and Aang asked how Hen had guessed about this quest. The boy replied that someone had told him about it in the last game, and the girl immediately asked who it was, becoming jealous of Hen. During the first day of the quest, something very strange began to happen in the mountains of the Califera. A powerful beam of light burst upward. The boy and girl were watching this phenomenon closely and did not quite understand what exactly was happening and what to expect next. Aang looked at the beam of light with admiration and said that it looked like some kind of laser show, but Hen didn't quite agree. The boy thought that this action was very similar to the skills the girl had acquired after completing the awakening quest. On the first day of the quest, nothing happened. Aang said that she was very sad and suggested that Hen have fun and have a duel. The second day of the quest began, and the girl asked the young man if no one would come on this day, but Hen was not sure, but added that it would be very nice. Immediately after this conversation, the boy noticed someone approaching the ruins on the horizon and told the girl to get ready for battle. The group of guys approaching Hen and Aang were talking on the way about how one of the participants had found information about the quest through an ad. The team members said that the young man would not have been able to cope with such a difficult quest on his own, so he did the right thing by calling them for help. One of the guys was excited to see the area, which was very bright and open, and he said that it was impossible to get lost here, and added that they had arrived at the right place. They were sure that this was exactly the place they were looking for, because the ray of light was only here, and suddenly one of the company members noticed that it was not so simple. The team saw a girl in front of them, and they thought that they were facing a monster, but it looked like a human. At the same moment, Ain approached the group approaching the ruins and told them that they would not go inside. The girl asked if she told them to go back. Would they listen to her advice, or would they try to get into the ancient ruin? But the company's leader did not want to retreat and ordered his colleagues to get ready for battle. And at that very moment, Ain dealt with him without much effort. The girl was not going to let anyone else pass because her reward in the quest depended on it, and no one had a chance to get inside. Ain looked carefully at the surviving participants and asked them again if they would leave if she asked them to. But the players didn't want to back down, and one of the team members decided to fight the girl and try to defeat her. Ain realized that the fight could not be avoided, so she was fully prepared for the enemy's attacks. The girl easily managed to repel the attack that they tried to inflict on her, which greatly frightened the team that wanted to penetrate the ancient ruin. Ain managed to repel the attack with magic balls with her bare hands, and the enemy team could not believe that it was possible. A guy from the team thought he had seen the girl who managed to repel the attack before, and he remembered that he had seen her on a video on the internet. He remembered her because she was smiling while she was taking people's lives, and he thought that she was definitely an NPC player. The second day of the quest was over, and Ain was happy that she was able to warm up and get into a fight with the other players because she missed it so much. Hen said that it was not interesting to fight with players who were weaker, but the girl objected and said that the team was quite good and their strengths were quite balanced. Suddenly, a man approached the boy and the girl and said that they had been working hard for 2 days and that Hen and Ain had managed to hold back those who were trying to get to the ruin. The man thanked him for his good work and gave him a heavenly elixir, adding that the boy and girl would definitely enjoy this reward. Ahai immediately handed the bottle of elixir to Ain and added that she needed it more because she fights in close combat, so this reward is for her. For a moment, the girl was embarrassed, but she immediately accepted the gift and sincerely thanked the guy for taking care of her character. Hen smiled and thought that Ain was really in a good mood today because she was reacting so nicely to the gift. In the evening, Seo-hyun met with Kim Jae-hoon, and the boy thanked Hyun for telling him about the secret quest that helped Jae-hoon improve his skills in the game. Hyun didn't know what to say and said that he hadn't done anything wrong, and that the guy had achieved everything on his own. Jae-hoon reminded the young man that he had promised to pay him for the interesting information he had given him, and decided to show him a new quest he had found in the game. It was a quest to find out about a ray of light that came from Mount Califer, and Jae-hoon wanted to try to pass this test. But Hen immediately warned the boy that he would not be able to complete this task, and added that he should not take on this quest. The young man was surprised that Seo-hyun wanted to dissuade him from participating in this quest, and asked why he should give up the opportunity to receive a good reward. Kim Jae-hoon didn't understand the reason, and thought that his friend knew much more than he was telling about the game. I did not want the young man to take part in this quest, because it meant that he would have to take his life if he tried to get to the ancient ruins and the Califer mountain. The next day, Hen and Ain were at their post near the ancient ruins again, and the girl said that most likely no one would come to try to get inside today. The guy said that it would most likely be so, and thought that he had managed to convince Kim Jae-hoon not to join this quest, and he would soon understand why. Jae-hoon promised the young man that he would try to convince his guild not to go to the ruins, but Hyun was not sure that he would succeed. The third day of the test passed, and the man rewarded the boy and girl again. This time they managed to get a unique sword, and Hen became its owner. The news of the quest to find out the nature of the light in the Califer Mountains spread very quickly among the players, and many different guilds wanted to take part in the challenge. Ain and Hen continued to defend the ancient ruins, and on the fourth day, also hoped that they would be able to do without uninvited guests and fights. But the situation changed very quickly, and the guy told the girl that she should prepare for a difficult confrontation. Heng noticed that a lot of players were approaching them, and he realized that the rumors about the quest had spread very quickly and that there would be no quiet day. The players discussed among themselves that this was the last day of the quest and they had to do everything to pass it, but Hen and Ain were not going to let anyone enter the ancient ruin. The quest, which everyone wanted to take part in, was highly publicized, so they decided to broadcast everything that was happening live. The broadcast was hosted by Seo Jun and professional gamer Kim So-yo, and they were to comment on everything that was happening on the battlefield near Mount Califer. To entertain the audience, the host talked about how many guilds were going to take part in the quest, and who exactly. Kim Jae-hoon talked to the leader of his guild, and managed to persuade him not to participate in this quest, despite the large reward for completing it. While the hosts were talking to each other, one of the guilds managed to get to the quest location and was ready for a confrontation. The first was the guild that was ranked third in the country, and their leader confidently led the team forward to complete the task as quickly as possible. Yes. Kim Seo-young noticed that the other guild, which was stronger, was in no hurry to join the quest, and he missed that the guild wanted to observe the actions of others to avoid mistakes. Suddenly, the leader of the guild that arrived at the quest first met a girl, and the hosts did not know who she was, and could only guess that this girl wanted to complete this task as well. A guild leader named Munt approached Ain and asked her what she was doing here and if she was going to do the quest as well. The man did not understand why the girl did not answer, and decided to tell her that it was dangerous to walk alone in such a place. Ain asked who this man was, and he started to tell her that he was the leader of the Month Guild, and he was trying to find a way to get into the ruins, but the girl did not want to listen to this and struck him. The guild leader was killed by the girl, and, unfortunately for him, will not be able to win this quest. The members of the guild were shocked by what was happening, and now they did not know what to do and how to proceed because their commander was dead. Ain immediately decided to warn the enemies that she had to protect the entrance to the ancient ruins and she would not let anyone in. Then she added that she understood that the guild had come to prevent her from fulfilling her task 100%. One of the guild members decided to fight the girl because he wanted to take revenge for Munt's death. He ordered his colleagues to get ready and join the fight because they could not just leave the place with nothing. Heng was in Ain's body and asked her if she could handle it, and she said she could, after which the guy said he would cover her if she was in danger. She did not wait long and immediately used the wave of powerlessness to deprive her opponents of even a minimal hope of victory. One of the guild members shouted to his colleagues that they had only one opponent and should easily defeat the girl. The enemies attacked Ain, and they were shocked that none of their blows hit the target, and the girl managed to dodge every time. Ain realized that she had to stand in this confrontation because it had become too large. Opponents began to think that this girl was not a player, but a monster in the guise of a human. The girl became too sad and decided to deal with her enemies as soon as possible, and the enemies began to think that she was the boss of this quest. The hosts watched the battle closely and were shocked by what they saw on the screen. They couldn't believe that one of the best guilds was easily destroyed, and they were talking on air about how this boss was too strong. Kim So-yeon noted that the girl is not only very strong, but also very smart, because in a situation of fighting one against all, she attacked first and created real chaos, which allowed her to take control of the battle. Seo Jung suggested that the girl was a very advanced artificial intelligence, and she was not like all the other bosses that were present in this game. The hosts said that a person like NPC is more terrible than any monster, and the surviving members of the guild had to retreat. Immediately, reports began to arrive that another of the strongest guilds had announced that they were surrendering and did not intend to engage in combat. But it wasn't over yet, because the guild that was ranked first in the world hadn't tried to complete this quest yet, and everyone was waiting to see what decision they would make. The master of the strongest dark guild, XL, watched the girl from the outside and could not believe that he really saw Ain in front of him. Shortly before that, there was a very popular video on the internet called Two People Attacking a Named Boss. It showed how a team of two hunted a secret named Leopard Boss, and one of the players fought in a very unusual way. The girl attacked with her bare hands, producing fire. She had unique techniques and control, and people on the internet began to call them Dark Priests. Guildmaster Dark thought that he hadn't even expected to see one of these two players as the quest boss. Suddenly, a girl named Reina approached XL and asked if they had a chance of winning this match. And the guy said that he thought their chances of winning were about 50%, and the girl was very surprised that they were so small. The girl noted that most of the strongest guild members had come to the quest, and was surprised that their chance was so small, and XL said that the enemy was too strong. The Guildmaster Dark analyzed everything and said that they would try to win this fight because they had a 50% chance of success. The guy looked at Ain from afar and ordered her to quickly gather all the guild members who had arrived for the quest. There were 40 minutes left before the end of the quest, and Ain was determined to complete her and Hen's task. The girl told the young man that she hoped that the next opponents would be stronger because the last guild was too boring. Suddenly, he said that the enemies approaching them now look completely different, even move differently. They are concentrated and keep the situation under control. The guy added that guilds in their country don't usually look like this, which meant that these players were world-class. Hen tried to look at every detail and understand how they should act with Ain in order not to lose. Suddenly, one of the guild members began to cast a spell, and his staff radiated energy. After that, all the other players started to join in, and it became clear to Hen what they were trying to do, and how they would proceed. The guy found out that they all grouped together to give the first one to attack a boost to have a better chance of harming Ain's health. The participant who was subjected to the amplification said that she felt differently than she always did, with a surge of energy overwhelming her. The other members of the guild warned the girl that the spell would last only 5 minutes, so she should hurry to attack. The girl who went into battle first was named Payas. She was a member of the Dark Guild and ranked 9th in the world ranking. She shouted to her colleagues that she was starting right now and quickly went on the attack against Ain. Payas thought that the girl probably wanted to cause chaos again by killing the leader, but she didn't even realize that this time, the leader had more power than usual. But Pius didn't realize that Hen was inside Ain's body and knew exactly what the guild members were up to. That is why the girl did not succeed in launching the attack she was counting on, as Ain quickly got close to her. Pius didn't understand how the girl could have guessed her intentions and found it very strange that she could react so quickly. Pius could not believe that the girl's agility was higher than hers, despite all the efforts made by the guild member. Heng began to yell at Ain because she was taking a great risk by approaching the enemy so quickly, not knowing for sure whether she would be able to make it before the blow was struck. The guy realized that the girl's body was too fragile and therefore was very worried that she was acting recklessly, but he promised her to cover her if she was attacked from a distance. The XL Guildmaster couldn't believe his eyes and didn't understand how Pius couldn't fight the battle after receiving the powers of all the participants. The guy realized that the member of their guild would not be able to win if the fight continued in the same way. Rena shouted to one of the guild members named Medea to cover her because she realized that their defeat was very close and something had to be changed urgently. The battle between Ain and Pius was in full swing, and the Dark Guild member was clearly losing ground. Hien thought that Ain was holding up well and trying to be more reserved than he had expected. Suddenly, the boy felt that the magic began to work on the girl from below, and he immediately warned Ain about it. While the girl was distracted for a moment, Pius managed to deliver a powerful blow to her opponent. Ain didn't have time to react in time and thought that she was too focused on the battle against each other, and that's why she forgot to watch for blind spot. The fierce battle continued, and Ain faced a guild that fought much better than the others she had met before. Suddenly, a girl named Madi, who was trying to cover Pius, fell to her knees because she was exhausted. Hyun managed to deal a powerful blow to the girl's opponent and added that he said he would cover Ain if she was in danger or under a ranged attack. The girl thanked the young man for his help, and they could continue the confrontation in peace. Heng paralyzed Pius for a while and said that now it was time for An to attack, and the girl did not hesitate to go into battle. The guild member Dark did not understand what was happening because she could not move, and Ain was very quickly approaching her or taking her life. The girl was struck with a powerful blow that left no chance of survival, and at that time, Pius could not believe that she would have to say goodbye to her life in such a way. Ain was more confident than ever in her abilities, knowing that together with Hen, they would be able to withstand any enemy. At that moment, real chaos began in the Dark Guild, with Mayday's leading fighter Pius being exhausted and destroyed. Guildmaster Dark XL ordered everyone to take their positions and get ready for battle and added that this was not the end. He tried to bring his team members to their senses and said that the guild could still continue the battle and they would act according to their next plan. Hen noticed that the guild was going to attack again and immediately warned Ain about it, adding that this time, the frontline fighter was also reinforced by other members. The boy realized that the opponents were trying to drag out the fight to exhaust the girl, and Hen asked if Ain could continue to fight. The girl did not hesitate to use the reward they received on the first day and was confident that she could see it through. After using the elixir, the girl's health improved significantly and her recovery rate increased. Ain wanted to use her new skills right now, but Hen tried to restrain her because they had agreed that they would use them when they hunted the named monster. But there was no holding back the girl, and she was going to give it her all in this battle to win over the best guild. XL thought that despite the fact that the girl was very strong, she would not be able to defeat their next fighter because she must have been tired after the fight with Pius. The frontline fighters of the Dark Guild could not believe that his opponent still had the strength to fight. But Ain didn't just have her strength left, it had increased several times over, and she was going to give it her all in this confrontation. Guildmaster Dark couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't understand how the best players in the world could lose to an ordinary girl. Their leading player received all the reinforcements possible, but the girl managed to defeat him with one attack. Kim Shio-young was simply shocked that one of the best players in the Dark Guild was killed by just one attack. The host said that the quest boss, after killing the guild leader, was heading to the other team members, and suddenly her appearance changed, and she seemed to turn into a goddess of fire. The host noted that the girl was keeping her trump cards to the last and did not reveal the main skills she might have. They said that the second phase of the battle with the boss of the quest was just beginning, and no one knew what to expect next. Guildmaster Dark shouted to his colleagues to stay calm and keep the line to the last. The guy realized that they had very little chance of winning, even though the vice leader of the guild, Reina, still did not give up and ordered them to stay away from Ain and attack her from a distance. Guildmaster Dark XL made a mistake when he used the guild of his predecessors as the basis for his calculations for the next battle. The guy realized that it was useless to predict the actions of the monster they were facing, and he saw no way their guild could win. A guild member named Medea decided to try again to use her powers, but XL was very worried about the girl because he was not sure that she would be able to withstand such a load. The girl was confident in her abilities because she was ranked second in the world rankings and aimed to stop their opponent. Made thought that last time she was not prepared for an unknown attack, but this time she would not make the same mistake. Very quickly, the Dark Guild tried to choose the right tactics, and it was decided that some of the members should distract the boss's attention and attack him from afar. At that moment, Hen realized that his strength was needed and told the girl that right now they needed to switch, and the body was to be controlled by the boy. The young man asked Ain if she thought it was better to leave the long-range attacks to him, and she replied that the blow he had delivered earlier was impressive, but she did not understand how Hen would cope further. The guy noted that the real battle was just beginning as the enemies began to aim at their blind spots, which threatened Hen and Ain with doom. The young man noticed that he and the girl might miss a powerful blow right now, so he told Ain that they urgently needed to switch, which allowed the boy to dodge the attack. Madeline did not understand how the girl managed to avoid being hit because they were aiming straight at a blind spot. The guild member was sure that their opponent would not be able to avoid this attack, but it turned out to be quite different. Suddenly, Mayday and Ain's eyes crossed, and he realized who was trying to do her irreparable harm, and she hurried to meet her opponent. XL was thinking that the girl was able to dodge attacks aimed at her blind spot, which completely deprived the guild of any chance of winning. The guildmaster realized that after Medea was destroyed, the surviving members of the guild had to retreat, and he asked Reina to order everyone to leave the quest. At some point, the Dark Guild began to retreat, and Hen noticed that their opponents had surrendered and that he and Ain had most likely won. The girl was very happy that their team was so strong that no one could defeat their pair. Ain said that it seemed the task was about to end when Hen asked the girl to give him control of her body. After that, the guy explained that this hidden quest had one clear condition, and it was time to start fulfilling it. The man whom Hen and Ain met when they got to the ancient ruins was standing next to a giant beam of light that was coming out of the ground. He said that the last 4 days had justified all his efforts and that his body would finally be filled with the light of heaven. Suddenly, someone entered the place where the man was standing, and he was very afraid of this because he realized that he could be prevented from doing what he had planned. It was Ain's husband, who was very surprised to see her in front of him, and he asked what she was doing here because he had ordered her to guard the entrance. He began to threaten the girl and said that if she did not leave this place immediately, he would take her life. But these threats didn't work to attack him, so the man decided to bribe the girl and offered her 10 skill points as a reward if she immediately returned to the entrance of the ancient ruin. The man shouted for the girl to leave, but realized that he could not do anything because Ain and Hyun were determined to destroy him. The girl did not hesitate to strike a powerful blow with the flame, and the man could not believe that it all ended for him because he was a moment away from receiving a powerful force. Ain didn't have to spend much energy because her opponent hardly resisted, and just one blow was enough to make the man disappear. Unfortunately, they did not manage to destroy the enemy, as he most likely just ran away, but Hen and Ain managed to get hold of the sky fragment in time. The one who manages to take possession of a fragment of heaven will be able to master an incredible power that hardly anyone can resist, and she took the reward in her hands and immediately received a notification that she had taken possession of a piece of heaven. The girl felt the power that was in this object penetrate her body, and she was the first player to receive the title of a celestial entity. But it turned out to be not so simple, and there were 2 souls in one body, Ain and Hen, and so they both received the title of celestial entity, and everything worked out as the boy had planned. The young man was very happy that he managed to do everything according to his plan, and that not 1 player, but 2 were awarded this title. A guy nicknamed Steelstone, a former player of the game, was watching everything that was happening live, and he admired not only the strength, but also the movements of the girl who managed to win the quest. The guy was surprised that everyone thought the girl was a dark priest, and didn't understand why most newcomers thought so. Suddenly it seemed to the young man that he had seen movements like the girls before, and thought that perhaps one of the bosses in the old game had something similar. And suddenly he recognized these movements. It was Ain, and the guy was very surprised because he always thought it was a guy, but Ain turned out to be a girl. Meanwhile, the Guildmaster of Dark XL thought that he was too confident and that their team had a chance to win, but next time he should have put more effort into preparation. Unexpectedly, the guild members received a notification that they had completed the task, and they all immediately began to ask the guildmaster what it could mean that they had completed the quest or something else. At this time, two guys met in the game. One of them was Steel Stone, and his friend asked if he had really just guessed. They were discussing her, and the other guy said that he immediately guessed it was her after he saw the stream, and Steelstone decided to ask how he guessed it. To which the guy replied that it was impossible not to recognize Ain, and he remembered her every move. This guy's name was Berard, and he added that he had had the opportunity to fight Ain many times one-on-one, although he always lost. Hearing this, Steelstone immediately believed that Berard had indeed been able to recognize the girl immediately, because the fact that he had always lost to her was similar to the truth. Steelstone said that he could not even think that Ain was a girl, because he was sure that it was some big jock. Berard wondered why the young man was so sure it was a boy, since Ain could have simply changed her character to anyone. But the problem was quite different, because the number of players who played the old game very quickly moved to this one, and this applies not only to Ain. After all, Berard personally knew several such players, and there are most likely many users of the old game that they don't even know about. The guy said that the level of character leveling directly depends on how much information you know. Steelstone noted that although Ain had started playing with them at about the same age, her skill level was incredibly high. Berard thought that he wondered how strong Hen, who was the best player in the old game, was now. Steelstone didn't even think that Hen could play a new game, and Berard said that the young man just couldn't pass up the opportunity to become the best again. The boy thought that Ain was always somewhere near Heng, and if they joined forces, it was scary to imagine what could happen in this game. After these words, Steelstone did not know what to say, because he realized that if the girl and the boy teamed up, there would be no chance of winning. Berard said that judging by the video they saw during the stream, everything indicates that Ain is fighting on her own, and Han was not seen next to her. The boys were upset and decided that they needed to urgently improve their skills before they fell behind all the other players. At that time, Kim Jae-hoon was watching a video from the stream and wondered how the girl managed to block attacks in blind spots, and remembered that someone had told him that only artificial intelligence could do that. But the more the young man tried to study the girl's character, something bothered him, and it seemed to him that everything was not so clear. The guy thought that the girl was very good at using the psychology of the enemy to her advantage, appearing right in front of his face, all of which looked too much like real human behavior. The girl undoubtedly managed to cope with long-range attacks without having the skills to see them. Jae-hoon thought that if you don't take into account the girl's destructive attacks, you could learn a lot from her about psychological techniques and variations of movement. The guy really wanted to get into the team of professional gamers, and he realized that he had very little time to prepare, but if he managed to learn all the moves of Ain, it would be a plus for him. In the vastness of the game, a Dark Guild meeting was held at which the XL Master informed his colleagues that the Dark Priest who defeated them was not an NPC but a real person. The guild members could not believe that they could be beaten by a real player, but the guildmaster continued to speak. He said that when they returned, they received a notification about the end of the quest and everyone was happy, but there was one detail. The guildmaster reported that after checking the system log, he noticed something very strange, namely that the deposit rate was underestimated, and if everything is summed up, they received less than 10% of the reward. He went on to say that theoretically, only the actions of users are taken into account when calculating the deposit rate, and the actions of NPS are not taken into account. And this led the XL Guildmaster to believe that there had been interference from another user, which meant that the quest boss they encountered was a real player. The guild had to face a player who performed opposite tasks in order to win over everyone. The guy said that such a big difference in strength was caused by the improvement of the girl's characteristics due to quest bonuses, and added that her specialization was not a dark priest, but something else. Reina started asking if this girl was a real player, and if they could offer her to join their guild. The Guildmaster of XL immediately said that the girl was not a registered runner with a hidden class, and that it was their first priority to get her to join their guild. Seo Hyun decided to see what interesting things were being written on the internet, and noticed that there were a lot of threads about Ain, and the young man did not understand why everyone thought that the girl's class was a dark priest. He was happy that they only talked about the girl because he didn't like to be the center of attention, and he wondered what Ain thought about all this. Suddenly, Seo Hyun came across a message that a dueling arena had been added to the new game, which would be available today, and all arenas were connected by a worldwide network so that players could meet each other. The guy thought that Ain would be delighted because she used to spend most of her time in the arena. The young man decided not to waste much time and logged into the game to see what interesting things would happen at the new location. Hen was wondering what he should do first and suddenly noticed one unread message. Ain wrote to him and told him that she would not be able to log in for the next 2 days and asked him not to raise his level too much until she returned. The guy immediately thought that without a girl, he would not be able to hunt high-ranking monsters. The young man recalled that when he reached the 50th level, he managed to get a new quest, and while Ain could not join the game, he had time to complete it. Hen went to the place where he was directed by the task, and it seemed to him that he had already been to this location before. He couldn't recall anything too important in this place, but since he had been led here by a secret class quest, it was worth taking a closer look around. The guy looked around, and everything looked like ruins, and he thought that he planned to complete his task much faster, but the more time he spent there, the more difficult the quest seemed. Suddenly, the young man saw a woman in front of him and was surprised because he had never seen priestesses wear such revealing clothes. The guy entered the temple and thought that this place did not feel like it should. Hen decided to ask the woman if she held some kind of high position in this place because her outfit was different from the others. She decided to answer that it was her individual design and asked if it looked nice. The woman realized that the boy felt uncomfortable and told him not to worry about it. And at the same moment, the young man felt that something was wrong, but did not understand what it was. The woman looked at Heng and felt that he was awakened and said that she would examine his soul for him. The young man did not understand what this meant and agreed to what was offered to him in the temple. The woman did not hesitate and said that then she could start examining the boy. This woman was a twilight priestess named Ruthia, and she promised not to disclose information about Hen to other people. The boy thought that his class was hidden and that it could mean that there was something really special about him that he did not know about. The priestess examined the young man's soul, and at some point she seemed to become very sad because she learned what class the boy was in. Hen immediately asked what was wrong with his class because he did not understand the reaction of the twilight priestess Ruthie. The woman immediately replied that it was nothing like that. She had never met a supporter before, and added that it was just some kind of exoticism. The priestess stopped the young man and told him that they were not finished yet, and then asked him if he wanted to learn anything about empathy. Hen immediately replied that empathy was a special characteristic of supporters, but Priestess Ruthia thought a little differently from the boy. The woman said that if the young man wanted to learn more, they should return to the transcendent. Rutia explained that transcendents exist on the highest level, also known as angels and demons. Empathy was closely related to the so-called transcendents that the Twilight Priestess told the boy about. She went on to say that transcendents need especially sensitive prayers from people to grant blessings and prophecies that could influence the world, and it is the priests who learn to pray properly and express their empathy. And at that moment, the Priestess of Twilight, Rutia, decided to ask the young man if he wanted to learn how to pray properly. Hen thought that the priestess's proposal was very strange because he thought that his quest would be completely different. The young man thought that such a task looked like a waste of time, but if it concerned his special abilities, it was probably worth a try. The guy thought it would be very strange to ignore such a sign and gladly agreed to the offer of the Twilight Priestess Rutia. The woman noted that, as she had said earlier, angels give blessings and prophecies in exchange for prayers, and that the prayers of people with a high level of empathy could reach the ears of angels faster. Juritzia continued to say that empathy is inherent in most people and is inherent at birth, and even priestesses had to go through trials to raise its level. Rutia said that the skill of empathy is very important and wonderful because it allows you to do more good deeds than an ordinary person. Hen had some doubts about whether he really needed to learn how to pray properly because he was not a priest and was not going to pray in a church. The priestess asked if the young man liked it, and if not, it meant that he had the potential to call on both angels and demons in the future. The higher the skill of prayer, the closer he was to the transcendent. The woman decided to tell Hen a story about a priest who was immersed in prayer one day, and a man who had been busy all day with prayer accidentally fell asleep during this activity. And one day, he said, he managed to find himself in another place and was lamenting. The Twilight Rutia added that it was very interesting and suggested that Hen visit that place as well. Suddenly, the guy opened his eyes, and it seemed to him that he had just fallen asleep for a moment, and did not realize what had happened. Hen looked around and realized that he was in a place that looked very much like a temple, with a red sky and a black sun through the window, and he didn't know what world he was in again. Suddenly, someone started talking behind him. It was Rutia, who asked if she had already told him about the priest and his little secret. The woman began to tell me that the secrets of the priests were that they served a demon, not an angel, and all their prayers were directed to the demon, so their minds were near evil spirit. Rutia noted that if there is a place close to angels, there must be a place close to demons, and these places reflected reality, and indeed this temple was different from the usual one because the prayers of these priests reached the demon. Hen decided to ask the Twilight Priestess Ruthia if he could still return to the real world. The woman smiled and said that of course he would be able to return to the real world, and he should not worry about it. Hen immediately said that in that case he wanted to go back right away, and something unusual began to happen to him. The boy opened his eyes and asked if he was already in the real world, and the priestess did not hesitate to answer and said that he had returned. Rutia leaned over to the young man and asked him if he felt motivated to learn how to pray properly. Hen thought that this was a way to open the way to the unknown world, and that praying was not so difficult, as it was necessary to clear your mind and not get lost in the subconscious. At once, the young man realized that this was not such an easy task, because the essence of the quest was to learn to pray, and he could not miss the opportunity to receive a reward. The boy tried his best to shake off the unnecessary thoughts, but he did not quite succeed, because he had many questions about the priestess and the reflection of the worlds. Eventually, Hen managed to master the skill of prayer and was able to reach the first level. At some point, he began to have difficulty breathing and did not understand what was happening, and it seemed that he was beginning to lose consciousness. The young man received a message that he was showing empathy for the nearest transcendent, and he woke up at night and the temple was empty. At some point, Hen realized that he was just walking aimlessly somewhere, not knowing how long his journey would last. Suddenly, he saw a door to a room and decided to go in and check what was inside. The young man opened the door and went inside to see what was waiting for him. Hen saw a little girl who was shackled to a chair and unable to leave the place where she was held hostage. The girl sat motionless in the middle of the room, where there was not a single living soul. The boy immediately realized that he had to help the girl get out of this horrible place. Hen looked closely at the girl and noticed that there was something strange with her eyes, as if she could not focus. It seemed to the guy that the girl was conscious, but her condition was obviously not the best. He did not understand why the child was left alone, chained to a chair in this room. The young man realized that he had to first understand everything before taking any action, and suddenly 2 priests entered the room. Hen managed to hide in the closet and heard the men talking about how someone had left the door open again. The priests were holding some strange sticks, and the boy tried to understand what these men wanted to do with the girl. Hen thought that this skill was similar to mind control, but he didn't understand why they were using it on a child. The young man noticed that the priests had even drawn a magic circle under the girl, but it was not clear how much magic they were using against the little girl. Even taking into account the fact that it was just a game, Hen considered the actions of the priests to be simply unacceptable because they were directed towards the child. The boy waited until the priest left the room, and it was safe for him to leave the closet and approach the girl. Hen approached her and tried to wake her up because she was in a deep sleep. The young man noticed that the girl's condition had worsened because she had been placed in too much of an abnormal status. The boy decided to use his preserved artifacts and help the girl as much as he could. Hen took out an elixir from his stocks and told the girl to drink it, hoping that it would help her regain consciousness. The elixir began to work on the child, and it was as if her consciousness was beginning to manifest itself, and now it was possible to talk to her about something. Hen was sincerely happy that the elixir had worked, and he thought that it could not have been otherwise, because the item was very valuable. The first thing the boy decided to do was to free the girl from the shackles that chained her to the chair. After a short time, Hen managed to cut the chain, and the girl's leg was free. Suddenly, the girl seemed to regain her strength and said words of gratitude to the young man for trying to save her. Hen tried to ask the girl to be quiet because he realized that at any moment one of the priests would come to the room. The girl looked at the boy carefully and decided to ask him if he had any food. The young man immediately remembered that he had a piece of bread that was given to everyone at the very beginning of the character creation, and the girl asked how much it cost. Hen replied that the bread cost 10 gold pieces, and the girl seemed to be trying to find money in her pockets to buy food for herself from the young man. The girl was embarrassed and told the boy that she had no money, and Hen thought it was understandable because it was unlikely that a child who was locked in a room could have any money. The young man offered the girl an exchange. He would give her bread and she could give him, for example, her necklace. The girl exhaled heavily and said that she could not give the necklace to the boy, and he could not take it away from her. Hen gave the girl this bread without paying for it, and told her that she would give it back later, and thought that if she was clinging to the necklace so desperately, it was really important to her. While the girl was eating, Hen asked her name, and she immediately replied that she was Louise, and he could call her that. The boy thought that he had never heard this name before, neither in the old nor in the new game, and her name sounded like she was some kind of noblewoman. Suddenly, Hen remembered that he had to complete the quest for which he had come to this strange place. The young man's main task turned out to be to save Louise, and Hen was very surprised by this, because the girl looked like a supporting character. The boy immediately asked the girl if she wanted to leave this place, and Louisa could not believe that the young man would help her with. Louise began to cry, and asked if Hen was really going to help her, so that she could leave this horrible place. The boy tried to comfort the girl, and she in turn thanked him for helping her. Hen told Louise that he would definitely help her get out, because he still had some free time, and he immediately thought that the girl's way of speaking was strange, but definitely no stranger than the whole situation he was in. The guy thought that he would help a small child even if he did not have such a task. The young man took the girl in his arms and jumped out of the window in the room where Louisa had been staying until then. Hen thought about the fact that it was night and there was no one on the street, which made it possible to escape without a trace. Looking around, the boy realized that this was not like the rest of the world. Suddenly, the young man heard a voice behind him, saying to the girl that she really thought that no one could find her in the dark. The young man immediately began to look around, but there was no one around, and it seemed very strange to him. Hen immediately thought he was imagining things, but he definitely felt someone's eyes on him, and wondered if he was imagining things or not. Suddenly, the boy asked her how fast she was running, and the girl asked if he was talking to her or someone else. He said that of course he was talking to her because there was no one else around, and Louise said that she could use the magic of the wind, and thought that she would be able to move fast enough. The boy put the girl on the floor and said that now it was time to run as fast as possible. Hen watched Louise with admiration and thought that the girl could keep up with him even without magic. The young man realized that Louisa had enough strength and he was only worrying about it in vain. But there was one problem. They had been running for more than 10 minutes and were still not as far from the temple as they would have liked. Suddenly, the boy shouted to the girl to stop for a minute because he thought there was a barrier in front of them. Hen started to say that something was wrong, and he had a feeling that they were running in circles, and Louise confirmed his guess. The boy said that it seemed to him that this road was endless, and the girl decided to ask where they had to go to be saved. Suddenly, the young man noticed that some light seemed to be coming from the temple, and he thought that the priests had noticed the girl's disappearance, and, as if through a dream, heard Louise's voice telling him to open his eyes. The girl pointed to the side and said that there was a forest, and the road appeared right in front of them. He said that they should go there, and at the same moment, he thought that a path that had not been there before suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and the young man was surprised because he had a feeling that someone was helping them. And Louise quickly ran toward the forest, and the young man decided to ask if the girl knew the way to where they needed to run, but she did not understand which way she should know. The boy saw the Lacatra castle and noted that it was the closest one, and the young man decided that they should go there. The road was not very far, but it ran through the forest. Just as Hen was beginning to think about whether he and Louise would be able to go unnoticed, someone started attacking them. The girl did not want to believe that as soon as she had a chance to free herself, obstacles would appear on her way again, and she might find herself in chains again right now. After the surprise attack, Louise fell to the ground, and Hen rushed to her side to make sure she was okay. The boyfriend tried to calm her down, because they definitely didn't need panic in this situation, because they had to figure out how to get rid of the pursuers. Hen barely managed to prevent the strike of the pursuers, and he realized that the skill level of these unknowns was too high because the speed of the attack was extremely high. When the young man saw that there were two opponents, he realized that he would not be able to win this battle, and at the same time, tried to bring Louise to her senses, who was very frightened. Hen prepared for the battle and told the girl that they had no time to rest because the threat was more than real. The guy told Louisa to run as fast as possible and immediately used his sword skills, after which he gave the girl the command to run away. The pursuers of the boy and girl could not repel the attack made by Hyun because it was extremely strong and powerful. The young man shouted to Louisa that while their opponents were not seeing anything, they could escape very quickly, and the girl obeyed the boy because they had no other plan. Hen realized that their enemies would not give up so easily, and he was right. In a moment, they were already hurrying to catch up with the boy and the girl. One of the enemies quickly approached Hen and struck him with a strong blow that he did not expect. The young man realized that he was about to enter a difficult battle, so he told the girl to ignore everything and just run forward. Hen realized that their strength was running out and they needed urgent help, and he knew how to solve this problem. He asked Louise to give him her soul, but the girl did not understand what it meant for her and whether she should do it at all. She was hesitant because it was the first time she had seen someone move into her body. But Hen started talking about how there was no other choice now. If they didn't do it, they would just die. Louise realized that there was no time for long deliberation, so she told him that she trusted him with her soul and pressed the right button. Now, Hen could use the assimilation skill on Louise because it was the only chance to save them both. The girl was very nervous, but Hen was confident in his actions because he had already successfully assimilated Ain's body. When the young man found himself in Louise's body, he realized that she had no attack skill, but he tried to stay calm because he had a backup plan. Hen thought that if he and Louise were in different places, he would worry about the girl's health and life, and this would only create unnecessary problems, and he managed to avoid these unnecessary worries thanks to assimilation. Thanks to Louise's skills, he was able to avoid attacks very easily, despite the fact that he did not have the skills to strike back. But the young man realized that they would not last long if nothing was changed, because the girl's strength would quickly run out at this rate. And before that happens, Hen decided to teach their pursuers a lesson, so that they would regret attacking them. Suddenly, the guy noticed that the enemies slowed down a bit and realized that it was the right time to strike. The enemy looked at the girl closely, and suddenly, very strange things began to happen before their eyes. At that moment, Hen broke free of assimilation and hurried to deliver a powerful blow that his opponents could not dodge. The boy looked closely into the eyes of the attackers and smilingly said that they would not be able to get through and grab the girl. The stunned attackers did not understand how to act, but they knew exactly what to do. However, Hen was able to orient himself in time and use his second-by-second absorption skill to defend himself from the blows. The opponents did not expect such resistance from the young man, and at that moment, Hen hurried to launch a decisive attack. One of the attackers was dealt with, and now the young man was trying to figure out how to deal with the second. The second pursuer was standing nearby, holding what looked like a bomb, and preparing to throw it at the boy and girl. But in the end, it turned out to be a flare that the enemy had launched on the other side of the break, and Hen thought that there would probably be a lot of people in that place soon. Until this happened, the boy and girl had at least some time to rest, because their strength was almost gone. Hen was thinking about how they could get to Lecatre Castle as soon as possible, and at that moment Louise said that she shouldn't be exposed to the sun. She began to tell us that she was wearing a special tracking magic that makes the girl's magic power shine when she is in the sunlight, and added that they needed to find a place where no rays penetrate before dawn. Hearing this, Hen got up and told Louise that they had to hurry and would have to change their destination. The girl asked what it meant that they would not get to Lecatre Castle, and the boy replied that the plans had changed and they were not allowed to enter the city. Hen thought that it was probably not Louise who had been branded with light, a unique skill that some non-game characters like angels have access to, but he didn't understand why it would be used on a child. At that moment, the boy decided that they should find a place where not a single ray of sunlight could reach them, and after a while they found themselves inside a dungeon. When Hen told the girl that they had to go to the dungeon, she was scared, but he convinced her because it was a place to hide from the sun. Hen and Louise had to travel a long way, and when they finally got to the right place, the girl fell asleep very quickly because she was so tired. While they were running away from the pursuers, the objectives of the task changed, and now the young man had to take the girl to the nearest town. And at that moment, Hen began to wonder whether he should complete this quest at all. The guy left the game to rest, and at that moment, a man named Kwang Dae-ho, who was the game's development director, noticed that the game's cause and effect relationship was severely reduced, and he realized that they couldn't fix it. The man analyzed that the course of the game's main story began to change due to someone else's intervention, because the number of people, the atmosphere, religion, economy, and language history all influenced the game. He tried to understand what exactly had happened, and at that moment, Marie Lev entered his office and reported that they had found the cause of the changes. Kwang Dae-ho asked if they had really managed to find out what had happened, and added that he had asked to knock before entering his office, and the woman apologized for her haste. She said that she was sure that the failure was due to one user, and the director thought it was simply impossible, so Marie Lev suggested that he look into it himself. Kwang Dae-ho was sure that he was seeing an NPC character on the screen, but the woman pointed out that it was actually a guy who was leading the girl and showed him Hyun. The development director said that it was really interesting and said that he had to find out all the details. After analyzing everything, Kwang Dae-ho concluded that they would not be able to run the update and would have to wait until the quest the guy was on was complete. Marie Lev was surprised because it meant that they had to postpone the release date of the update, but the director disagreed and asked why they should postpone something for later, since they had signed contract. The man started to get angry and said that the control center should do everything to make the release date of the update coincide with the completion of the user's quest. Kwang Dae-ho realized that his team would not do anything on their own, so he decided to help them and do everything they needed himself. After a while, Hen returned to the game, and Louise started asking where he had been all this time, because she thought he had dumped her. But the young man tried to reassure her and said that he was just resting a bit. It was Monday morning, and Seo Hyun was at home and wanted to check on his attendance at the university and then get back into the game. But passing by the computer, the boy saw on the screen that Louise had already woken up and decided that he would have to skip class because he could not leave her alone in the dungeon. The young man didn't know if he was doing the right thing, but despite the fact that the girl was an artificial intelligence, she looked like a real child, and Hen realized that it would be difficult for her to take care of herself. After a while, the boy and the girl went deeper into the dungeon to make sure they were safe. Louise said she didn't like this place and asked if they could leave, but Hen said they shouldn't go anywhere yet because he was not sure that the pursuers who were hunting them would not return. The girl was very scared that she could still be followed because the enemies were too strong, and most likely they already realized that Hen and Louise had hidden in the dungeon. But the guy immediately reassured Louise and said that no one knows this place better than him, and the girl trusted the young man. Louise suddenly realized that she hadn't known the guy's name until now, and asked if he could introduce himself. The young man smiled and said that his name was Hen and she could call him that. The boy decided to ask the girl if she always talks like this, and Louise asked what was wrong with her speech, to which Hen said that her pronunciation was a bit strange. I was thinking that nowadays, noble women don't speak like girls and build sentences in a completely different way. Louise said that it was a habit she had since childhood, and the boy did not ask anything else about the girl's features. Suddenly, Louise stopped and said that she had a bad feeling, but she didn't understand why. The girl asked Heng if he was sure they were on the right path, and the young man replied that he knew exactly where they needed to go. The young man pointed to a place a little higher up and said they needed to go there, but Louise didn't understand how they were supposed to get so high up because there was no direct way. The boy started asking Louise if she knew anything about centrifugal force, and realizing that she had never heard of it before, he explained that this cave was cylindrical, and they could get to the top using centrifugal force. Hen used assimilation and was ready to overcome the path to get to the top of the mountain, but the girl was very afraid and did not want to do it. She shouted that she couldn't get there by jumping, and added that she felt like she was possessed by a demon up to her neck, and Hen immediately joked, asking who she was calling a demon. The young man did not waste any time and began to control the girl's body, pushed off the ground and began to move upward, while Louise screamed that they would fall. Hen tried to calm Louise down and explained that centrifugal force occurs when you move fast, and if you slow down, you will fall, which is why the young man increased his speed with magic and added that if you understand how it works, it is not difficult to reach. Very quickly, the boy and girl managed to get to the right place, after which the young man left Louise's body and she fell to the ground, saying that the world seemed to be spinning around her. Suddenly, she started talking about her body returning to normal and added that she had felt this way last time, but it still felt strange. I told the girl that if she had already rested, it was time to get up, and she asked if it was really time to go, and I replied that it was not, because if they left right now, they would fall into a trap. The guy said that they needed to do some preparations first to avoid getting into trouble, and then Hen and Louise approached a door that did not match the dungeon's atmosphere. The girl did not know where this door led and what was behind it, but she was extremely curious. Hyun opened the door to the room they had arrived at, and the girl and the boy were able to enter. Louise was simply delighted when she saw everything in the room because she had never seen anything like it before. The young man was happy that he had managed to find this room, which was actually a secret shop inside the dungeon, and it was not at all different from the one in the old game. Hen thought that this was a secret place that most players didn't even know about, and hoped that he would be able to find exactly what he needed. It was a well-protected store where monsters could not get to and where you could buy a variety of rare items. The girl was too active and made it difficult for the young man to concentrate, so he asked if Louisa was hungry. Hen bought food for her, and now the girl was busy, and the boy could look for the goods he needed. The guy reasoned that they were being followed by more than one killer, and they would not be able to deal with them alone, so they had to prepare for a confrontation. Suddenly, Hen said that he had completed everything he had planned, but Louise did not understand what he was talking about. The boy told the girl to get ready because they had to leave the dungeon, and added that they had to leave at night so that they could not be found. There was still time left before nightfall, and Hen and Louise had the opportunity to get some rest. When the time came, Hen assimilated into the girl's body, and they set off on their journey. The boy constantly reminded the girl to follow the plan, and if everything went well, she would be free. Suddenly, Louise started asking Heng if he was okay, and the young man replied that she shouldn't worry about it because he was just a user. I-Girl began to realize that after his task was completed, she would be left alone, and Hen would not be able to stay with her for long. The young man said that unfortunately it was impossible, and Louise apologized for asking the boy for something he could not do. He thought that if the girl survived, they might meet again, but he could not promise anything. Hen told Louise that very soon there will be an update to the game with the main story, which will mean that they won't be able to see her for the next 5 years. The girl was very upset, and at some point she approached the steps leading to the exit from the dungeon. Louise began to climb them. It seemed to her that they would never end, and Hen said that there could be many traps in this place, so the girl should be careful. Suddenly, bombs started falling from the mountain to prevent the girl from getting to the exit. Louise didn't know what to do, and Hen shouted at her to take care of herself and try to avoid danger. These bombs started falling for a reason, because the pursuers of Hen and Louise were standing above, trying to catch them in the forest. They managed to track the girl and wait for her to try to leave the dungeon. Let him realize that Louise could not cope on her own, and that he had to take matters into his own hands. The guy said that he would not be able to block these bombs, and that they urgently needed to put the plan they had discussed earlier into action. The girl saw that there were so many enemies and started to panic, but Hen calmed her down and told her to concentrate. The young man asked if Louise could see the fulcrum, and added that she should step on it because it was the trigger that would bring down the steps. The girl did everything as Hen said, and it didn't take long for the steps to collapse, and the enemies were confused as they didn't know what to do next. When the ladder was destroyed, the guy said that he would block the attacks from the back, and Louise should move very quickly and follow their plan. The girl thought that she would not be able to stay with Hen all the time, so she had to do everything herself and try to make it work. The guy noticed that the enemies were approaching very quickly and realized that they would be attacked again. Hin told Louise that the pursuers were close, and the girl pushed back hard and increased her speed and managed to get away from the offenders. The boy told the girl to press down on the floor because he had some ideas for further action. Suddenly, the arrow trap went off, and he told Louise that it was time to jump. Among the hundreds of items in the secret store, Hen was looking for only one thing that might be needed when the arrow trap is activated. It was an executioner's ring, which allowed all arrows to be directed in a different direction and sent where the owner of this artifact needed them to go. And right now, it's time to use this ring to stop the enemy and be able to run away as far as possible. The arrows began to turn and shoot directly at the girl's pursuers, preventing them from moving on. But using the executioner's ring, Hen could not create the Sword of Incarnation, and so he had to act extremely quickly. After Louisa was in a more or less safe place, the guy managed to use his embodiment skill. The girl was confused and asked if she was really still alive, but the young man said that there was no time for talk, and Louise had to get ready very quickly and continue with the plan. The enemies were watching what was happening and did not know what to expect next, and whether they would be able to catch up with the girl. At this point, Hen told Louise that she should lower her hand and point the sword down, and the girl did as the young man said. This created a powerful force that pushed Louise to the surface, and she finally found herself outside the dungeon. After that, the girl fell to the floor and was no longer in danger of being attacked by her pursuers in the dilapidated dungeon. Immediately afterwards, Hen left the girl's body, and Louise asked if they had managed to do everything as they had planned the day before. The young man stood staring into the dungeon and waited to see if any of the enemies would manage to get out alive. The guy said that he had done better than expected and told Louisa to go without him and he would cover her. Their plan was for Louise to get out of the dungeon and run away, while Hen would hold off the pursuers. The guy managed to kill one offender with his magic blade and stun the others, and his level increased. Hen told Louise to hurry up and find a place where she could hide from the sun, and the girl listened to the young man. She told him that she would be leaving and began to move towards the forest through which they had to pass. But suddenly she stopped and wanted to say something to the boy about her experiences and feelings. The young man started shouting at the girl that she did not understand what was really happening, and again ordered her to leave immediately. Louise was very upset and thought that Hen was ready to give his life for her, and now they would not be able to see him for 5 years. The boy knew that he could not do anything at the moment, because he had to restrain the enemies who wanted to take the girl's life. Louise said that in 5 years, she wants to meet him in the same bench in the dungeon where they were hiding. Hen smiled and thought about the fact that he was risking his life for a little girl from the NPCs, something he would never have thought of before. The enemies were already getting very close to the guy, and he could not believe that he would join the fight and try to complete the quest for which he would not even receive any reward. Hen was worried whether Louise had taken off the ring, because if she had forgotten about it, she could be in danger. The young man tried to put all unnecessary thoughts aside because he needed to focus on fighting an extremely strong opponent. Louise ran as hard as she could because she knew she couldn't let Hen down and realized that at this very moment, he was continuing to protect her by fighting her pursuers. The girl ran and kept repeating the same thing through her tears, hoping that in 5 years she and the boy would be able to meet. Louise had been running for hours, but still couldn't find a place to hide from the sun. The girl kept running because she realized that she could not let Hen, who had sacrificed his life for her, down. Suddenly, she saw light and could not believe that she had not been able to find shelter because the sun was already rising. Suddenly, Louise saw a black sun in front of her and could not believe her eyes, and thought it was just some kind of hallucination or she was just in a dream. This light seemed both very warm and soothing, and she started to fall asleep, but thought that she couldn't stop and had to keep going. Seo Hyun failed to save his life in the confrontation with Louise's pursuers, and therefore could not enter the game for 48 hours. The young man hoped that the girl still managed to escape, because he used all possible attacks to buy more time when he received a notification. He immediately decided to read it, and the notification said that almost all the players were in battles in the arena. Hinu texted Ain to say that she was back and asked if he wanted to join the game, but the young man told her that he would not be able to come in for a while, so she decided to wait for him and take part in the battle in the arena. Ain thought that if Hyun couldn't come to the game that day, she should do something interesting. She was very surprised that there were so many people near the arena and everyone wanted to take part in the fights. Ain entered the arena and decided that she would not leave the battlefield until she had defeated everyone there. In a very short period of time, the girl managed to win 10 victories in a row and quickly moved up the ranking table. The girl was thinking about how in the last game, she had to wait a long time for the system to find her opponent. But here there were so many people that she didn't have to wait even 5 seconds. Ain was rewarded with the skill Aura of Determination, and its effect was supposed to last until the girl was defeated. But during the effect, all characteristics dropped in exchange for receiving a double reward. The girl immediately thought that if there was a reward in the form of combat coin, there must be a combat shop. Ain decided without hesitation that she needed to go back to the arena lobby and check out what she could buy for herself in the shop. The girl immediately decided to ask about a specific item she wanted to buy, and the saleswoman immediately showed her the item in stock. The woman said that this item could be bought by reaching the level of Grandmaster and announced its cost in combat coin. And when he heard how much it cost, he was very surprised because it was too expensive. The girl was comparing her achievements in the previous game and the new one, and had never thought that this item was so expensive. Still, Ain really wanted to buy this thing because it would allow her to show off her advantage. The girl decided that she would definitely buy this item, and for this, she needed to earn a lot of money by winning battles in the arena. All the players in the arena lobby were stunned to see the aura because it was the first time they had seen such a color. Ain continued to work on becoming a Grandmaster as soon as possible and still get the things she really wanted. She couldn't calm down because she didn't want to give up on her desires and decided to continue fighting in the arena and earning battle coins. One girl in the arena lobby noticed Ain and asked her friend if she was a dark. Ain didn't pay attention to anyone and just waited for the system to select the next opponent for her to compete with. Suddenly, right in front of the eyes of the boy and the girl who thought that Ain was a dark priest, the girl simply disappeared from the chair. The boy and the girl thought that Ain was a dark priest and an NPC player, but it turned out not to be the case, and the girl was a regular user. Ain found herself on the battlefield and thought that she was very close to the title of Grandmaster and needed to get rid of her opponent as soon as possible. Finally, the girl faced her opponent, who was not a weakling, which surprised Ain. The girl was surprised because the guy had a green aura, which meant that he had won many victories in a row. Ain watched her opponent closely, and at some point it seemed to her that they were very similar. The fight started, and the guy quickly began to approach the girl to strike her with a powerful blow. Ain managed to dodge the attack, but she became very curious because he acted very much like her. While the girl was wondering whether the enemy would be able to harm her, he struck again, but she managed to dodge it at the last moment. She saw their resemblance to the boy and realized that he used the same technique as she did during duels. Ain thought that in reality it was simply impossible to move like that, and she had never seen anyone try to repeat it, and the longer the fight went on, the more similarities she noticed. She was very interested in fighting such an opponent because it was extremely important for her to defeat him. Each time he managed to win without putting in too much effort. He was happy because even without much experience in duels, he received the title of Master and could continue to earn battle coin. His secret was that every day he studied Ain's movements and practiced them to win in the arena. He believed that if he tried hard, he could become a grandmaster very soon, but he did not expect to see her in front of him. The young man, like everyone else, believed that Ain was an NPC player, so he did not expect to have to fight the girl, and now he did not know whether he could win. I unobtrusively decided to ask if the young man was playing an old game, but the boy was definitely not expecting such a question, and even asked again. After that, he gathered his thoughts and replied that he had never played before and had started playing the new game not so long ago. I was surprised because the young man was showing himself well. As a devoted fan of the girl, the guy asked if he could send her a friend request, but Ain was definitely not interested. And she added that if he won, then she could try. The girl was surprised because the guy moved almost exactly like her and wanted to be friends with her. The young man Ain was to fight was named Frectus, and he wanted to win because he considered the girl to be one of the strongest players in the game. Ain didn't want to make any friends among the boys except for Hen, so she hurriedly struck a powerful blow to Frectus. The young man could not believe that the girl managed to dodge all the attacks he tried to inflict on her and also attacked. The guy had a feeling that Ain had just predicted all his moves, and he realized that if he continued like this, he would not be able to win. The girl carefully analyzed all the movements of Frectus and thought that he definitely lacked experience in battle. Suddenly, Ain asked the boy if he really thought that if he became faster, he would be able to win, and the young man was very surprised because she seemed to read his thoughts. The girl smiled and told Frectus to attack, and thought about being generous and showing the guy a masterclass. The young man did not know what Ain was up to, but he definitely did not want to lose, even though he realized that it was unlikely that he would win. Frectus gathered his thoughts and began to attack the girl, hoping that he would be able to land at least one blow. At one point, he managed to get close to Ain and was preparing to strike, but things didn't go according to his plan. The girl seemed to sense when the young man was near and quickly dodged him, preventing him from harming her. Ain seemed to be mocking the boy and asking if he had succeeded in his plans, and Frectus realized that he had no chance of defeating her. But the guy wasn't going to give up and decided to try to attack again. But the girl managed to strike, and once again the victory was in her hands because the young man was clearly not up to Ain's level. The guy was lying on the floor exhausted and did not understand how this could happen, but Ain knew for sure that she would not give her victory to anyone. The young man reflected on how he tried to repeat all the steps of the girl, but she just caught him, and he was unable to learn her technique. Ain thought that this guy was one of the most interesting opponents of the day. At this time, all the players in the arena lobby were only discussing Ain and her victory. One of the participants even broadcasted live because he thought he could beat the girl because he had a good level of skills, but he failed. Ain, in turn, did not stop and continued to fight to buy her dream item in a combat store. At this time, the members of the Dark Pious Guild were watching the battles in the arena and talking about how this girl could not be the boss who defeated them during the quest, even though she looked very similar. The XL Guildmaster said that this girl was really good at fighting, but her style was very different from the boss's moves in the quest. The guild members were trying to figure out if this girl was the one, because they really wanted to invite her to join their team. Madeline began to say that the girl looked very similar, but her movements and fighting style were slightly different. The XL Guildmaster tried to analyze and recall everything he had seen during the quest, and understand whether the girl was really the Dark Priest. Ayan was actually the same boss, but she was missing Heng, who was in the girl's body at the time, and they fought as a team, which is why the girl's movements were different from those seen by the Dark Guild members. The guild meeting ended with them deciding to meet in person with the user under the nickname Ain, and Pius went to meet him. This choice of guild was not an easy one, as not many of them had experience in the arena, and Pius had at least the rank of master. The girl tried to refuse to the last, but Reyna said that she was the only one who had such a high level, and would be able to quickly deal with Ain in battle. No persuasion worked, and Pius stood her ground and did not want to fight with the girl. But later she agreed and went to the arena, thinking that it was not difficult for her to reach the level of Grandmaster, and she even once ranked 9th in the world ranking. As soon as she received the title of Master, she immediately wanted to meet a player with the nickname Ain in battle, but the system did not allow them to meet in the arena. Pius was even tired of participating in these fights and wanted to just leave, but she couldn't help but wait for Ain. The girl wrote a message to Reyna to check where Ain was currently standing and to see if there were any ways to get into the battlefield with her. Pius pressed the distribution button, and the system took her to the battle location, which surprised her a bit because she found herself in the middle of a snowy expanse. She thought that this time she had managed to get into a fight with Ain, and she was right. Pius immediately informed Rain that she had managed to get to the fight with Ain and told the guild's vice leader to immediately turn on the live broadcast. Meanwhile, The guild turned on the live stream, and everyone was watching to see who would win. Ayin watched her opponent because she did not know exactly how the girl would fight and what skills she had. Suddenly, Ain asked if they had met before, and the XL Guildmaster thought that this was definitely the Dark Priest. He immediately told Pius to talk to Ain and tell her that she didn't want to fight and to get down to the business they were looking for her for. And Pius did just that. She began to tell Ain that she had come to the arena not to fight, but to talk to her. Ain was not very happy about this and asked what exactly the girl wanted to talk to her about. Pius looked at Ain and decided to ask her what her current skill level was. Ain said that she was at the 67th level, but she didn't understand why the girl needed this information and what she wanted from her. Pius and the rest of the guild did not believe Ain's words, and Reyna shouted for the girl to test the veracity of Ain's words in battle. At some point, Ain became very sad and decided to ask why Pius did not believe her. Pius asked if it was really her who fought their guild in the mountains, and added that it was impossible that such a strong player was only at level 67. Ain calmly replied that she could, confirming that it was her, during the quest in the Caliphor Mountain. The XL Guildmaster thought that Pius was talking too much and not to the point, because he really wanted Ain to join their team. When Ain heard what level of skill the girl had, she wanted to defeat her immediately and prove that not everything depends on the level. Ain asked Pius if she really wanted to invite her to join their guild, and she said that she did, but Ain added that it was not a good idea. Pius tried their best to convince Ain to join them and told her that she could take any position in their guild and all the unique items would be available to her. Aeon said she didn't want to join them because they were too weak, despite being considered one of the strongest guilds. She added that their guild is just another bunch of idiots who want to seem better than they really are. Pius tried to convince the girl and said that Ain had completed a large number of quests and achieved a lot, and it would be wrong to stop there. But Ain stood her ground and wasn't going to join the guild because she was already in a team with Hen. Ain asked Pius if she was ready to fight her right now, and added that she was only level 67 and her skills were reduced by her aura. Pius was annoyed that the girl was behaving like that, and said that she wanted to fight her anyway. Ain stopped and said that in that case she could not deny Pius a fair fight. And looking at the girl carefully, she said that this time her victory would be even sweeter than before. Pius understood that the fight would be difficult, but she was not going to lay down her arms and give the victory to Ain just like that. The battle began, and the fighters simultaneously moved toward each other, hoping to strike the enemy. The vice leader of the guild, Dark Reyna, was very worried about Pius and said that the girl must defeat Ain because she no longer liked her because of her arrogance. The XL Guildmaster thought that on the one hand, Pius and Reyna were right about Ain, but on the other hand, the girl was a very strong fighter, which was lacking in the Dark Guild. All the guild members were closely watching the battle, and no one was left worried about their colleague. At one point, Pius couldn't stand and fell to her knees, and the guild members realized that Ain was telling the truth, and that she had managed to defeat their guild during the quest. Ain has once again won, and proved that the level of skill is not important at all, but practice and skills are. The girl thought that Pius was fighting quite well, and at some point she even started to worry a little. After her defeat, Pius returned to the arena hall where all the participants who wanted to take part in the fights were. The girl was angry with herself because her opponent had an aura of determination and in addition, had lowered characteristics. And even this did not help her win Ain. Belt was on her knees in the middle of the hall, unable to recover from her shameful defeat for the second time in the battle with Ain. Ain finally managed to earn the necessary amount of battle coins and was able to buy what she needed at the store. The girl rejoiced like a little child who had been given a toy and was overjoyed that she had managed to raise the money. Ain thought that thanks to a series of wins, she had managed to accumulate coins faster than she expected, and Hyun would be surprised when he found out what she had bought. The girl purchased a celestial bond ring that was intended for a soul partner. Ain thought that all that was left was to collect as many coins as possible before the winning streak was interrupted and have time to buy another one for Hen. Finally, So-hyun waited until he could rejoin the game and didn't wait a minute, but went right in to check if anything had changed. At this time, a young man named Tartar also decided to take part in the arena fights, and Ain was chosen as his opponent, and so the boys' adventures ended very quickly. The game was updated, and now 5 years had passed in virtual reality, and Hen was very curious about what had changed in this world. He launched the game, and the story began with the fact that from the beginning of time, there were only heaven and the abyss. They fought with each other and eventually decided to divide everything in half. The heavens received ice and electricity from the outside of the earth, so cold clouds hung in the sky. And from time to time, lightning flashed from the abyss that reached the rest of the earth with fire and air. The heavens and the abyss shared their power with the pure, through whom they ruled the world, and one day a man appeared on Earth. Hen watched closely and admired the quality of the game, as it was simply outstanding and very well detailed. The man who first appeared prevailed over his instincts and was interested in both the heavens and the abyss, but most of humanity looked to the heavens and only a small part to the abyss. And that's why people lived on the surface of the earth, which belonged to the heavens. The abyss didn't like that it couldn't attract people's attention and decided to invade the earth. At the suggestion of the abyss, the pure appeared on the territory of the heavens, and the heavens tried to put an end to the evil actions of the enemy, but the abyss still managed to get to the surface of the earth. And then the peace was destroyed, and the forces of the earth split into two camps, one fighting on the side of heaven, and the other on the side of the abyss. After watching this story, Hen was finally in the game and could continue to explore this world. The boy thought that the story he had just watched depicted an abyss, and he thought it looked like him and Louise. The young man could not understand how this could be possible and whether he was really helping the abyss to the surface. He decided to open his messages and was very surprised to see that he had a lot of unread notifications. He received a notification that the quest was complete and thought that Louise had managed to escape and that all the changes in his account were the consequences of saving the girl. Hen thought about how he had no idea that the quest he was completing and the updates were connected, and decided to find out what was going on here first. Suddenly, he remembered that he hadn't done one thing he had promised Louisa, namely to meet her after 5 years of gaming. So, Hen hurried to meet the girl and thought he could ask her about the current situation. The young man entered the secret shop in the dungeon and thought that for him, only 48 hours of real life had passed, while for Louise, it had been 5 years, and she must have grown up a lot in that time. But when he looked around the store, he realized that the girl was not there, and he did not understand why. He began to worry that something might have gone wrong, and Louise might not have been able to escape from the pursuers who were hunting her. On the table, Hen noticed the ring and coat he had lent Louise during their last meeting, and a letter lying next to them. The young man read this message from the girl and realized that she was fine, because she just had to go to some distant place. Louise wrote in her letter that she could not write well, but she had to leave a message for her boyfriend and left the things he gave her. The girl said that if Hen's words were true, then in many years, no one would come to this place, and she would no longer have a place to hide what she wanted to give to the young man. Louise wrote about herself that for some reason this world began to perceive her as a threat. The Holy Kingdom sent many hints so that she could not move freely even after sunset. And it was with this in mind that the girl wrote that she missed the young man and was looking forward to their meeting. Louise wrote that sometimes she thinks about her life, but does not remember anything from her childhood. All the girl remembered was the time she spent with Hen. She had so much fun that she could forget about her pursuers for a while. Louise wrote that she misses her boyfriend very much and wants to meet him, even though she realizes that it is unlikely to happen. But still, at the end of the letter, she wrote that if Hen finds time, he should definitely come to her. But the problem was that the girl could not point out the place where she was going because she did not know where she would end up. Han read the letter and found a quest in his account that says he has to find Louise, but if the girl's death is confirmed, he will not be able to complete the task. The young man realized that it would be very difficult to find the girl in such a big world, but in the end, they must meet one day if she is alive, and Hen accepted the quest. Suddenly, something strange started happening to the guy, and he did not understand what it was. His power was automatically determined, and the young man thought that in this case, he would be able to enter the heavenly pulpit or visit the sacred lands. Hen realized that it was all because Louise was mistaken for a demon, and the young man wondered if at the end of the quest, this misunderstanding would be resolved, or if he would be able to change his power. The guy thought that, judging by the fact that this is the main quest, Louise is clearly a significant figure in this world, and now Hen will belong to the abyss for some time. The young man analyzed that from now on, the territory is divided into the land of heaven and the abyss, but looking at the background, one can understand that the latter is better to avoid. The Dark Guild also had a choice to choose heaven or the abyss, and most members chose the side of heaven. But Medea said that she was personally more attracted to the abyss and added that this was her personal opinion. The master of the XL Guild asked what the reason for this choice was, because he realized that it was not just a girl's whim. Medea looked at all the guild members carefully and said that there were certainly reasons to choose the abyss. The girl began to explain that this choice was made because of awards and achievements, and added that she was generally called an achievement monster. And Made decided to show her colleagues her account, and added that she got great results because she was good at it. The guildmaster understood what was going on, and said that by the end of the game, it was more difficult to level up and get rewards and achievements. She added that this means that players who want to become the best will definitely choose the side of the abyss. XL said that everything has been decided, and basically, there is a guild that will focus on the heavenly forces, but some players will be able to choose the side of the abyss, and the main one will be Made. Reina clearly did not like this turn of events, and at some point she even became afraid because they were going to cover both sides. Pius was convinced that they were doing the right thing, and that this way they would have the opportunity to keep an eye on some of the best players like Ain. Medea didn't know for sure, but she believed that these players would most likely choose the side of heaven. The player who was in first place in the ranking did not hesitate to choose the side of the abyss. Emperor Carlos began his speech by saying that until the abyss completely disappeared, he would support all the allies of heaven. The emperor also promised to help all the users who believed in the powers of heaven, and he did not want them to suffer from the threat of the abyss. Almost all human forces were united and joined the side of heaven, and because of this, great changes took place, and access to the Street of Knights in the capital of the empire appeared, although it was previously closed to everyone. On Knight Street, there was an opportunity to complete NPC tasks and pump various skills and complete quests, and this place was called the Heavenly Academy. Suddenly, on the Street of Knights, a man saw the player and was surprised because of his extraordinary form. On this player's hand was an image of a celestial rune that the man had never seen before. And this player was a girl named Ain, who was in the Street of Knights, or the Heavenly Academy. A few hours before Ain left for the Celestial Academy, she met up in the forest with Heng, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. The young man immediately noticed that the girl was upset and began to ask what was wrong with her and whether she was in pain, but Ain immediately replied that her winning streak had just been interrupted. The guy immediately asked her how many victories she had, and she replied that she had about 60. Hen was very surprised and decided to ask what level Ain had, and she said that she was a grandmaster. Ain immediately asked what the young man's plans were and whether he was going to qualify for the sky test, and if so, he needed to raise his level in the arena as well. But the guy immediately said that he didn't need it because he had chosen the side of the abyss, and Ain, hearing this, immediately replied that in that case, she would also choose this path. Hai immediately told the girl that she could choose the side of heaven, but Ain did not understand why, and the boy began to say that he would play for the abyss and she for heaven. But Ain still didn't understand what Hyun's plan was, and so she tried to figure out how they could stay on the team if they played on different sides. The young man began to say that the fact that they would be playing on different sides of the barricades did not mean the end of their partnership, and that he had accidentally stepped into the abyss, but that he would be able to help Ain on the side of heaven. The girl still did not fully understand how the guy could help her if they played for different forces, and Hen began to explain to Ain how they could do this, and suggested that they come up with an interesting story. Ain went to the Celestial Academy, and at the entrance the priest saw her symbol, and was surprised because Celestials were not pure, but were above humans, and no one could become one. At that moment, Ain was not alone. Heng had assimilated and stayed in the girl's body to be able to get inside the Celestial Academy. The girl realized that the priest did not want to let her through, and began to say that she had an idea why her celestial mark looked a little different. She began to tell the story that once she had to run away from monsters who were very strong, and she could not cope with them, and at that moment a man suddenly appeared and destroyed them all with one wave of his hand. The girl added that she did not remember well, but it was like an ice vortex, and after that, thousands of ice fragments appeared on the spot. When the priest heard this story, he could not believe that the girl had managed to meet the Celestial, and he immediately asked what the man had said to her. Ain continued and said that her husband saw potential in her and said he wanted to take her with him, but she refused because she had a lot to do. She added that the man said he would wait for her and come back for her later, and the girl agreed. And then suddenly he touched her head, and Ain felt as if she had felt alien energy. The girl said that she felt a strong trembling throughout her body, and when she came to, her husband was gone. And Ain assumed that maybe then this man drew a rune on her arm to remind her that he would come for her. The priest listened attentively to the girl's story and said that now he finally understood how Ain had gotten the mark of the Celestial. He immediately told one of the knights that Ain was a user who had received the blessing of a Celestial and should be treated with respect, and let her in. The knight immediately introduced himself and said that his name was Ludus, and that he would be the girl's guide, and offered to tell her about the Street of Knights. They walked down the street, and Ludus kept telling interesting stories about the Street of Knights and the history of its creation. At this time, Ain decided to ask Hen if she had done everything well, and the young man replied that everything was fine and wondered why the priest's bodyguard had such a strange way of communicating. Heng noted that the priest looked to be over 50 years old, but he used profanity in his vocabulary. Ayan said that it didn't matter how the priest spoke because he was still an NPC player, and she added that looking at the new map was much more interesting than listening to the man's talk. The guy agreed with Ayan and said that she was right, and judging by the number of players, it was really a new card. Suddenly the knight stopped and said that they had arrived. In front of Ain was a cloud boat. She had never seen one before and thought it was a great opportunity to ride it. The girl and Ludus got into a cloud boat and went to see the Street of Knights from a bird's eye view. At some point they flew up to the Knights Hall, which was very high up, and Ludus told the girl that it was a civilian training ground. Han told the girl that fighting on the side of heaven was probably not so bad, and Ain added that it was still very different from the last game. Ludus told the girl that he had to go, and since she was a Grand Master who had received the blessing of a Celestial, she just had to show her ID and she would be allowed in. When the knight left, Hen came out of Ain's body and asked where they would start with skills or achievements or leveling up. She agreed to level up her skills. The boy and the girl were slowly approaching the playground where they could have a good workout. Hen was talking about how he and Ain have a big difference in levels, so they should get to work as soon as possible. And suddenly the guy noticed someone. It was his classmate Kim Jae-hoon, who suggested that the young man become a professional player. Yun and Jae-hoon greeted each other and were shocked that they could meet in this place. Kim Jae-hoon's nickname was Frectus, and Hyun noted that the guy had a name like a professional gambler. Suddenly, Frectus noticed a girl he had met before near his friend. The guy couldn't believe his eyes that right in front of him was Ain, the girl he was a fan of, and she immediately said that she and Hyun were partners. Frectus was very surprised that Ain and Hen were on the same team, but she did not understand why this fact caused such a reaction from the young man. Hen immediately began to tell his friend that he was behaving wrongly because Ain was a real player, not an NPC, and Frectus didn't understand why she didn't remember him and tried to remind her that they knew each other. Yun immediately wondered if this meeting was accidental because in order to enter the Knight's Hall, one must reach the level of a master, and this was possible because Jae-hoon wanted to become a professional. Suddenly a girl approached Frectus and Hen immediately asked the young man who it was next to him. Frectus began to say that it was his best friend Ginny Nuna and her character was a nun. When Ginny Nuna saw Heng and Ain, she could not believe her eyes that they were there and that she would one day have the opportunity to meet them in person. She said it was a great honor to meet them and get to know them. Ginny Nuna worked for a company that dealt with professional gamblers and met Kim Jae-hoon there. From him, she heard many stories about the new game and interesting facts about training and players who could be professional. The girl was just delighted with the legends about the user named Hen. And Ain was the only one who could fight Hen on equal terms and showed excellent single combat skills. These stories were so interesting and exciting that the girl decided to try her hand at this game, and so she was just delighted that she was able to meet her idols. Frectus apologized to Hen and said that he probably shouldn't have mentioned his and Ain's nicknames in front of Ginny, but Hen said that it was no big deal. Ginny talked to Ain and said that she loves to study and analyze Ain's dark priest technique and that she is very happy to meet her and asked how old the girl is. Ain answered that she was 18 years old, and Hen heard this and was very surprised because he thought she was in high school. Frectus approached Ginny and told her not to tell anyone about Hen because he seemed to be against it, and she said that of course she would keep quiet. Ginny went up to Hen and started to say that she was very surprised and had heard that Frectus had a friend from the game, but she didn't think it was Hen that everyone was talking about. The girl invited Hen and Ain to join their guild, but they both refused. Ginny didn't stop and kept asking about Han's experience in the game and Ain's, which she clearly didn't like because she was starting to feel jealous. Hen thought about how he hadn't been able to complete many quests because he was always playing with Ain and wondered what would happen if a nun joined them. It was just that Hyun and Ain had a heavenly quest, and he could still get a reward for raising the level of not only Ain, but also Jae-hoon and his girlfriend. The boy immediately decided that he and Ain needed to adjust their plan and asked Frectus and Ginny Nuna if they had ever heard of secret quests. Hen immediately decided to ask them what they thought about joining their team with Ain and helping them complete the secret quest. Frectus and Ginny Nuna didn't know what to say because they thought it was strange to tell other players about hidden quests so easily. But the guy saw that Frectus and Nuna were in doubt and assured them that everything was under control, and he had already completed hundreds of such quests. Frectus and Nuna were very happy to be able to join Hen and Ain's team, but Ain was not quite as happy about the addition. After the conversation, the four of them went to the top floor of the Knight's Hall. Frectus and Nuna felt uncomfortable in this place and had the feeling that there were NPCs everywhere, but Hen said that it was because the second captain of the Imperial Knights Guard was here. Ginny Nuna was surprised that Hyun was telling her so much, because the players she knew were usually not very willing to share information. The girl admired Hen because he told her so much about his secret quest and still managed to stay in the top spot in the old game. They walked further down the hall, and Nuna thought that she didn't understand anything yet, but it was a great chance to see how Hen fought with his opponents. In the room guarded by the knight was the captain of the guard, and if you find the right way to get there, you will have no difficulty completing the quest. Ain immediately asked Heng if he would assimilate, and he said that yes, he would use her body for a while. When Frectus and Ginny Nuna saw the assimilation with their own eyes, they were shocked because they had never even realized that it was possible. They thought that Hen had just disappeared, but the guy said that he was now in the body of a girl and that he and Ain were two souls in one body at the same time. Hen told Frectus and Nuna to wait for them here, and he headed toward the room guarded by the knight. Frectus thought that one of Ain's attacks that had not yet been used during their battle was the blind spot evasion, and the guy thought that such a complex skill involved so many tasks and went beyond human abilities, and was surprised that he and Hen even mastered assimilation. Furtus was simply shocked because it meant that Hen and Ain were capable of absolutely anything. Ain asked which of them would do the talking this time, and Hen replied that, judging by the girl's conversation with the priest and the NPEs, she should not be entrusted with such a case. They approached the knights and Hen told An to watch and learn how to talk to them properly. The knight was surprised to see a player in front of him and told the girl to leave because users are not allowed to enter this place. Hen thought that the condition of the hidden quest was to reach the level of Hailmaster, get the celestial mark, and say the keyword, so he told the knight that he should listen to why they were here. Ain said that she was a grandmaster and also had a heavenly mark, and the knight thought that this girl looked too suspicious. Without waiting for a response from the knight, Ain said that she was going to pass because she had all the conditions for this, but the knight stopped her and said that she could not enter. Ain asked him again what he had said, as if she hadn't heard him, and the knight repeated what he had said about the girl not being allowed inside. Hyun and Ain were forced to return and could not believe that they had failed to get inside, and Nuna asked if they had spoiled the mood of this NPC. But Hen was thinking about something else. He knew something was wrong, because in the last game, he had already gone through such nights and did not understand what else they needed, and tried to figure out how to complete the secret quest. Ain saw how upset Hen was and offered to try to pass, but the boy was sure she would fail. It was at this point that the guard changed, and Ain and Hen had the opportunity to try to get inside the room again. Ain approached the knights and heard again that the entrance was forbidden, while Frectus, Nuna, and Hen watched the conversation from around the corner. But Ain did not give up, and told the knight that she had one request for him. The man was surprised because he did not know what the girl would ask for, and Ain said that she wanted to meet the captain of the guard. The knight started to say that this was impossible because not everyone could meet the captain, but the girl insisted that she had to give him a message from the celestial radiate. When the man heard that Ain wanted to pass a message to the captain from the celestial being, he thought that maybe he should let the girl pass. And Ain added that she had proof and showed the celestial mark she had on her arm to convince the knight to let her through. The man immediately said he would take her to the captain, but Ain asked him to wait. The girl asked if she could go to the captain with her partner, and the knight said that there was no problem. Heng heard that Ain had easily negotiated with the guards and wondered how the girl had managed to get away with it. Frectus tried to support his friend, noticing that he was upset that he had failed in the task of negotiating with the knights, and Ain had not. In a moment, they were at the captain's side, and Hen was thinking that everything was going according to plan, while Ain told the story to her husband, as if it were a message from the Celestials. After listening to the girl, the captain said that the supporters of the Abyss are planning more and more evil every day, but now he has no knights to send on an external mission. He added that he had no choice because there were not enough people, and suggested that the team go on the mission themselves, and first instructed them to conduct an investigation. Frectus and Ginny Nuna were very excited to take part in the secret quest because they could get much more skill points than usual. Nuna thought that this was the first time she had seen such a big reward in the entire game and couldn't believe that Hen was willing to share such a reward with them for nothing. The girl thought that even if Hen did not know that the reward would be like this, she still had to thank him sincerely. The captain stood in front of the team and began to say that first, he had to tell them something about their mission. He immediately asked if any of the boys or girls had heard about the seeds of evil, and when he did not hear an answer, he continued to tell them. The captain said that it was the source of the abyssal powers, and that demons were born from it. This seed of evil does not like to show its sinister nature, and it very cunningly hides its vile nature of origin. Everyone listened attentively to the man, and he said that if you believe the rumors, in some situations, this seed of evil takes the form of an ordinary teenage girl. And Hen immediately thought that in the old game, it was almost exactly like the captain said. The man said that this was the reason why it was difficult to detect evil among people, but there was still a way to do it. He said that the sun should be used for this purpose, and the seeds of evil begin to germinate, adding that this was the prophecy of the angels. Since they had received information about the appearance of these seeds, they needed to conduct reconnaissance to narrow down the circle of suspects. At that time, Hen was tirelessly trying to put together all the puzzles in his head about the demon in the form of a teenager and the connection to the sun, and he realized that there was definitely some connection between Louise and this information. The team went in search and ended up in the Ruramia mountain, where it was extremely cold, and Frectus said it felt like a hurricane had hit them. Hen could not calm down because he still doubted that the girl could be the seed of evil they needed to find. He thought that in this world, demons are very cruel and bloody creatures. They love to kill and enjoy creating chaos, but it definitely didn't look like Louise, and suddenly Frectus asked Hen if he and Ain were cold in such light clothes. The guy replied that the auxiliary effects allow him and Ain to not feel cold because of their high level of achievement. The team set off to the top of the mountain they had to reach, while Hen continued to think that in order to figure things out, they needed to find Louise. Once on the mountain, Ain said that it was not just an abyss, similar to an inactive volcano, but the entrance to the dungeon of the ice spike from where monsters above the 300th level come out. When Frectus and Nuna heard this, they were quite frightened because they had never fought monsters with such powers. Hen immediately tried to reassure his friends and said that he would explain everything and asked them to open the quest window. He said that their mission was intelligent, and first they had to figure out what constituted an achievement, and unlike reality, games have certain indicators. One of these indicators was distance, and the size of the reward depended on how deep into the dungeon they could get. In this game, the exploration was to find out the number of unknown areas, but if you start exploring the dungeon of the seeds of evil, which is their goal, you will soon realize that it will take more than a month because it is too deep. But in order not to waste so much time, Hen said that they would take a different route in order to reach the bottom as quickly as possible. They would go through a regular dungeon because the two dungeons connect in some places. Frectus asked the young man, since it was a dungeon of the 300th level, whether this meant that the entrance was closed from the very beginning. Hen asked Ain how much time was left before the dungeon opened, and she replied that it was exactly 10 seconds. The guy said that unfortunately there was no more time to explain anything, and that Frectus and Nuna would soon understand everything themselves. But Frectus and Nuna were so scared that they didn't know if they wanted to continue with the quest at all. Suddenly, snow began to rise around the team, and something strange happened under their feet, and Frectus asked what happened. The dungeon opened, and all the team members began to fall down as if they had fallen through the ground. Hen told his friends that they had a long way to go, but that they would fall slowly, and that they should be careful because the bottom was covered with ice. Suddenly, Nuna couldn't resist and fell face down, and Ain picked her up and told her that it was because they hadn't been practicing their agility. Ain, not wanting to waste time, picked Nuna up and decided to take her downstairs. Frectus started to ask Hen if they could stop and rest for a while, but Hen said they couldn't lose any speed. Frectus was very worried that in this dungeon, there might be very strong monsters that would attack them. And he was right. Their path passed through a place where there were powerful monsters that they had to fly past very quickly. Now it was clear why it was impossible to lose speed, because thanks to it, the team managed to avoid the battle with the monster. Suddenly, Hen said that everyone should beware because they had reached the danger zone, and Frectus asked if it could really be even more dangerous than it is now. Hen immediately said that the local monsters have a very good reaction, and you have to be very careful to avoid collisions with. The team members managed to see a very strong monster that looked like a frog, and tried to grab them with its long tongue. At one point, Ain told Nuna that she needed to completely relax her body right now. The girl threw Nuna up to be able to avoid the attacks of monsters that were everywhere and threatened them. Ain skillfully avoided all the attacks of the monsters that tried to destroy her on the way. And very soon, the girl caught Nuna flying this short distance, almost without the threat of being hit by a monster attack. Frectus tried his best to dodge the monster's attacks, and sincerely wondered how Ain and Hen managed to do it. Suddenly, one of the monsters grabbed Heng, but the young man shouted that he was fine so that no one would worry. At some point, the guy simply disappeared from the place where the monster grabbed him, and he said, while in Ain's body, that he could get out of various traps with the help of assimilation. Hen, Ein, Frectus, and Nuna successfully made their way to the place where they were supposed to start the quest. Frectus received a notification that his dexterity had been increased, and he was surprised because he didn't know it was possible. Hen looked at his friend and said that they were moving quite well and had already entered hell. He added that this was already the domain of the abyss, and Frectus said that now he understood why everything around him turned red. Hen said that the red color is actually a warning, and they will soon enter the intermediate boss area of the Ice Spike dungeon. Suddenly, a giant bird appeared in front of them, which was the boss of this dungeon. Frectus was very scared because he realized that this monster was chasing them and trying to take their lives. The guy said that the boss of the Ice Spike dungeon flies at the same speed as them and asked Hen why he was so fast. Frectus asked if they had to fight him, and Hen immediately replied that if they did, they would not be able to defeat. The young man shouted to his friends that they had to hold out until they reached the border of the monster's territory. Frectus immediately told Nuna to use her skill of connection, which united all the bodies into a single stream of light. With this, the connected objects could not move away from each other beyond a certain distance. Suddenly, the Ice Spike boss started attacking the players, and Ain immediately told Nuna to hold on tight. Frectus said that it was very difficult to hold on, and if it wasn't for Nuna's communication skills, they would have all fallen. The monster didn't wait long and launched a second powerful attack to stop the players from trying to get deeper into the dungeon. Suddenly, Hen received a notification that he had used the Executioner's ring, and he immediately remembered that this was the artifact he had used when he helped Louise, but now its effect was different. But unlike the arrows in the dungeon that the boy deflected with Louisa, the spikes of this monster were too strong, and he still had to dodge. After the Ice Spike boss was defeated, Hen told everyone to concentrate, because there would be another wave of attacks ahead. I added that as soon as this wave was over, I would activate the communication skill again. The team did not stop and kept moving forward, and eventually, they managed to pass the Temple of Fire. The players received a notification that the dungeon was 93% complete, and Hen shouted that they were almost there. The young man said that they should all stay close to the center to avoid getting into trouble. Suddenly, the Ice Spike boss caught up with the players and prepared to launch a melee attack. Hen barely managed to dodge a powerful blow that would have taken his life. He shouted to his friends to keep calm and balance until the very end. But suddenly something went wrong, and Frectus, Ain, and Nuna were hit by a powerful monster. They could not resist because the shockwave from the monster's blows was too powerful. Hen thought that if they accidentally missed the intersection, which was very close by, there would be no more connecting passages between the dungeons. The players still managed to complete their descent into the dungeon, and everyone was very tired. And Hen noted that it was very dangerous, but they managed. Ain said that she was afraid that they would get to the wrong place because the monster was attacking powerfully, but Hen grabbed the girl in time and pulled her into the right turn. Frectus said that now he finally realized what kind of games they were playing here, and added that it was not normal. Suddenly, Hen thought that he had acted too risky without any explanation, because danger awaited each of them because of his action. Unexpectedly, Nuna started asking him if he wanted to be a professional gambler, and Hen immediately replied that he did not have such a goal. Nuna thought that judging by the skillful use of assimilation, it could be concluded that Hen was helping Ain a lot, and the boy was stronger than some esports players. The girl thought that if she couldn't convince him to join their guild, she should at least learn something from him. But Hen did not understand what exactly he could teach Nuna, and she said that she wanted to learn Hen's technique, and if he did not want to be a professional, he could at least teach her. Hen was very surprised that the girl asked him to be her teacher, and he had to think about it because it was the first time he had ever encountered such a request. She started to say that she was even ready to pay for his education, but Jean didn't know what to say. He tried to weigh the pros and cons and thought that if he tried, it might work out. The guy told Nuna that since she happened to know Ji-hong, he agreed to teach her, but on one condition. Ahin said that firstly, the girl should open her characteristic window completely so that he could understand what he has to teach her, and she would have to help him whenever he needed. The guy realized that since Nuna was a professional player, it would be difficult for him to monitor the progress and choose a schedule because they were not on the same team. Nuna immediately agreed to all of Hen's conditions, and Frectus decided to ask if the young man could teach him something, and Hen thought one more or one less would not make a difference. Hen immediately thought that since the girl was a professional, she should be far from the last place in the ranking of priests, and if he got 2 partners, it would be good. As the team moved on, Frectus noticed that the deeper they went, the hotter it got, and Nuna confirmed the same. Suddenly, Hen stopped and told everyone that they had finally come to the right place. They were standing in front of a giant, terrifying gate that was even scary to approach, and Frectus decided to ask his friend if they really needed to go there. While Frectus and Nuna were trying to regain consciousness, Ain reminded Hen that they had already passed through a place like this in the old game. But the guy was surprised because he remembered that he was alone in this place without a girl. Ain was sure that she had definitely been with Han last time, but for some reason he didn't remember. Hen said that there would be another intermediate boss in front of the gate, so we had to get ready for a confrontation. But the guy was not 100% sure, because he realized that the new game was significantly different from the previous one, even with new NPCs like Louise, new names, and dungeon structures. The young man hoped that his knowledge from the previous game would be useful for completing the quest. Frectus said that this horrible place is very suitable for the final boss, and Hen added that the guy is right. Hen said that the last boss's name is Betty, an anthropomorphic bat with magic. Nuna was quite scared when she heard about Betty. Betty was a level 200 boss, and there had to be at least 10 higher level players to try to defeat her. Frectus and Nuna asked Hen if they could defeat this monster, and the boy said that they would certainly win, because the bird they had recently encountered was a stronger monster. But the fact was that they hadn't fought the bird from the dungeon, and that's why Nuna and Frectus were very worried. To support his friends, Hen said that he thought they were a pretty strong team because they had been doing a great job all along. The guy said that they only needed to follow his orders and then everything would be fine. There was fire all around, but Hen did not intend to stop, and he said they had to go up the stairs. The young man was thinking about how through the sensory synchronization he could feel the temperature, and it felt like he was in a real hell. And suddenly, Ain noticed that the lava below him started to rise. Everyone was wondering how they were going to get back. But Hen said that as soon as they defeated the boss, he would move back. The guy had just managed to tell everyone to get ready for the boss's appearance when a powerful explosion occurred. It was the final boss of the Seeds of Evil dungeon, a monster named Betty in the form of a bat. Frectus and Nuna had never had to fight such strong opponents before, and they were very nervous. Hen realized that the difference in strength was not small, so he had to think of a plan of action to defeat the monster. The guy immediately told Nuna to start, and she did everything as Hen said. The girl began to recite her spell, and Hen noted that Nuna should be directly in front of Betty at all times. The guy warned everyone that the monster's most terrifying skill was a backward jump that allowed it to instantly teleport behind the enemy's back and strike with its tail. The young man added that given their level, they will not be able to dodge or stop this attack, but they know exactly behind whose back the monster will jump. The boss will jump behind the player who is further away from him, i.e. behind the back line of the team, which is why Hen took this place to assimilate. And indeed, everything happened as Han had assumed, and the monster teleported back and struck but did not hit anyone. At this point, Nuna immediately struck and threw chains on the boss that prevented him from taking off immediately. After completing her attack, she warned her colleagues that they could continue to operate. Frectus and Ain began to strike the monster with powerful blows that the bat simply could not escape. The final dungeon boss named Betty couldn't deflect any of the attacks that were directed at her. The players did not give the monster a chance to win because they had to complete their task and at least start the quest. At some point, Nuna broke down, and her communication skill was destroyed because the monster was extremely high level. Hen immediately shouted to the girl to go back to the front as soon as possible so that Betty could not take her life. Now it was time to act according to a different scenario, and Hen told everyone to stay in their seats and not to expend too much energy. It felt like the monster was not tired at all, and was full of energy to strike at the players who tried to defeat it. Nuna was very afraid, but Hen tried to calm everyone down and told them that everything was going as it should, and ordered everyone to take their places. The guy added that if they acted according to the plan, victory would be in their pocket, and then they were ahead again. Nuna prepared to use her communication skill against the monster again, but she wasn't sure if she would be able to catch it. Han started shouting for the girl to use her skill and tie the monster up immediately. The guy said that the monster's goal was to knock them off the platform and into the lava, but thanks to the connection, they could survive. The skill's duration is short and it will soon expire, so until then, you had to avoid flying debris. Hen was thinking that the monster mainly attacks the back line, and now that the summoned monster was running out, he had to act. The guy started running very fast to distract the monster from the rest of the team. It seemed to work, and Betty's monster immediately reacted to the young man who tried to escape. The monster was approaching Hen very quickly to grab him and take his life, but the boy managed to use assimilation again. A moment later, Hen was already in Ain's body, thinking that the monster had fallen into the trap they had devised. The monster began to realize that he was fighting against quite strong players who were not easy to defeat. Betty was struck by a powerful blow, and Nuna said that usually this is the end of the confrontation, but Han added that it would be if the monster was their level. The thing was that they had to fight a very high-level monster, and therefore such blows were almost imperceptible to him. Hen looked at the enemy carefully and said that according to his calculations, Betty's stamina had decreased by 1 out of 10. The young man shouted that now the real battle was beginning, and they should not let their guard down. At the same time, the developers were watching the battle in the game control center and marveling at the players' skills. They said that this team had really put Betty's monster out of action, and that their strategy was different from the one usually used by the players. The developers said that if the team continued at the same pace, they would be able to defeat the monster, and suddenly, something strange started to happen. A demoness intervened in the battle, and it was possible because she is an artificial intelligence with free will, but she had never interacted with players directly. Hen immediately realized that something very strange and incomprehensible was happening. The monster's life level was already at 0, but they still couldn't defeat it, and the guy thought that they might have missed a detail. Suddenly, a girl appeared in front of the participants, whom Hen immediately recognized because he had seen her before. It was Madeline from the Dark Guild, but it was unclear how she could be there, and the young man assumed that she was also on a quest. And unexpectedly for everyone, Madeline found herself in the body of the monster Betty, who had already been defeated by Han and his friends. Ain couldn't believe her eyes because she thought that only Hyun could have the skill of assimilation. The guy was also shocked that Medea was one of the strongest players and could use the assimilation skill. Hen told his friends that they might have to fight the monster again because it seemed to have a second life. Madeline was very surprised to find herself in the body of a monster and did not understand why she was controlling another body. At one point, she was quite frightened because she had done nothing to end up in this place. She thought that she remembered exactly how she was walking around the square and suddenly found herself alone in a place completely unfamiliar to her. Madeline thought there was some kind of system glitch and decided to check her account and was offered a secret quest called Deal with the Devil. The girl thought that I can't miss the chance to raise my level and agreed to this deal, and when she woke up, she found herself in the body of a monster. Medea's task was to defeat all the heavenly warriors, and she analyzed that all the players who were in front of her were using the power of the heaven. Medea was surprised to see Ain in front of her, because it meant that she had chosen the side of heaven. It knew how strong Ain was, but still thought that she was in the body of a named monster, so it was worth checking what he was capable of. The girl thought that everyone in the Dark Guild disliked Ain, and she had to deal with her at least to prevent her from quickly leveling up her character. Medea began to attack with the idea that it would be revenge for the girl, for the quest in which she defeated their guild. Nuna noticed that the monster was using a vortex and said that they needed to communicate and added that they should take their position. But Hen thought that it was impossible to act like that. Previously, artificial intelligence acted according to a programmed scheme and it could resist attack, but now the boss was controlled by the player. And now it was completely unclear how this confrontation would end, which is why their formation no longer mattered. Hen shouted at Frectus to dodge, but he said it was too late and he couldn't avoid the blow. The young man tried desperately to hide, but he failed because Medea was one of the strongest players. She skillfully controlled the monster's body and continued to deliver powerful blows to all team members. Frectus did not manage to save his own life, unlike the monster who was not going to give up. Ayan looked at the monster carefully and asked Heng if he had a plan, since the girl had used up almost all her strength. Madeline felt more organic in the monster's body than ever before and wanted only one thing, to destroy Ain. Hen thought that Betty was not a very smart monster, but now that a player had assimilated into his body, it was difficult to win so easily. After all, the player in the monster's body was not one of the weakest, and we had to come up with a way to defeat her. Ayan asked Nuna to strengthen her so that she could compete with the monster on equal terms. Noon tried to refuse, but Ayan insisted that it had to be done very quickly. Nuna thought that even Hyun, who had remained calm until now, began to behave differently, and that there was almost nothing visible on the battlefield, as if a general were standing there. Madeline immediately noticed that Ain was using some strange effect and thought that she had used a power-up. Nuna said that she did everything she could and asked Han to contact her later, but right at that moment, the monster destroyed the girl. The guy felt sorry for Nuna, but thanks to her, he and Ain could continue fighting, and he asked if the girl was ready for fun. Medea immediately noticed that Ain was using the same skills as in the quest in which she defeated their guild. Hen told Ain to watch out for the monster's tail, but the girl pointed out that he was much faster than her reaction. The young man realized that Ain was right, so they just started acting. It was their last chance to defeat the monster whose body was controlled by Medea. Mayday couldn't believe that Ain was still alive, because no player could have dodged her powerful attacks. Ain dodged every attack, and it seemed impossible for Medea to do it using only her skills. Hen told the girl that she was doing well and asked if they could continue at the same pace, and Ain said that she could keep fighting for now. Madeline told the girl that she was very clever at avoiding all its attacks, and Ain was very surprised that the monster could talk. Medea didn't want to give up because she had to take revenge on Ain for her guild and win the quest. And suddenly she began to use her new skills that no one else knew about, namely telekinesis. Mayday began to pick up heavy stones to strike the girl with a powerful blow and said that she would not be able to dodge it. At one point, Ain began to worry a lot, but Hen reassured her and told her to rely on him. Hen immediately used his second use absorption skill to form a barrier around Ain to help keep the debris from falling. Madeline was quite angry that it didn't work either, because she was sure that the girl would not be able to protect herself from so many stones. Immediately after the monster's attack was over, Hen and Ain switched places again, and now the girl could attack Medea. Suddenly, Ain felt that she was being influenced by some kind of energy that did not allow her to move her hand. Madeline used another of her skills, spatial slavery, to immobilize parts of Ain's body. She thought that even if the telekinesis attacks didn't work, she could at least restrain the girl. Madeline thought that judging by Ain's skills, she was a mage, and if so, she could not be resistant to telekinesis. Unexpectedly for the girl, Ain freed herself from spatial slavery and struck her with a powerful blow that Medea could not dodge. Ain told Hen that his plan worked, and the guy said that they made it and added that there are many ways to resist telekinesis. Madeline did not understand how the girl managed to get out of the trap she had placed her in using her skills. The girl thought that Ain was delivering powerful blows that were very life-threatening, and that the girl's speed had increased significantly. Medea needed to do something urgently, but it was too late because Ain was very close and struck again. Heng reminded her that they had very little time left because their strength was at a minimum, and Ain replied that she already understood that. Now he gave Ain full reign to complete the battle and defeat the monster. Madeline tried to resist Ain, but it was useless because the girl was unstoppable. Ain dealt the last blow to the monster in the body of Medea, and won the victory and the opportunity to move on to complete the quest. After the battle was over, Medea found herself on the streets of the city, and was surprised that she had suddenly returned and wondered whether she had won or lost. She read a notification that the Demon of Lies was disappointed with her, and she was not receiving any rewards, and Medea immediately decided that she needed to meet with the guild leader. The guild members watched the video of the battle in which Medea took part, and did not understand how Ain managed to use skills and techniques that none of us had. Together, they tried to understand the girl's level, but Reina noted that there was too little information to draw any conclusion. Suddenly, the XL Guildmaster offered to invite users who had been runners in the last game to join his guild. The guy said that Ain had been a top player in the previous game, which meant that other runners must have known something about her and that they might be able to provide some valuable information. The guild members did not understand where the guildmaster wanted to get these players from, and he immediately said that he planned to expand the guild and did not have to worry about recruiting players. Wherever possible, Betty was destroyed by a team of 4 players. The monster obeyed the archetype of lies, but after a while it will recover and guard this place until the world comes to an end. After the victory, Ain was awarded 6 points, and Hen 8 points because he belonged to the Abyss, and the boy told the girl to rest for a while. Hen thought that he almost lost his life, and if Ain hadn't replaced him in time, they would have died together. The young man realized that every second brought them closer to disaster, but strangely enough, they continued to attack regardless. Ain thought that Han was really a very strong player, just like during the old game, and every time she thought she was going to lose her life, the boy saved her. Suddenly, Hen asked Ain what she was doing, and added that they still had things to do and needed to leave soon. After they destroyed Betty, the lava disappeared and the passage opened up. Ain kept thinking about Hen, and while he was assimilating, she thought she could reach him, but now everything changed. The girl was clearly in love with the guy, but she didn't say anything about her true feelings, and was happy that they were still together, at least in the game. Hen and Ain received a notification that the dungeon was completed 100%, and they had to report it to the knight's office to receive a reward. Suddenly, the girl saw a giant crystal hanging in the air and sparkling incredibly. Ain suggested that it could be a seed of evil, but Hen said that he thought it had to be a person. The guy immediately thought that Louise could not be a seed of evil, and that he was probably just mistaken. The girl said that this purple crystal looked like a diamond and asked if it was amethyst and wanted to touch it, but Hen wanted to stop her. But the guy didn't have time to do it, and Ain touched the crystal they found in the dungeon. At the same moment, the girl disappeared, and the young man did not understand what had happened and where he should look for Ain. In trying to figure out what happened, Hen opened the notification window and saw the video, and remembered that if you touch the stone, a cutscene automatically starts. In some quests, they used to play story videos with the sky in the background, and the guy in the old game used to go there often. Suddenly, in the video, the young man saw Louise as a child, and could not believe that she was an angel, and that only royal angels could have crystal wings. But Hen didn't see the name Louise on the list of angels of this rank, and suddenly the girl saw someone and got scared. It was a demoness named Cadriel, who approached Louise, and it was not yet clear why. Hen could not understand what a demon could do in heaven, because he thought they were forbidden to enter. The boy watched carefully as the demoness approached the girl, and touched her eyes, and a dark aura formed around Louise. Hen desperately tried to understand what Cadriel had done to the girl. At some point, the demoness began to conjure and open something like a portal through which one could pass. Cadriel took Louise's hand, and together they went into a portal that led to an unknown destination. Hen was simply shocked by what he saw, and did not understand why the demoness had done this to the little girl, where she had taken her, and what that dark aura was. Suddenly, he heard Ain's voice asking if he was okay and standing next to him. The girl immediately asked Heng if he had seen the video and said that she did not quite understand its meaning, but noticed that the young man had a face like he knew something. Hen immediately replied that he was not completely sure what was going on, but when he figured it out, he would tell the girl. He was about to leave, but suddenly noticed something very strange and stopped to investigate. Hen noticed the floor and asked where this thing came from, but Ain didn't know and asked the young man if he was familiar with it. The boy picked up a necklace that belonged to Louise and told the girl that he thought he had seen this object before because it was a pendant that Louise treasured so much, but no one knew why it was in this place. Hen and Ain returned to the captain who had given them the quest, and the man was very surprised that the young man and woman had managed to find the seeds of evil. The favor of the captain of the guard, Ali, was increased, and he said that even he could not go through all the dungeons in one day. Heng and Ain immediately received a reward for completing the quest, and it was bigger than they expected. The captain saw the boy and the girl off, and told them to come to him anytime they were free, and he would always be happy to see them. Hen was constantly thinking about what he saw in the video, and did not understand what it all meant, and how Louise was connected to the demon. Suddenly, the young man thought about whether he could use this pendant, but Ain interrupted his thoughts and asked if he could show her his clothes, and Hen asked what they were. The girl asked to see the clothes that dropped out after defeating the boss, and Hen said he could wear them. This garment was the mantle of a praying priest, but this object had a limitation on empathy. Ain decided to ask if Hen would throw away the clothes he was wearing, and he said he hadn't thought about it yet. But after a few minutes of reflection, the young man said that he would no longer wear his old clothes, and offered Ain to take them away, and the girl immediately agreed. Hen put on the robe and thought that empathy was a support skill, but setting it as a restriction was strange, and he wondered if anyone else would be able to wear it. Since assimilation was also a skill of Sayport's, this item fell out of the boss damaged by assimilation, and the guy thought that there was some connection. In addition, after reaching the 6th level, a new skill will open, but usually if an item has a strict restriction, it gives some kind of ability, and Hen realized that he needed to raise his level. The boy went to a large chapel and began to pray, because he had been studying this and did not understand why his level of ability was not rising. The young man immediately thought that when he prayed, the words had to reach the transcendence, that if Louise was an angel, she must also be a transcendent. Suddenly, after these thoughts, Hen received a notification that his skill level had been increased, and he realized that as soon as he thought of Louise, he immediately started gaining experience points. The young man realized that Louise was somehow connected with prayers, so he decided that he needed to remember the day they spent together before the game was updated. At that moment, he continued to pray and realized that he was feeling someone else's emotion, such as sadness and overwhelming longing. Seo Hyun was at home and received a message from Jae-hoon, who couldn't believe that he and Ae-in had managed to defeat the boss in the quest. The guy was sincerely happy that Hyun and Ain managed to pass the test with flying colors, but Hyun thought that Jae-hoon was worried about losing the achievement. The guy breathed a sigh of relief that his friend was okay and thought that if he had to choose between giving up 10 points and a fine for access, he would definitely choose the latter. Suddenly, Hen received a notification from Jinny Nuna, and he was surprised that the girl had fulfilled her promise so quickly. Nuna transferred money to the guy for teaching her, and Hen was shocked by the amount of money he received. Hen immediately decided to call Nuna, and she picked up the phone and said that Frectus had told her that he and Ain had completed the quest. The guy immediately said that he was not calling about that and asked what she was doing and added that the lesson fee was too high. Nuna replied that it was not a fee for the lesson, but for helping them complete a secret quest, and she asked her colleagues how much it costs to get so many promotion points. So the girl dropped the amount her friends were talking about and asked how much she should pay for the lesson, but Hen didn't know what to say to Nuna. And the girl offered several thousand for one lesson. The guy agreed and hung up the phone and tried to collect his thoughts. The young man did not understand why Nuna was willing to pay so much, but the girl wanted to learn everything and was ready to receive only small tips from Hen. Ayan began to think that he might want to look at the new game differently, since it was possible to earn a lot of money, just like runners did when they appeared in commercials and programs. The guy realized that his knowledge of the new game was very valuable and could be worth a lot of money for those who played the game professionally. After a while, Hyun logged back into the game and met up with his friend Kim Jae-hoon with the nickname Frectus. The guy started asking Hen if he thought they were attracting too much attention. The young man replied that after completing the guard captain's quest, their reputation improved and that this information was probably automatically spread among the NPC. He suggested that such excessive attention might also be due to the fact that they were the first to complete this quest, as this always attracts attention. Nuna added that it was not a simple quest, but a hidden one, and Hen managed to complete it. But the young man was a little ashamed and said that he was not the only one who did it. At some point, Hen stopped and told his friends that they had already arrived. This place was the third floor of the Knights' Hall, a training ground for experienced knights, and Nuna was surprised to see that there was even a marble floor. Hen thought about the fact that this room was originally used only by experienced warriors, and was still closed to other players, and now he could train Nuna and Frectus without prying eyes. At first, he wanted to give only a few tips to his friends, but lately he has changed his mind and told Frectus and Nuna that they still have time to start preparing. Hen immediately said that we should start with the basics and thought that if he was going to do it, he would explain everything properly. The young man said that the first thing they should know is that the new game is just a game, albeit a very realistic one, which means that with the help of game skills and abilities, they can do any actions that are impossible in the real world. Ayan said that you can raise your agility level to at least the 50th level by running 100 meters in 5 seconds. However, in order to develop such speed, you need to move, ignoring the sense of balance, and just practice. And then everything will work out. Hen was sure of this because he had tried all the methods of raising his skill level personally. When Frectus and Nuna saw Hen's skills, they were shocked because he was extremely strong, enduring, and agile. Hen asked Frectus if he thinks through a sentence before writing it down, and he immediately said that the same principle applies here, you just have to build a trajectory and move. The guy said that it will be easier to move if you think that you are not controlling yourself but the character. Nuna was very surprised because it was the first time she had heard of this way of learning. Hen immediately decided that it was time to start practicing and said that they would start by trying to run 10 meters in 5 seconds. The young man told Nuna that she should also improve her agility in order to survive, so she raised her level to 30 with the help of points and started training. Hen watched his friends practice and thought that they were professional players and talented, and he was sure that they would learn everything very soon. While Frectus and Nuna were busy practicing their moves, Hen decided to raise his level by taking a seat in the corner of the room. He managed to do this until Ain was gone, and suddenly the girl wrote to him asking if they were going on a quest today. And as soon as Ain joined the game, they went to complete the heavenly quests together. The same night, Hen again received money on his account, and it was much more than the last time. The young man did not understand why Nuna was doing this, because he said he did not need to pay. Suddenly, the thought occurred to him that this might mean he should teach Frectus and Nuna better. A week passed, and Hen continued to train his friends to teach them everything he knew as quickly as possible. Frectus has already begun to gain speed and deliver accurate blows. Hen supported him and told him that he was doing well and had finally managed to improve his skills. The boy thought that although he was teaching his friends the basics, he and Ain had to learn it for years in the old game. And if Frectus and Nuna continued at this pace, they would be able to raise their level in a few months. When he had some free time, he decided to take up prayer again, and finally managed to master the skill of prayer 100%. And now the praying priest's robe was unlocked, and Hen immediately thought that he had finally reached this level. The hidden skill was that the guy could now recover twice as fast if he lost his life, but he was surprised that empathy, assimilation, and prayers were somehow connected. The young man read that he could get another hidden reward if he reached the 9th level, but the speed of development of all skills was decreasing and it could take several months. Hen realized that he wouldn't be able to unlock new skills quickly, so he thought about just forgetting about it, and suddenly received a notification. It was Nuna again who transferred the money to him, and the guy could not believe that the lessons were so appreciated, because lately he had hardly taught them, just given them advice. Unexpectedly, Ain appeared next to him and asked why he was so upset, and if something had happened to him. The guy didn't expect to see the girl, because she didn't say she was going to enter the game. Hen thought about the fact that Ain was still small, and you couldn't talk to her about money, and he didn't know if it would be right to keep all the money for himself. The young man thought that the girl had helped him a lot, and even become a spy in heaven for him, but he promised to say nothing to her and was going to repay her later. Ain and Ain were on their way to find new adventures and improve their skills when Tartar spotted them. He was happy to finally find Hen and Ain and shouted for them to stop and wait for him. Ain looked at the boy and decided to ask Heng who he was and if he knew him, because she had never seen this young man before. Hen replied that he didn't know the boy either and assumed that he wanted to offer a quest and began to tell Tartar that they had too much to do. Tartar shouted to the girl and the boy to wait, because he had been looking for them for almost a month. The young man asked if it was really Ain. Hen smiled and said that it seemed the boy was not looking for him, but for Ain, and the girl immediately began to say that she was not interested in strangers. Tartar began to say that Ain was very popular in the game community, and almost all players knew her, and Tartar was the first to post a video of Ain's battle with the mob. Yun said that the boy was a big fan of Ain's if he even made a video with her, and suggested that he might be a stalker, but the girl said that she didn't need that kind of attention. Hin told Tartar that he had heard everything himself, that Ain didn't want to talk to him, and advised him to go his own way. But Tartar was very persistent and began to catch up with Hen and Ain, because he could not just say goodbye to them because he had been trying to find the girl for so long. The boy could not believe that Hen and Ain did not even want to ask him anything, because he was sure that they must have had questions to ask. Hen didn't like this, and started asking questions about the share of the profit from the video Tartar posted. He approached the boy, and began to talk to Tartar about how much he had earned from the video of Ain's battle. Ain watched the conversation between Hen and Tartar from the sidelines, because she only wanted to continue the game with Hen in peace. The girl did not understand what was happening to her friend today because he was somehow worried. Ain decided to remind Hen that they were going to receive heavenly achievements today and asked if he was coming. The young man turned to the girl and said that of course they were going together. Suddenly, Ain started talking about how Tartar had been looking for them for a long time and maybe they should at least listen to him. Hen said that in this case, she could practice and improve her level for now because it would be easier for them if they were on the same level. After that, Hen returned to Tartar and said that while Ain was training, they could talk to him. The guy told the girl that as soon as he finished talking to Tartar, he would come back to her. Ain did not know how to react to what had happened. Hen decided to talk to Tartar about paying for the video and asked if he had a share of the profits, but the boy replied that unfortunately he had not set up monetization on his account. When Hen heard this, he was very angry with the guy for not applying for monetization because there were so many views and he could have earned good money. Hen immediately pulled himself together and thought that he shouldn't talk to the boy like that because he knew he was in high school. He immediately began to think that Tartar was much better at social media than he was, and that he had good editing skills, so if he just helped him, he could earn money. But Hen didn't know if Ain would agree to this, because without her, nothing would work, and suddenly, the girl came up to them and asked what the guys were talking about. Hen said that Ain had arrived just in time and he had a conversation to have with her and invited her to sit down. The young man told the girl everything, and she decided to ask if Hen really wanted to make money from fighting videos. Hen didn't know if Ain would agree, so he said he was not sure that she understood in a nutshell and asked her what she thought about the idea. But Ain abruptly stood up and said she didn't need it and wasn't interested. The girl said that she didn't want to show herself to other people, and Hen replied that there was nothing to be done and that she should forget about the idea. Ain asked why Hen wanted to make such videos. Maybe he didn't have enough money, but he said that he was doing well financially. The young man told the girl that if she was not interested, he would not force her to earn money through video. Ain asked why Hen didn't want to do the video himself if he wanted to, but he was not sure he could do it. The girl began to manipulate and say that while the young man was busy with the videos, she would raise her level so that, as Hen said, it would be more convenient for them to work together. Ain thought that she should push Heng to see if he really wanted to study, and immediately said that she had to leave for a while because she had things to do. The girl said goodbye and told the guy to do what he really wanted while she was gone. But Hen did not want Ain to leave, and did not think that this conversation could lead to her leaving him for a while. The guy did not understand what had happened, and how the girl allowed him to do what he wanted, but he knew that he was unlikely to achieve anything alone. Hen didn't expect to have to do anything alone without Ain's help. Tartar immediately asked if they should send the video they already had, and Hen agreed to do so, as he had no other plan. Hen was a little confused because it had been a long time since he had played alone without a partner. The young man thought that he was good at it when he learned the assimilation skill, and then tried it on an acrobat doll, and when he completed the main quest with Louise. But Hen did not want to shoot a video with himself in the lead role because he realized that all the players would know about his assimilation skill. Suddenly, he came up with what he thought was a brilliant idea that could solve his problem. Hen drew attention to Tartar and called him over, hinting that he had a serious conversation. Hen was very nervous himself because he did not know how to tell the boy about his skill that no one knew about. Hen told Tartar that he would not sue him for using the video, but he had one condition, that the boy should keep quiet. After a while, Tartar arrived at the dungeon of the novice necromancer and had to pass a test. The boy could not believe that he had to go on a mission alone, but it was not quite so because Hen had assimilated and was in Tartar's body. Hen had no choice but to agree with Tartar to use the boy's body for some time to gain views. Hen realized that Tartar would not give away his secret, so he decided to help the boy become stronger and immediately asked why he was good at sports and not so good at skills. And Tartar replied that he only learned through messages in the game's community for the first video, when Hen and Tartar decided to shoot a combo record. The first thing Hen asked was what level of weapon the boy had, and it was not very strong, so Hen immediately said that they had to earn money and buy new weapons for Tartar. Tartar didn't know if he could handle all the monsters on his own. Hen immediately supported the guy and said that these skeletons were only level 30. Hen took the initiative to control Tartar's body and attack the monsters in front of it. Tartar was simply delighted with the skills that Hen had and how skillfully he dealt with his opponents. Hen was surprised that he managed to deal with all the monsters very quickly, and everything turned out to be much better than he expected. The boy thought that assimilation with Tartar was very different from how he felt in Ain's body. Tartar immediately asked Hen if he could post a video of the battle, as they had come here for that very purpose. But Hen said that he hadn't filmed anything for a long time, and should have chosen a better place, and said that they should go straight ahead. Tartar went deeper into the dungeon and saw many skeletons in front of him, and could not believe that he had to defeat them all. In the old game, Seo Hyun was ranked first, but even when he was a regular rookie, his first class was a thief, just like Tartar's. The boy's main weapon was a two-handed sword, and then he changed it to a longsword. But until about the 200th level, he constantly used a two-handed one, and it did not prevent him from achieving good results. And when Hen assimilated with Tartharthar and fought with a two-handed sword, he was very excited because he remembered the old days. While Hen and Tartar's body was heading to the monsters, he explained to the guy what the rules are when you want to make a combo, and Tartar knew about some of them, but didn't even realize that there were so many rules. Tartarus said that he had heard that the closer you get to the core of the dungeon, the more monsters appear, but you can't move suddenly or you'll say goodbye to your life. And he confirmed this and added that this is why you should go slowly. Ahen recalled how he used to spend time playing the old game and could spend whole days on it and would only leave to eat and come back again. Hen told Tartar to trust him and take good pictures, and he would do his best to defeat the monsters. The guy thought that in order to improve the skill level of thief characters such as Tartar, this dungeon was the best place to go. Hen in the body of a young man very quickly dealt with a large number of monsters without giving them a single chance to escape. Tartar said that he tried to put together a combo many times, but each time he failed. At some point, Hen took out a knife and finally dealt with some of the monsters that were preventing him from moving forward. Tartar couldn't believe that Hen was so easy to work with and had the feeling that he knew exactly what to do every second. The boy thought that Hen had even managed to build the trajectory so that the combo could be collected, and in the end, all monsters of the same type were defeated in the same way. Now, the monsters they had to fight were stronger than those they had already defeated. But Hen was not going to rest on his laurel, and decided that he had to do his best to raise Tartar's level. Very quickly, Tartar began to have new achievements because Hen put a lot of effort into making the video good. Tartar watched with delight as Hen fought and did not understand how long he would be able to win, because even the best thieves he knew could not do it. The next level of monsters was also defeated, and Hen and Tartar were able to move on. A few more achievements were added to Tartar's treasury, and Hen continued to fight monsters. In addition to his achievements, the boy also developed skills such as speed and agility. Hen skillfully used Tartar's skills to defeat the monsters and still fulfill his plan to get the combo. The battle continued, and more monsters were destroyed, each time stronger than the last. When Hen fought the skeleton monsters, he thought that they were not very smart and strong, and he did not have to put in a lot of effort to win. But he realized that with Tartar's characteristics, it would not be so easy, and it would be easier if the boy had improved his passive skills such as attack or movement speed. So Hen decided that this would be enough for a start, and Tartar decided to watch the video he had recorded and was delighted with it and asked Hen if he could publish it. But Hen didn't understand why Tartar was asking, since they had come to fight the monsters for that very reason. But at some point, Tartar felt sorry to publish this video because all the players could learn about the peculiarities of Hen's attack, and he thought it was not worth the money. But Hen was sure that no one would be able to repeat it, so he didn't need to worry about such trifle. Hen said that many of the players don't even know the basic, so even if they want to repeat it, they won't succeed. And besides, if the enemy is undead, it will be difficult to score such a combo because the skeletons did not defend themselves. So in this case, it became possible. Hen added that he also trained in this dungeon quite often to reach a higher level. Suddenly, Tartar asked if Hen had won the old game, and the boy replied that he had managed to win, to which Tartar exclaimed that he knew it. Hen decided to return to the conversation about video and the revenue they could generate with Tartar. He started talking about how things might change later, but for now they have to share the profits 9-1. Tartar was so happy that Hen had helped him raise his level of achievement that he agreed to any terms of cooperation. Hen said that the boy had a very good heart because Tartar was ready to give away even all the money he could earn. But still, Hen said that he would give him 10% of the profits to keep things fair. In the cafe, Arneg, a former member of the Guild of Jigen, was sitting and talking to Tartar about how Hen and Ain had such a high level of skill that they must be living in the game. Tartar said that the girl and the boy were very nice, but their character was really very unusual, and Arneg was glad that the young man had no problems with copyright. Arneg told Tartar that if he managed to publish such videos as the battle with the boss, he would soon be able to earn much more than office worker. The man told the boy that he was also working on his own channel and wanted to give some advice on how to promote the video, and added that it was up to the author to make the game visible to the world. Hen and Tartar discussed all the details of their collaboration, and the boy went to edit the video. After that, Ah-hyun immediately joined Ain, and together they completed quests and received achievements. In the moments when Ain was not in the game, he helped Frektis and Nuna with their training, and the rest of the time, Hen spent pumping up his own level of achievement or saying prayers. A few days later, Hen managed to reach the 100th level of skill, and now quests to change his class were open to him. The boy immediately became interested in what exactly the quest to change the class was about, and decided to figure it out. The young man was offered a quest in which he could receive absolute recognition from high-level NPCs, and the more supporters he had, the greater his power would become. Hen immediately thought that he could get such affection from Louise, but it was not a good option because he did not know how strong the girl was and when they would be able to meet. The young man decided that it was not necessary to look for a transcendent for approval, and that a simple NPC like Captain Ollie would suffice, because he was a top-class NPC. So, Hen decided to go to the captain and ask him personally what he thought of him, and Captain Ollie started saying that their team was very good and trustworthy. The guy was uncomfortable and decided to ask if the captain really thought he could be trusted, and the man replied that he was telling the truth. The captain changed the subject and said that he had been waiting for Hen because he had recently heard some very disturbing rumors. The guy immediately realized that the captain wanted to offer him a new quest, and asked what kind of rumors had reached the man, because he realized that if he fulfilled the captain's request, he could get his unconditional favor. The captain began to tell him why he was waiting for Hen, and asked if the boy had ever heard of the existence of demons. He was surprised that the captain was asking about this because he had actually met them more than once. The young man knew that demons were very evil and cunning, and also so strong that an ordinary person would never be able to resist them. The captain said that Heng has a great talent for secret infiltration, and therefore, he wants to assign the boy to find traces of demons that could threaten their heavenly empire. Hen agreed to the captain's offer and realized that this quest would take him a long time. So before starting it, he decided to meet with Tartar and discuss their video channel. Tartar told Hen that he had already uploaded the video and created a new channel and was just finishing the work. Hen looked at Tartar's results and noticed that the channel was really good, and the video looked like a real movie. Tartar cut out the first part of the battle and uploaded only the second, and people started flooding the channel with comments that they would like to see the beginning, and thus, the guys will be able to gain more views. Hen looked at the young man and thought that the boy had told him he was in the 3rd grade of high school, but his channeling and editing skills were simply amazing. Hen thought that he could invite Tartar to go with him on the captain's quest, and if they went together, Tartar would be able to make a new video. Hen started to say that the boy was great, and the video turned out much better than he expected, and that's why Tartar deserves the award. And this reward was an offer to go with Hen on a hidden quest. The guy explained that this quest was from the captain of the guard, and 2 people could participate in it, and so he wanted to invite Tartar. Tartar was very excited to be able to participate in the quest with Hen, as it was a great opportunity to develop his skills and shoot new material for the channel. Hen thought that he should talk to Ain, but she was a bit busy closing the gap between the levels, so Hen thought that she would not mind giving Tartar the opportunity to participate in the quest. Hen decided to write to Ain and said that he had reached the 100th level and wanted to take a test to change his class and suggested that the girl do the same. And he said that she also had a hidden class, so it was unknown what quest she would get. After corresponding with the girl, Hen asked Tartar if he accepted the invitation because they had to hurry, and the boy did everything he could to join Hen as soon as possible. Tartar was the first to have the opportunity to complete the hidden quest, and Hen said that when the boy reached his level, he would not even look at the regular tests. Hen and Tartar headed to the place where their hidden quest was to begin, and the boy was very nervous because he had never been through such a test. The boy asked Hen why they had entered the abyss, secretly because he had chosen the side of heaven. He told Tartar that everything was fine because he had chosen the side of the abyss, and the boy was surprised because he did not understand how Hen had managed to get into the Knight's Hall. At that moment, Hen assimilated and entered the body of Tartar and said that this is how he got to the Knight's Hall, hiding in Ain's body. Tartar was still very worried because he belonged to the heavens, and the rune on his hand had not disappeared, so he began to doubt whether he would be able to complete the quest. Hen understood why the boy was so worried, and said that the rune could be changed to his. Tartar didn't understand how this could be done because he had never seen anything like it, and Hen explained that he was from the abyss and could do whatever he wanted with the rune. Khan said that if the assimilation does not dissipate, Tartar will be able to safely enter the territory of the abyss, and assured that if everything goes according to plan, they will definitely be able to win the quest. The boys got to the lands of the abyss, and Tartar told Hen that he felt strange. Hen asked what exactly was wrong, and Tartar replied that he thought it would be scarier in a ghostly place, and that there were zombies walking around at night, or fights all the time. Hen immediately told the guy that he didn't know about zombies, but that fights did happen quite often here. Hen and Tartar approached the place where the battles took place, and had the opportunity to see the 4th confrontation of the Duke. Hen immediately told the boy that if they win, they will be able to access the treasury of the abyss, and to get there they must gain the Duke's recognition. The guy explained that in heaven, there are NPCs who supported players in the abyss, and the Duke was much kinder to people than demons and monsters, and during battles he chose several players to support. Tartar was very nervous because he was not sure that he would be able to win such a tournament. He decided to ask Hen if he could simply destroy the treasury guard or the Duke himself to get there, and Hen replied that there are Dukes who have a very high level of skill. Hen tried to calm the guy down and told him that he shouldn't be afraid, because it was a battle for survival in words only, and in fact it was just a festival. Hen and Tartar passed the checkpoint and immediately joined the 4th Duke's competition. Tartar was amazed by what he saw, and said that everything looked completely different from the outside. The guy said that he had no idea that everything here was so gorgeous, saying that they should first look around to find a place to watch the battle so that the Dukes wouldn't see him. The 4th competition began, and the Duke announced that whoever managed to stand out would be given his support. Tartar was shocked to see how many people were in the room who wanted to surprise the Duke, but Hen told him that it was only one room and there were many. Before entering the battle, you had to take a short survey, after which benefits were awarded and coins were given to Hen and Tartar. No one saw these coins except the guys, so each participant did not know how strong a player was. Tartar and Hen received a notification that their battle was starting right now, after which the wall rose and they found themselves in a casino. Hen had never participated in such competitions before, so he didn't know how everything worked. Hen immediately told Tartar that they should start by preparing for the video shoot and told him that he could rely on him for the rest. They immediately headed for one of the slot machines, and Tartar asked with admiration if Hen knew how to gamble. Tartar immediately told Hen that his parents had told him to avoid slot machines, but Hen assured him that everything would be fine, because that was the only way they could make money. After the guys scrolled through the machines several times, they were faced with a battle with the undead, and the first stage was about to begin. They were given the task of holding the front line until Duke Hen arrived. Tartar explained that it was like a game within a game, and they had to play it with dignity. The skeleton attack began, and Hen told Tartar to trust him, because he could handle the skeletons, and the boy was to record everything on video. A separate time was allocated for holding the front, which amounted to 598 seconds, and the fighters began their confrontation with the monster. There were more and more monsters every second, and not enough troops, so Hen decided that he had to deal with the skeletons himself. The military tried to keep the monsters at bay, but there were so many of them that it was almost impossible. One of them started shouting that he was surrounded and had gone too far and was trapped and wanted to surrender. But Hen had a different plan, and he wasn't going to just give up his victory and the opportunity to complete the quest. The soldier whom Hen had saved was thanking him, and the guy was thinking that he had managed to get 1,000 combos, but it took some time for the walls to be destroyed. In order not to lose his life, Hen thought that he had to infiltrate the enemy camp and fight the monsters from the inside. The soldiers of the army were shocked to see Hen fighting in the body of Tartar and did not understand who he was. They immediately thought that the Duke had not abandoned them and had sent his knight to help them. Tartar asked Hen if he didn't think there were too many monsters around, and they were appearing faster than they could take their lives. But Hen was confident in his actions and said they would continue to fight and decided to change weapons. Suddenly, ghosts began to appear around the boys and tried to attack them. The first victim for the ghosts were the military, who could not even hold the skeletons, and there were fewer and fewer soldiers. Hen was thinking that the difficulty of this minigame was higher than he expected, and if things continued at this pace, they would be finished very quickly, but there was not much time left in the battle. Finally, the time for the task was over, and the guys managed to complete the difficult level. But it wasn't that simple, and they received a notification that the Duke had to attend an important event, and would not be able to send reinforcements. Now the task of Hen and Tartar was to hold out as long as possible in this battle. But the monsters attacked so powerfully that the soldiers were getting smaller and smaller. Hen thought only of one thing, that the Duke would not come, and so he had to do everything he could to defeat the monster. He skillfully destroyed all those who tried to attack him, stopping at nothing. At some point, Hen noticed that there were too few soldiers left, and it was almost impossible to resist any longer. The guy was shocked that the entire army was almost destroyed, and he did not know what to do. Still, he was not going to lay down his arms, so he shouted to the soldier to hold out a little longer and continued to deal with the monster. Suddenly, the soldier told the young man to look up, and they saw the boss of the skeletons, named Lychee. Hen realized that he couldn't do it alone, and that he needed at least one helper to defeat the Lich. But the last person who could help him was a soldier who lost hope in life and committed suicide in front of Hen. Finally, the quest was completed, and Hen and Tartar waited for the results of the competition to be summarized. He thought about the fact that this game also contained a historical battle that was virtual, but he was still shocked that the more he played, the more the NPCs looked like people. Suddenly, Tartar started asking Hen if he saw the same thing as the guy, and at that moment, the big scoreboard showed that someone had set a new record and hit the jackpot. And this player was Tartar, and he and Hen received a lucky chip that could be exchanged for points in the exchange. Hen said that they shouldn't stay too long because the first goal had been achieved and they had to move on. When all the players saw who hit the jackpot, they thought that historically, the virtual battle was quite simple and therefore rushed to complete it. Hen thought that he chose the theme of the undead because it was here that he could maximize Tartar's abilities, as skeletons were not afraid of death, so they were well suited for filling combos. But the guy did not expect that later more advanced monsters would appear, and despite the difficulty of the level, at the very end, there was a very strong monster that he could not defeat. Hen told Tartar that there were very few players who could resist the skeleton army that attacked at the very beginning, but that this did not concern them, and they should go to the next level. Hen in the body of Tartar came to the bar, and the boy asked him, after drinking the fourth glass, what Hen was going to do next. Tartar realized that one drink was worth 500 points, and Hen had already managed to drink 4 of them. And suddenly the bartender told him that she thought he liked the play. The girl said that if the guy didn't mind, she would show him something else, because Hen had managed to become the 21st VIP member in this casino, and now he could choose exclusive products. Hen immediately said that he wouldn't mind seeing the list of VIP items the bartender could offer. Tartar was surprised because there were unique items on the list at a very low price, and Hen said that they were intended only for this competition and that they could not be taken with them. The guys couldn't choose anything from the list, so he told the bartender that he wanted to give her a lucky chip. The girl did not expect the young man to give her this chip and said that in this case, she could not just stand idly by. After that, she said she would provide the guy with the best service, and now he has become the first VIP client to receive many points and his list has been expanded. Most of the players of the old game knew about the VIP setting in the Dukes competition, except that Hen thought that no one knew about these conditions except him because he found this information in the Celestial interaction. At that time, the Guild of Dark was discussing the Tartar video, and the Guildmaster said that he was shocked to see it, but when he heard the news about the record, he was convinced of his suspicion. Pius immediately said that if they managed to lure a player under the nickname Tartar to join their guild, they would be able to compensate for their mistake when they lost Ain. XL immediately started talking about how we needed to figure out how to contact the guy before anyone else because the latest news was that he had broken the record of one of the best players in the competition. The Guildmaster said that the fact that the guy broke the record already guarantees him a place in the top 10 winners. And Medea said that in this case, it was likely that the young man would take part in the banquet that would take place after the competition, and perhaps they should try to establish contact with him there. The Guildmaster thought that they would not be able to establish contact with Ain, but if they could persuade Tartar, it would only benefit the guild. Berard and Steelstone saw Tartar's video online and said that it was unlikely that anyone would be able to repeat this guy. The men were surprised that the boy did not have a very high level of skill, but they noticed that he looked very much like one of their friends from the old game named Hen. Steelstone said that he immediately thought that Tartar could be Hen, but he wasn't, because the boy was too young. Because Hen had to be older because he had been playing the old game for too long. They immediately decided that they had to invite Tartar to join their guild before he was lured away by others. Berard and Steelstone said that Tartar would be able to handle those two with ease, meaning Hen and Ain. Stali Kamen said that he was sure that the young man would be among the top 10 winners of the competition, and that if they got to the banquet in time, they would be able to meet him. They wanted to lure Tartar to their side in order to become more successful than Hen. At the time when Hen took the first place in the old game, there was a place in heaven where only he could go, a repository of knowledge that contained all the information about the game. 5 days before the opening of the new game, Hen took pictures of all the information in the vault that could be useful, and by a lucky break, there was information about the competition of the Abyssal Forces. Thanks to this, the guy knew exactly what items he should receive at the competition, but unfortunately they were all disposable. Tartar didn't understand why they needed to buy items from the VIP list, since they were already in first place among all the players. Heng told the young man that everything they know now, including information about exclusive items, must never be published. When Hen acquired everything he wanted, he was ready to continue competing and move to a higher level. The name of the next mission was Overcoming the Elven Gate, and its difficulty was Hell. This time, the guy's task was to cross the city of golems and get to the core to destroy it. The monsters tried their best to stop the boy, but they failed. Hen in the body of Tartar was incredibly skillful in dealing with opponents who stood in his way. The boy tried to get to the core as quickly as possible and complete the task to get the opportunity to become the first again. Hen was delighted with the skills he had so far, because at this point he was much faster than Ain. In order to get to this task, Hen bought tickets and bought a mythical assassin's kit with the remaining points. All missions of the Hell difficulty level were based on real events of the game. If you know the structure of the map, you can take the shortest route. And the mythical killer's kit is a piece of equipment that is called a combo thief's dream. After all, even with strong and powerful attacks, you could get combos that you hadn't been able to before. The boys managed to pass all the monsters thanks to the items and skills that Hen had bought in advance. Hen was moving very quickly towards his goal, and the mission to overcome the Elven Gate was completed, with only the second part of the task left to be done. The next level was even more difficult than the previous one, and they were confronted by a monster with the seal of the soul of an ancient dragon. I thought that this video will not be published, and the score for the hellish difficulty is not displayed in the rating table, so you can do anything and not worry about the consequence. This level was also completed, and Hen tried to find something interesting for the next passage. The young man thought that missions with simple enemies such as naked or undead were effective for combo thieves, but one mission could be completed only once, and there was not much time left before the end of the competition. That's why the guy hurried to choose the next mission to get what he wanted and become one of the best in the competition. Heng chose a location called Illuna, one of the satellites of the old game, where a fierce battle between the heavens and the abyss took place. Ian and Tartar were already there and saw an amazing ray of sunshine in which a girl was visible, who was most likely an angel. Tartar was just delighted with what he see and said that it was a pity that he could not publish such a video, and Hen said it was too complicated and it was too early to disclose such information. Hen tried to see the girl in the light, and it seemed to him that she was praying, and the young man wondered if it was a goddess or a saint. Suddenly, there was an explosion, and strangers began to appear out of the light looking like angels. These creatures had wings, and Hen thought that they were puppets of angels, and there were so many of them that even the end of their army was not visible. They quickly arrived at the place where the battle between heaven and the abyss was to take place. Tartar immediately informed Hen that they were being attacked by monsters called Warlock, and Hen noted that they had now joined the forces of the abyss, so the Warlocks were on their side. Hen recalled that according to the story, this battle ended with the victory of heaven. Then he participated as a soldier of the losing abyss, and in the end, they had to die. But he still wanted to change the course of history, and so he decided that he would fight to the last. An hour of battle had passed, but there was no end in sight to the confrontation, as both heaven and the abyss tried to win. Hen thought that it made sense to continue the battle because it was still unclear who was stronger. Hen told Tartar that he had no more skill points and needed to improve his combo skill, but he didn't understand why only the critical hit skill was raised for combo thieves. Suddenly, an angel appeared on the battlefield and approached Hen and Tartar. Heng immediately thought that this creature could match thousands and tens of thousands of other players in terms of strength. With just one attack from the angel, most of the Warlocks were destroyed, and the chances of the abyss winning were becoming less and less. For the first time in his life, Hen saw the angel's attack, and it looked like an ordinary hand gesture, but the power was extremely strong, and the boy realized that he could not fight it. The mission was completed, and Hen and Tartar received a table showing how many points they had earned, and Hen was surprised because he thought they would get more. There was very little time left until the end of the competition, and Tartar started to tell Hen not to be upset if they lost. The guys had to collect 400,000 points in 10 minutes, and Hen said that they could be earned not only through battles and approached the bartender. Hen decided to take the risk, but Tartar didn't understand how buying from the bartender would help them and asked if Hen had a plan. Hen decided to try his luck and bought a bag of points, and the girl said that they were registered and the tournament area was an auction house. At one point, Tartar even thought that Hen was so upset that he was ready to bet everything on luck, but Hen hoped that he could sell the bag of points for a lot of money. The auction started, and one of the players managed to get a large number of points at once. There were a lot of shouts in the hall. Some were lucky, and some were not, and everything was decided by chance. Hen was happy that he had succeeded, but Tartar did not understand how it happened, and the boy told him that he would understand if he thought about it. Hen managed to sell all the bags with points and earned 1 million points, which was much more than he had expected, and he was very happy about it. In addition, Hen also bought an item called a deception in the store, and thanks to it, he could fix his score at 100,000 points, and no one would realize that he was the only one selling bags. After that, Hen bought an elixir in the store that could double the skill tree, and the guy was overjoyed that he succeeded because this elixir was very expensive. The young man calculated everything and purchased a potential return, thanks to which he could return the spent skill points in addition to those spent on the awakening skill. But Tartar also wanted to get something for himself, and told Hen that he might need one of these items to properly distribute his skills for video recording. Hen immediately asked Tartar if he understood that they had a mutually beneficial relationship. The boy continued to say that he had assimilated with Tartar in order to shoot videos and then upload them to the channel and share the profit, and he did not understand why the boy thought that he was so greedy that he would not leave one item for him. And he told Tartar that if he wanted, he could choose anyone for himself. The boy was beside himself with happiness because he had not expected such kindness from Hen. The tournament was over, and Hen and Tartar won and were invited to the Duke's banquet. There was still a lot of time left before the banquet, so Hen had a moment to think about what skills he should spend his points on. Suddenly, the guy noticed a new skill he hadn't seen in his account before. Hen asked Tartar if he had chosen the skills he had told him to use, and the boy replied that he had done everything he had told him to do. Hen invited Tartar to compete, but the boy was afraid that his level was much lower than Hen and that he would lose the fight. Nevertheless, Tartar agreed to the duel, and Hen told him to attack first, and he would use only his new skills. A friendly match was started, and Tartar went on the attack first, as he and Hen had agreed. But Tartar failed to strike because Hen suddenly just disappeared, and the young man clearly did not expect it. After that, Hen attacked the boy, not allowing him to defend himself. Hen won with a single punch, and Tartar did not understand how this could happen, and what kind of skill the guy had that allowed him to simply disappear. Hing chose new skills for himself, namely invisibility, biometric acceleration, and influence multiplication. The guy immediately thought about what he had improvised with the combination of these skills and realized that multiplying the impact was a generally useless skill for a single player game, but the result satisfied him. Night fell, and Tartar hurried to the Duke's banquet, to which he was invited because he had to receive his reward for the competition. The winner of the competition was immediately announced, and everyone present turned their attention to Tartar. The players wondered how the boy managed to win, because he looked quite weak. Tartar told Hen that he thought everyone around him was talking about him, but Hen told him not to think about it because they would finish the task as soon as they received the reward. The boy told Hen that he had no experience of attending such receptions, and suddenly someone came up to him. A man approached Tartar and offered him to become his servant, promising that he would give him anything the boy could wish for. The crowd immediately started whispering that it was hard to believe that Bakmir, who is known for not being interested in players, would make such offers. Tartar immediately asked Hen what he should do and whether it was the Duke or someone else, but Hen did not know for sure, but he thought that the Duke would not have come to the young man in person. Hen did not know what to do, because if he agreed, both the risks and rewards could multiply, but Tartar belonged in heaven, not the abyss. Hen thought about it and decided that only Tartar himself should make such an important decision, and said that he was quite popular because the Duke himself was interested in him. But the young man was so shocked that he did not know what to do. Tartarus didn't know what to do because it was too complicated a decision, and he really wanted Hen to give him some advice. Suddenly, a man named Digitalis approached Bakmir and began to say that the banquet had not even started yet, and that personal negotiations should be held only after the award ceremony. After the conversation, the men left, and Tartar breathed a sigh of relief, but Hen said he thought the man would return. Finally, the award ceremony began, and Tartar, who took the first place, received his gift, which included gold medallions, demon tokens, and a high-ranked monster core. Tartar was rejoicing in his reward when someone came up behind him and asked if the boy had made a decision, and Hen immediately told the young man that he had warned him that the man would return. Tartar began to say something incoherent, trying to refuse Bakmir's offer. The man immediately said that he was behaving very arrogantly, as expected from a player, but Tartar thought that he did not mean it at all. Bakmir continued to say that since the boy was strong enough in battle, this arrogance was justified, and again offered Tartar to serve him. Suddenly, something very strange began to happen to Tartar, and he was as if hypnotized, and decided that he should try to agree to the man's proposal. Bahir told Tartar that the boy had made a very good decision, and he would never regret it, and from today, he would make him his knight. The man immediately turned around and said that the contract was concluded, and he promised that there was no lie in his word, and Tartar was immediately promoted to the rank of Knight of the Duke. But Tartar did not want to be a Knight of the Duke, and therefore did not understand how he was appointed to such a position so quickly. Hen tried to calm the guy down, telling him that he was really lucky because the Death Knight is a class whose performance in the previous game was high. The main thing was that he had earned the Duke's favor, and if he could overcome some risks, he would receive the same support as the ranker who belonged to heaven. Tartar couldn't get over the fact that his whole life in the game was changing dramatically, and suddenly someone came up to him. It was Berard, and he said that compared to Tartar, he was an ordinary user, but nevertheless, he was in the ranking. Hen immediately recognized his friend and asked the guy to give him control over the body. Tartarus told the man that he must be a great man if he was in the ranking, but Berard laughed and said that he was not and that he had taken second place in the third tournament and could therefore participate in the feast. Berard went on to say that the reason he approached the boy was because he wanted Tartar to join their guild. Hen immediately thought that the Berard Guild was made up of users of the old game and couldn't believe that they had created their own guild. Berard immediately realized that Tartar had already heard that his guild consisted of users of the old game, but this information was not available to other guilds. While Berard was trying to persuade Tartar to join their guild, Medea was already approaching the boy with the same goal in mind. She interrupted the man and asked if he should listen to other suggestions, and Berard immediately asked who the girl was. Hen immediately recognized Madeline and wondered what she was doing at this banquet. The girl knew that Berard's team consisted of players from the old game, and the man did not understand how she could have known this. Medea said that there was a member of their guild who was in 4th place in the old game, and if he was telling the truth, Berard was only in 5th place. Berard was simply shocked that the girl knew such detailed information about him, but she didn't stop and said that there was something else to convince Tartar to join their guild, and Medea promised to give the boy a bonus. The girl offered $1 million for signing a 6-month contract with their guild. Hearing this, Hen and Tartar were simply shocked. Berard was trying to win Tartar's favor in his favor at this time, and Hen listened to them and could not believe his ears because he did not understand how a child could earn millions. While Mayday and Berard were arguing with each other about who had the best offers, Hen was thinking about whether Tartar was really that valuable. Tartar told Hen that the video he uploaded last had a lot of comments and views, and he assumed it was because they had broken the record. Hen thought that this virtual battle was one of many mini-games in the competition, and only because he and Tartar broke the record did they receive so much attention and offers from the guild's top players. Suddenly, Tartar told Medea and Berard that he was refusing their offers as he was not interested in their guilds and advised them to go back. Medea was going crazy because the guy refused, so she started offering even more money just to get Tartar to join their guild. For a moment, Tartar stopped, and Hen thought that maybe he should accept such an unrealistically good offer. But Medea replied that he refused, not because of the amount they were willing to pay, but only because he was more comfortable playing alone. Hen thought that he finally understood why such large guilds offered billions. The best players were admired as heroes. Tartar knew all of Hen's personal information, and even that he had the assimilation skill, so he couldn't let him join any of the guild. He thought about the fact that he had already managed to earn a considerable amount of money in this game thanks to Nuna. He finally realized that this virtual game was not just popular. For some players, this game was a whole world in which they were ready to live, and the guy thought about what would happen if he became #1 in the ranking. Aidi said that Tartarus had refused her offer, and the XL Guildmaster simply could not believe that the guy had refused such good conditions. One of the members of the Dark Guild noted that the guy was too young, and perhaps he did not understand what conditions he had given up. Reina was upset and said that no matter how small he was, the boy could not help but realize the value of such an offer. Reina decided to ask a guild member named Cage if Tartar was a player in the last game. Cage was a former runner of the old game and replied that Tartar definitely hadn't played before. The guy thought that if Tartar played the old game, he would have taken. He was 3rd in the ranking, but he personally knew the person who took that place. The 2nd place in that ranking was occupied by Ain, and many people already knew about her from the video that were on the internet, but the 1st place went to Hen, and Tartar definitely didn't look like it. So the guy was sure that Tartar had never played the old game before because his skills were impressive and would definitely not go unnoticed. Tartar was walking in the courtyard and saw the Minotaur and told Hen that it was really scary outside the banquet hall and asked what brought Hen here. Hen immediately reminded the boy that they were now in the middle of a quest, and he had participated in a contest to be able to get here, and now he could enter the treasury of the abyss. Hen told Tartar that they were in a place where players could not enter because they could be destroyed, so the guy used the invisibility skill and biometric acceleration. Thanks to this, they managed to get through the first obstacle unnoticed, but it was more dangerous. Although Hen had mastered the skill of invisibility, it did not mean that the smell and sound of footsteps would disappear, so he had to be more careful. The treasures of the abyss were very well guarded, so there were many monsters ahead. Hen told Tartar that from now on, they would only move using stealth and biometric acceleration. Hen thought that the monsters could be fooled, but the Duke would definitely be able to see through this skill, so he could not be confronted. But the problem was that Tartarus was his knight, and the Duke could approach him at any moment. According to the records, the battle between Heaven and the Abyss was supposed to end 15 minutes after it began, but Tartar lasted a full hour. Duke Bachmir couldn't believe that the guy was really an ordinary user. Bachmir thought that the boy was very weak, but after watching him, it became obvious that he had no fear of death and his potential was unlimited. The man said that he would make sure that Tartar did not regret agreeing to become his knight. Suddenly, Bachmir was surprised to hear a strange signal from the guards in his sector. The Duke immediately asked one of the guards what had happened, and he guessed that someone had broken into the palace. Bachmir was going to meet his knight Tartar, and wondered if he was not an agent from heaven. The man did not know exactly who Tartar was, but if he dared to step into the abyss, he should be prepared for the consequences. And Tartar told Hen that the place was too confusing, and there was nothing else there but walls, but Hen said they had arrived at their main location. The guy said that this main entrance to the treasury was very well guarded, so it was difficult to get in, but there was a completely empty warehouse, which is why there were no guards. At this point, Hen told Tartar that he would be back soon and assimilated out of his body. The guy told Tartar not to worry and just wait for him at this place. Hen found himself behind the wall they had just stood by, and he was right. Here was the treasure trove of the abyss. The guy used his assimilation technique because it could operate regardless of distance and could be activated and deactivated if the target was at a short distance. Heth told Tartar not to stray too far from the wall, because if he did, he might not be able to return to his body, and then he immediately began to search for the magic bead. At one point, Hen stopped and thought that he had finally found what he was looking for. Heng remembered that he had received an item from the captain of the guard, and assumed that it had to be used here. This object was a monster's claw. It belonged to a creature that had appeared with the demon and then disappeared. Hen found out that this monster was right in the center of the capital, which meant that it could attack at any time. The quest was completed, and Hen needed to report to the captain of the guard that the capital was in danger, and suddenly received a notification that he had another item that could be tracked. Hen was surprised because he did not remember the captain giving him any other item. Suddenly, the young man realized that this object could be Louise's necklace, and the girl's pendant began to shake violently, which frightened Hen. Suddenly, the necklace slipped from the boy's hands and headed toward the magic bead. Hen's main quest was resumed, and he learned about Louise's location. This place was somewhere in the middle of the water, and the young man was quite surprised because there were a lot of monsters in that place. The silhouette of the girl gradually moved, and, given the scale of the map, her speed was simply incredible. Hen tried to understand whether Louise was moving above or below the water, and whatever happened to the girl, this situation was too unbelievable and meaningless. Suddenly, he realized that it was possible because it was not water, but a satellite, which meant that if Louise was not at sea, she was on the moon. Hen heard that there were guards outside the wall and realized that he had stayed too long and had to get back to Tartara as soon as possible. The guards entered his treasury and were ordered to search every corner of the room, but Hen managed to assimilate in time. Bachmir was angry because the guards did not catch the intruder. One of them told the Duke that there were traces, but the criminal himself was nowhere to be found. While Bachmir was shouting for the guards to immediately find the person who had broken into the treasury, the hens in Tartar's body were running away very quickly so that they could not be noticed. Still, Hen's traces were found, and Bachmir could trace what he was trying to find out in the treasury. He scanned the magic bead and realized that the young man had learned about the monster in the capital. The Duke said that he was sure it was a spy from heaven, and they needed to evacuate the monster from the capital immediately. Bachmir noticed that the bead was used twice, and was surprised because the place was the sea, and the transcendent was being tracked, but angels usually did not stay in such places, which meant that it was a demon. But it seemed strange to the Duke because he did not understand who could have received the mediator of the transcendent and why he had to go all the way to this place to find it. A Tartar stood around the corner and asked Hen if he could move calmly now, and Hen replied that it was a safe place and he did not have to worry about anything. Hen and Tartar heard that Bachmir wanted to evacuate the monster from the capital, which meant that he had tracked down the reason why someone had broken into the treasury. Suddenly, Hen and Tartar's inclination gradually began to approach the abyss and move away from heaven. Hen began to think that if it wasn't a systemic failure, the only one who could change this predisposition was Louise, and Hen's main mission was to find the girl. It was because he was connected to Louise that he found himself in the abyss, but it was strange because the guy could see for sure that the girl was an angel of royalty. Meanwhile, at the control center, Hank's actions were being watched, and Robert Connor was beginning to rejoice that the guy had finally figured it out and would soon find out which satellite Louise was on. Marie Lev came into the office and asked her husband what was going on, and he told her that he was watching a player. Robert said that the girl would also be interested in it and suggested that they watch it. Marie Lev noted that many famous people are gathering now, and she thinks that some transcendents will also be interested, and asked if war is possible. Robert replied that he was not sure, and said that there was something else interesting, and they watched a video of the demoness Cadriel, and the girl said that it was strange because the demoness had not been interested in this player for a long time. Robert said that the data on transcendence is very complex and difficult to interpret, so he doesn't know much, but very soon he will know everything. After a while, Hyun met Kim Jae-hoon, and they had lunch together. Hen was always thinking about his quest and Louise's whereabouts because he didn't know how to figure out which satellite she was on. Jae-hoon asked Hyun what he was thinking about all the time and what he was looking at on his phone, and noticed that he was thinking about his quest. Jae-hoon was surprised that the young man had already had such a high-level task and offered to help him solve it. Although Jae-hoon was a good student at school, Hyun was not sure that he would be able to find out which satellite the target was on. The guy stared at the image on his phone for a while and exclaimed that he thought he had figured out where it was and said it was easy because you can determine the orbit by looking at the movement. Jae-hoon said that this satellite is always in a straight line with the sun, and as far as he knows, there was only one in the game, and it was called Illuna. The peculiarity of this satellite was that it was constantly in eclipse, and the curse that was placed on Louise did not allow her to be in direct sunlight. Hen was very happy that he had managed to solve the mystery of Louise's whereabouts, and thanked his friend for his help. Jae-hoon was also happy because Hyun had been helping him all along in the game, and the time had finally come when he could do something to help the boy. He logged back into the game and rushed to Captain Ali to tell him about the monster in the capital, and the man immediately sent men to investigate. The captain was very grateful to Han and said that if it were not for him, the Empire could have been in great trouble. Hen immediately asked if the captain trusted him now, and the man said that of course he did, adding that he had thought the young man was suspicious last time, but now he had changed his mind. Finally, Hen gained the favor of the Knight's commander and could now complete his quest to change classes. The guy was hesitant to change his class now, even though the commander was of a high enough level that the change in abilities would be good enough. But Hen began to think that there were NPCs stronger than the captain, such as celestial beings or angels, and he now knew where Louise was. The boy thought that the girl must have become very strong, and that because he had helped her, she must have been fond of him. The young man thought that once he and Louise met, everything could be much easier. His destination was set and he should hurry. Hen decided it was time to go to Ilan's moon to complete his quest and meet the girl. Suddenly, Ain received a message from Heng and was very excited to finally meet him. Hen thought that Tartar had a lot of work to do on the video editing, so he decided to contact Ain first. The guy thought that the girl had probably already managed to raise her skill level a lot, and it seemed to him that he had missed a lot while he was busy doing the quest. While he was waiting for the girl, he decided to practice a little with his sword, and wanted to ask Ain if her opinion of the video had changed. Suddenly, Ain appeared next to the guy, and Hen was surprised that the girl came so quickly, and she said that she was just there. Hen immediately asked what Ain had been doing lately, and she replied that she was just improving her skills. The guy started to say that he actually invited Ain for a quest, but before that, he wanted to ask her something. Hen started talking hesitantly, not knowing how to ask the right question to have any chance of the girl changing her mind about the video. Ain immediately guessed what Hen wanted to ask, and he was shocked that she seemed to have read his mind. The girl immediately said that if Hyun wanted to do it, she didn't mind, but the young man was sure that she had been categorically against publishing a video of her before. Ain said that she would agree to publish the video on one condition only, and Hen asked what it was. And the girl replied that she wanted Hyun not to post a video that would show his face, but the young man did not understand why Ain wanted to cover his face and not her own. And the girl explained that she meant to upload videos only using assimilation, and Hen asked how they would distribute the income they would receive from the video. And the guy offered 45% of the profits from each video in which the girl would appear, and she agreed. After a while, Hen wrote a message to Tartar, saying that he had some extra work for the boy, and asked him to edit 20 new videos that he would send to the young man. After resolving the issues with the videos, Hen told Ain that he wanted to go to Illuna, and she was happy to be traveling with her boyfriend. But Hen did not expect Ain to go with him, and the girl insisted because it would be easier together. Hyun immediately said that he didn't know if the girl's skill level would rise if she completed his quests, and asked if she was okay with that, and Ain said that she didn't care because she had become much stronger while the young man was away. And she immediately showed Hen her achievement plaque so that he could familiarize himself with her result. The guy was very surprised that the girl managed to improve her skills so well, and at some point began to envy her a little. Ain asked the guy if he liked her upgrade, and said that she had adjusted everything so that he could assimilate into her body. Hen was delighted that the girl had done a great job, and now he could use the assimilation to deliver more powerful blows because Ain's level allowed it. The young man could not believe that the girl had isolated the effect of assimilation and maximized its effectiveness. Hen decided to ask what kind of quest the girl had because he was curious if she had received a quest that varied in difficulty or content. Ain said that her quest was simple. Her goal was to destroy one of the Knights of Heaven. The girl said that she had killed one of the knights who was already wanted as a murderer and would have been executed anyway. The guy thought that there really was a reason for such a quest, and Ain really did not have much difficulty completing this task. Hen suddenly remembered the face of the NPS guy who committed suicide during the battle with the skeleton. The girl asked the young man what happened, and he said nothing, but thought that he was shocked during this assimilation with Tarthar because he did not expect NPC players to do such human thing. Let him try to put all unnecessary thoughts aside and start telling Ain what to do. The guy said that Aluna was in space, and it was impossible to get there on foot, and it was impossible to get transportation, but there was one way. The Celestials could be used. Ain was adapted and dressed in clothes usually used by Celestials. In the treasure trove of knowledge in the old game that Hen had access to, one could learn a lot about the structure of the heavens and the abyss. That's why they managed to recreate the image of the Celestial for Ain, and the girl thought she had seen this image somewhere before, and Hen said that it was one of the NPCs in the old game. Hen assimilated into Ain, and they went to the Forest of Giants because they needed to find a real celestial creature. The girl's task was to attract the attention of a celestial inhabitant who could be used to get to Aluna. At some point, Ain stopped and said that she had arrived. The girl doubted whether there were really celestial beings in this forest because she always thought it was just an unpopular place to hunt. Hen said that it was really an unpopular place to hunt because very strong monsters appeared here and there were not many points for them. But not everyone knew that it was possible to meet a celestial inhabitant in this place. Ain found her first target and told Hyun that it was time to test her new attack power. The guy said that in this case, he trusted her completely, and Ain was ready to fight the monster. At some point, a giant creature in the form of a wolf began to attack the girl, but her agility was at a high level, and she quickly managed to avoid the enemy's attack. Ain quickly struck the monster with a powerful blow that he could not dodge. Hen was surprised because he thought it would be harder to fight these monsters, but the girl's skills were really much stronger than before. Ain did not stop and continued to strike the monster that stood in her way. Ain told the girl that now she had to pretend that she was in danger, and Ain asked if there was a chance that she would actually be in danger because of such action. The guy said that this was exactly what they needed, and Ain agreed to do as Hen asked. At that moment, the monster caught up with the girl and struck her, from which she did not even try to dodge. The girl fell down, and Han was impressed by her acting skills because she even added blood to make it believable. The young man asked if she was okay, and Ain said it was just tomato juice. The girl asked if it looked like she was really in danger, and Hen confirmed that everything was going according to plan. The boy thought that if the situation remained the same, the celestial inhabitant would have no other option and would have to come to Ain's aid. And Hen was right. The heavenly man came to save the girl from the monster. He immediately asked if the girl was still alive, whom the monsters were trying to kill by surrounding her from all sides. All people who belonged to heaven served as an angel and looked down on the heavenly creatures because angels were superior to people. But the celestial creatures, except for the extension of life and physical capabilities, were not much different from humans. They ate and drank and felt emotions and acted just like humans. The same was true of the heavenly creature Radiata, who had a beloved more precious than all the others. And strangely enough, she belonged to the abyss. Besides, she was an unusual creature, a duchess, and it was obviously a forbidden relationship. That is why their love ended with the girl being executed. Radiat tried to resist the decision of heaven, but could only watch helplessly. Later, a trial was held that found him guilty. Rade became a criminal who fell into the clutches of a creature from the abyss and was sentenced to 150 years in prison, but his sentence was commuted to 100 years in prison. Thus, Radet spent 100 years in a prison cell, after which he went to the Forest of Giants to a place where there was no power and spent another 100 years alone there. Something strange began to happen in the forest, and Radiat did not want to get involved at first, because he had to check what kind of fool would come to such a place and suddenly see a girl surrounded by monsters. At the moment he saw her, she reminded him of his beloved, and it seemed that the whole world around him stopped. But Radiat understood that the dead cannot return, and he tried to convince himself that the girl only looked like his lifelong love. His thoughts did not leave his head, and he thought only that if he looked closer, the girl really looked very much like his beloved, and he wondered who she was. Ayan was sitting there, pretending to be wounded, and asking Jen what she should do next, because she had forgotten what she was supposed to do next. Yi Hyun said that the girl should do what she could do best, and she didn't wait long and started attacking Radiat. She desperately tried to strike the celestial creature at least once, but she failed because Radiat was skillfully dodging all of Ain's attack. She used all possible skills and techniques to get a little closer to her goal, but it was all in vain, and Radier told her that she would not succeed, so she should stop. At this point, Ain told Hen that she wanted to start acting more aggressively, and asked the guy to use what he had recently said. Hen agreed to support the girl's actions and used his new skills such as invisibility and acceleration. Radiet told the girl that if she wasn't going to stop, she should just let her do whatever she wanted. He added that only she could suffer from her actions if the girl continued to attack. Radiet thought that the girl attacked him only when she saw him, and it was very similar to what had happened to him before, when a girl attacked him without stopping until she got tired and fell down. He immediately asked if she had now satisfied her needs, and if so, she should leave and there was no need to fight for power in this place, adding that she was a girl from the abyss who was guided by the flame. Ayan was convinced that the man was indeed a celestial being, because even though he was only protecting himself with a shield, he still inflicted damage with cold, but they were not fighting to win. And he began to say that it did not belong to the abyss, and was from heaven, and attacked only to test how strong the heavenly being was. Radit recalled the past again and again, and realized that these were the same words his beloved had said to him when they first met, and he did not understand how this could happen again. He decided to ask the girl why she wanted to know the celestial being's request, and whether she was the same. Ayan replied that she was a user and became a celestial being, but was not real as a man. When Redethius heard these words, he thought that this creature was not from heaven or the abyss, about which he had long ago heard from oracles from another world. He decided to ask the girl if she thought that heaven and the abyss could live in harmony. He replied that for him, there was no difference between heaven and hell, and added that sometimes users from both sides help each other, and on the other side, there are those who belong to the same forces, but fight against each other. And Redet immediately asked another question. Could it mean that the abyss and evil are not the same thing? And the girl replied that in any case, bad people are everywhere, and the same goes for heaven. Radit was surprised that an ordinary girl user had such thoughts, and he asked the girl if she would mind if he asked her a few more questions, and Ain said that it made no difference to her. After that, the man invited Ain to his hideout, and they had a rather serious conversation. Radiet asked a lot of questions, and at some point, Hen had to continue the conversation on the girl's behalf. All this time, the man was listening to the girl's stories and thoughts and never interrupted her. Hen thought that usually celestial beings don't even ask people's opinions, but seeing Ain's resemblance to his former lover Radiet, he listened carefully to every word she said. Radiet and Ayin talked for a long time about various topics in a very comfortable and convenient environment. Suddenly, the man asked if there was any place in the world that the girl would like to visit, and Hen was immediately excited because this was the question he needed. And the girl immediately replied that she really wanted to visit Eluna, and Radiet was surprised by this desire. He immediately told Ain that it was better not to go there at the moment, and she asked why, because she did not understand what exactly was happening on Ilun. Radiet began to say that the girl probably knows that the sun does not reach Eluna because of the constant solar eclipse and night, and it is very difficult to see this planet. He added that a few days ago everything changed and the outlines of Eluna began to appear, which meant that the orbit deviated and the sunlight began to fall on Eluna, and something unpredictable was happening there. Hen could not believe that the sun's rays could really fall on Eluna because it could endanger Louise. Ayan asked what could happen if she did go to this planet, and Radiet replied that in that case she might just die, but the girl was not deterred. The man asked if this could mean that the girl would go to Eluna no matter what. Ayan said that she would definitely go there, and Radiet could not understand why he was so worried about the girl, because she was just a girl who looked like the person from his memories. With Radieta's help, Ain and Hen boarded the shuttle in her body and arrived on Eluna. Radit's popularity among the NPS was enormous, and he became famous for his outstanding character and the story of his punishment and regret for his sins over hundreds of years. Hen thought only of the words of Radieth, who said that the sacred book said that Eluna would turn into hell as soon as the sun's rays reached it, and he was worried that Louise was in more danger every day. In an open space, a man stood watching a pink crystal from which magical energy was dissipating. Looking at this, he thought about the fact that there were only 3 days left, and the man just waited, thinking of only one person in this virtual world of Hen. Ayan was simply delighted with the outer space she could observe, and the planet Eluna was already visible on the horizon. Suddenly, Radiet began to say that this simply could not be true, because there was not much light left on Elune, and there were 7 magic circles that constantly illuminated the planet. The man immediately thought that the situation could have been much worse than he immediately thought. Suddenly, something strange began to happen to one girl on board the shuttle. Radiate immediately told Ein to move away in an attempt to protect her. Hen thought that the stewardess's body had changed and did not understand what exactly was happening to her, but he felt that something was wrong. In the girl's body was the demoness Cadriel, whom Hen immediately recognized and did not understand what she could be doing in this place. Cadriel appeared aboard a shuttle headed for Illuna, and none of the passengers knew what to expect next. Radied began to tell Ain not to panic and that the demoness could not do anything in this place. After all, her mere appearance here must have taken away a large amount of her strength, and Cadriel immediately began to say that she had no intention of harming them. The demoness said she came here to see one face and asked if there were two of them today as usual. Hen immediately realized that it was addressed to him and wondered if demons could really see through assimilation. The boy looked at Cadriel and wondered why she had come here and if she could really remember him from the moment she chose his first class. Radiath told Cadriel that he didn't know why she had come here, but that she had to leave anyway, because he knew for sure that she couldn't use her powers in this place. Cadriel disagreed with her husband's statement because she could have used her strength and paid the price for it. But the stakes were so high that the demoness could have sacrificed herself to stop Heng. Suddenly, Cadriel said that Radiate was right, and she didn't plan to waste her power for nothing. The man did not understand where the demoness was going, and stood waiting for her to continue. Serial began to say that it would be great if she had more time. Hen felt very uncomfortable, because every time she spoke, she looked at Ain, knowing that he was in her body. Cadriel said she was very sorry, and at that moment simply disappeared in front of Radiate and Ein. The man said he was very glad that she just left, because otherwise something would have happened that he could not have dealt with because she was a big demon. But after the demoness disappeared, things did not go so smoothly, and one of the stewardesses said that they were having problems because a crack had formed on board the shuttle, and if this continued, the walls would simply not hold. Radied could not just give up and hope to buy some time by freezing the crack and told everyone to prepare for an emergency landing. The damage to the shuttle was extensive, and at some point, it simply exploded while in space. Ain and Hen in her body were in midair, and the guy didn't understand how the demoness could appear out of nowhere, and the shuttle crashed in midair. The young man immediately asked the girl if she could see Radiate in the vicinity, but Ain said that she could not see anything at all, and after a while, Hen said that they had entered the atmospheric barrier and first needed to use the wind barrier to land safely. Suddenly, Hen thought that someone was attacking them, and the girl immediately told him to look down. The young man saw unknown people down below and did not understand why they were attacking them, and Ain immediately asked him if these people were not part of the abyss. Ain said that looking at these strangers, it seems that something serious is happening. Hen confirmed that this is an abnormal situation and said that they will most likely have to fight. Once on the planet, Ain and Hen were immediately met by a giant bear who wanted to destroy them, and the girl immediately asked the boy if she should use her absolute attack. Hen said that the girl should save her strength because the enemies were quite high level, and that he would use his strength instead. The guy managed to easily deal with the enemy that threatened him and Ain. The girl saw that fireballs were flying at them and told Hen that she was unlikely to be able to cope with this attack, and the young man immediately replaced On. The guy skillfully repelled the potential danger, and there were only a few more actions to win, and the young man was sure that everything would be over soon. After a powerful series of attacks, the enemies were still alive, and the guy wondered how they could have saved their lives. Heng's forces were running out, and the girl replaced him in time and began to strike the enemy. However, the girl's attacks did not produce the result she and Heng had initially expected, and the unknown continued to resist. Suddenly, Ain was trapped, and a magical, unknown energy surrounded her. This power was an evil spirit that was summoned by unknown people, and it began to eat away at the girl's soul. Hen shouted that it was very bad and they needed to stop it as soon as possible. In addition, the enemy reinforcements continued to arrive, and Hyun said that they should use their main skills. But Heng's strength was gone, and all hope was in Ain. The enemies continued to attack the girl and the boy, giving them no chance to save their lives. And suddenly, some unknown force covered the opponents of Hen and Ain with ice. Hen tried to understand who had such power, and the girl told him that someone was approaching them. Ain asked who the enemy might be, and the young man replied that it looked like a person. Radiate became this unknown rescuer for the girl and the boy. Not far from the city, on the planet Illuna, terrible monsters from the abyss appeared. They were guided by the demoness Kidrial, who said that they should not hurry because the cause of their appearance in this place and the consequence must unite. She said that for now, the monsters should wait for further instructions from her. At the same time, Radiet was holding Ein on his back and moving steadily forward to their stop. The girl pointed ahead and told the man that there should be a town right there, and the Gradient was surprised that the girl knew better than him and asked if this was also a user ability. Ayan said something like that, and Hen thought that thanks to Radiet, they had avoided a significant expenditure of energy. Upon arrival, Radiet was holding his chest, and it was clear that he had been wounded somewhere, but the man did not pursue his enemy. Once they were near the town, there were no signs of life in it, only a mess in the room, and Ain and Hen thought that it was the work of the Abyss. Radit said that there were only 2 magic circles of control left, and they should go there. Ain realized that it was quite far away, and asked the man if he was really okay, and at that moment, Radayit picked up the girl, and it was not obvious that he was wounded. An hour later, they arrived in the town, and Radiath told Ain to say that she was also a celestial being if anyone asked, and they would have less problem. He said that the girl had the heavenly seal, so no one would have any question. They approached the gates of the city, and the guards saw Radiet and were immediately happy that he had come to visit them. The man felt that the city was safe for now, but the atmosphere was not very good. He said that this is the only town in Ilun that has a church and usually has a comfortable and quiet atmosphere. But now the whole town is filled with anxiety and fear. Radiet and Ayn were heading into town when suddenly a man on the street started screaming. When he saw that there were only 2 magic circles left, he panicked because monsters could soon break into the city, and at that moment, Hen received a notification about a new quest, which surprised him. The quest was that 6 of the 7 magic circles were destroyed, and if the last one disappeared, it would no longer be the territory of heaven, and they had to get to the temple and help with life. Hin began to tell Radiet that he thought it would be better to go to the city church, and the man completely agreed. The priests were incredibly happy to see the man and the girl, and talked about the fact that 2 heavenly beings visited the temple together and immediately asked how they could address the girl. She immediately replied that her name was Ain, and one of the priests was surprised and said that he had heard of her somewhere before. He immediately said that he had heard about a user who had received the mercy of a heavenly being, but he never thought he would be able to meet that user in person. They surrounded the girl and started asking her a lot of questions, while Radiet waited patiently for her. The priest stood next to the man and said that it was wonderful that they had arrived at the temple because now there were 3 heavenly beings and the fog of darkness began to dissipate. When Rade heard this, he was very surprised because he thought that there were no other heavenly beings in the temple except him, and, as everyone thought, Ain. The priest said that a celestial being named Mary was also in the temple, and that Radet seemed to know her. The man said that he had to meet Mary right now, and the priest agreed to take him to the girl. Radet didn't want to waste a minute, and begged for their lives to go to the meeting that very second. Before he left, the man turned to Ain and said that this time he had to go alone. Ayin did not object, and said that she would wait for Radiet in this place. The man and the priest went inside the temple to meet with his friend Maria. The priests who stayed with Ain whispered to each other that she didn't seem to like to talk much, and then they said that they had to go to work, and if she needed them, she could call them. Ain stood alone in the middle of the square and told Hen that now they were the only ones left. The girl asked Heng why he came to Elenpa because of the quest he had mentioned earlier, and the young man replied that it was because of this, and he thought that now was his chance. The guy offered Ain to sneak into the temple, and she did not understand how the young man wanted to get inside. Hyun immediately used a combination of his invisibility and acceleration skills and said that he couldn't explain everything quickly, so he would deal with it himself, and the girl had to take a break. A moment later, Heng and Ain were inside the room, and the girl said that it was dark, like an old museum, but Heng noted that the lack of dust indicated that the place had been used. Ain waited for the young man to tell her what they should do next and what their purpose was in this temple, thinking that it was the first time she was alone with Hyun in such a secluded place. The girl kept her eyes on the guy, realizing that now she had the opportunity to tell him about her feelings. She realized that there might not be a better time to do so, and so she had to act. Ain was just starting to speak when Hen interrupted her and told her to look straight ahead. They saw a girl up ahead, and Ain immediately asked if she was with the NPS or someone else. Ain slowly began to approach the girl, frightening her because she did not expect to see anyone here. The girl said that someone had seen her magic, but Ain did not understand what she was talking about. And Hen immediately realized who he was looking at, because this girl was Louise, whom he had been searching for so long. The girl began to talk about how she always thought that fire belonged to the forces of the abyss, and at that moment, Hen was sure that it was Louise. Ain began to talk about how she was also from heaven, but she could use the power of fire, and Louise found it hard to believe. The girl decided to demonstrate her power to Louise to convince her that it was possible, but because of Hen's presence, claws came out of Ain's body instead of fire. And it scared the girl a lot, and she jumped back in fear because of what she saw. Hen took the initiative and decided to ask the girl if she was the Louise he had been looking for, but the girl shouted that she did not know such a person. To calm the girl down, Hen held out her hand and showed her the seal of heaven that Ain had. When she saw it, the girl stopped screaming because she realized that she was not in danger. She began to examine the seal on Ain's hand carefully and could not believe that a girl from heaven could possess such terrible powers. She began to say that she was so scared because she thought that an intruder could have broken into the place and wanted to end her life. Hen wanted to assimilate into Ain's body and let her know that it was him, but he didn't know if she would remember him because it had been 5 years and Radiate would immediately realize that Hen belonged in the abyss. So the guy decided not to hint at his presence so obviously, and decided to use the power of absorption that he had already used on the girl, and Louise recognized her immediately and said that Ain was the second person to have such powers. At this point, Hen began to ask if the girl still hadn't guessed anything, and the young man took out the things Louise had left him in the dungeon. The girl recognized them immediately and said that they were the things she had left for Hen, and asked Ain if she really knew the guy, and Hen started to say that he was actually just in Ain's body. Louise began to ask how this was possible, since Hen was a man, and asked if a boy could turn into a woman. She immediately assumed that it could be the user's ability, but she was not sure. At this point, to convince Louise that it was really him, Hen assimilated into her body and asked if she now believed his words, and the girl recognized the feeling of the boy's presence. Louise could feel the boy's soul and was convinced that it was really him, and the girl cried with joy that they had managed to meet again. Hen apologized and said that due to some circumstances, he could not show up now because it was dangerous. Both Hen and Louise were overwhelmed with emotion, as she could not believe that they had really managed to meet again after so many years, and the boy was happy that he had managed to find the girl, even though it was not easy. At this point, Ain became very sad because she did not know why they had come here, and also began to feel a little jealous of Hen for Louise. At that moment, Radiet and the priest were on their way to meet his friend Maria. A few minutes later, the men came to the place where the girl Radiet wanted to meet was. He looked at her and couldn't believe that it was really her, because so many years had passed since their last meeting. Radiet said that he knew that the girl was always interested in the human world, but he did not think that she would be in Ilun, and the girl said that she could be anywhere. She added that people can be everywhere, so there are no obstacles for her. Radiet had long been very fond of Maria, but she was not able to love Anwatstuente. She constantly paid attention to others, and because she and Radiet had two different personalities, they often quarreled and eventually became close friends. The man said that even after hundreds of years, Mary had not changed at all, and asked if she came to the church to help people. The girl sighed and did not immediately answer anything because her presence in this place was already clear. Radiet began to talk about how heaven could not win this battle, and Mary immediately asked why he thought so. And he answered that the reason is very simple, the difference in the powers of heaven and the abyss. After all, the shuttle in which Radieth was traveling to Iluna from Ain exploded after an attack by a demoness, after which the man entered the atmosphere of Iluna, and as he approached the ground, he saw something that disturbed him greatly. Below was a large army of monsters from the abyss that was already gathering all over Iluna to attack. Radiate said that the abyss seems to have swallowed everything except this city, and added that they are here now, but even if two celestial beings unite, the outcome will not change. And Maria asked if an angel appeared in this place, the situation could change dramatically in the opposite direction. Radiate could not believe the girl's words because he realized that it was unlikely that an angel would be able to come here and help them in their confrontation with the abyss. The man said that the number of priests here was not enough to get compassion and make the angels come down, but Mary said that the priests would not pray. And the girl said that they had a priestess who could help Radiet was shocked by this information. Maria said that if the priestess prayed and others supported her, it would be enough to call an angel, and added that since the girl had come to the church, she had already received 3 predictions, although she had not prayed. Mary said that she assumed that this girl's abilities were close to saintly, and it would be really right to bring her to heaven, and asked the Hail Marys what they would do if this girl fell for the tricks of the abyss. Radiate did not fully believe what Mary told him, and thought that there was only one mention of saints in history, and if Mary was right, the situation would really turn upside down. At this time, Louise was telling Hen how she came to this temple, and how she got a new job as a priestess. Hen was surprised that the girl was a priestess, and she said that she considered it a good opportunity for herself, because it meant that she also had something she was good at. The guy could not believe that Louisa was a priestess, and decided to ask her personally if she was not an angel as he had thought before. But Louise didn't understand what Hen was talking about and why she should be an angel. The boy immediately decided to ask if the girl remembered her childhood before the age of 7, and if there was anyone who could remember it at all. Since there were no such people, the boy decided to open the statistics window and look for at least some information about Louise's childhood, and searched for information about the angel who had lost his memory. At this time, Ain was just watching Louise and Hen communicate, not understanding what was happening and where it could. The guy found out that Louise was not of a high enough level, and therefore, because of her confession, Hen could hardly change his profession. So he started thinking about where to find a stronger NPC. Ain started calling for the boyfriend, and when he responded, she told him that he should return to her body as soon as possible. Ain did so immediately and told Louise that he would be back soon, and the girl said she would be waiting. Ain left the girl and started to leave the room without explaining anything to Hen. The young man began to ask Ain what was wrong, and suddenly she asked if the boy wanted to meet her. And the girl began to say that if you think about it, they had never met in person in real life. Hen was quite surprised by the girl's suggestion, as he had not expected such a question from Ain. The guy didn't know what to say to Ain, and thought that he and the girl see each other in the game every day, and it would probably be nice to meet in real life sometime. Hen decided to ask the girl to meet him at the festival, and Ain was excited about the proposal, and said that it was a perfect day for her to meet him. The young man began to think about why Ain suddenly decided to meet him, since she had never had such a desire before. The girl decided to ask Hen if he had assimilated with anyone else besides her and Tartar, and Hen said no, and wondered why Ain was asking about it. The girl was very curious to learn about the women user, but she restrained herself and did not ask anything else so that Hen would not suspect anything about her feelings. After that, the girl immediately continued walking to continue the game, and Hen thought that no matter how clever he was, it was hard not to understand such hints. He could not believe that Ain could really feel in love with him. At this time, Radiette and Maria continued to talk about how they needed to summon a high-level angel because another one simply could not guarantee victory, and Maria said that in this case they would just have to trust the priestess. Radiette thought that they really had no other options and therefore had only one chance to summon the angel. Even if it is not possible to summon a royal angel, a high-ranking bishop will suffice. Although a lower-level angel may be stronger than a celestial being, but he will not have the power to change the situation. Suddenly, Radiette and Maria's conversation was interrupted, and Radiette turned to see what happened. One of the priests burst into the hall and began to say that Mary urgently needed to go with him because they had just received an oracle. Maria was surprised that they received the oracle now and asked if there was a priest praying. The priest replied that this time the oracle came without any warning, and Mary and Radiette hurried to see. The girl began to pass on predictions, saying that tomorrow at midnight, a celestial being should take the priestess and take her to pray in the center of Aluna. The priests rejoiced because they believed that this was the first step to the promised victory over the abyss that the angel had promised them. Radiette understood that such a prediction could be difficult and dangerous to fulfill because there were so many monsters from the abyss on Ilun. The man doubted the veracity of such an oracle because it was too simple, and he remembered that in the past, these predictions were vague and had many different interpretations. The priest answered Radieth that it was true that it used to be so, but the latest oracles were easy to understand, so he could say that there was no more headache from deciphering them. Maria said that it was true, that with the arrival of the priestess, the oracle became clearer, and added that she believed it was also one of the girl's abilities. Radiette said that it looked like all their worries had magically been resolved, and wondered if this time it was the priestess who had helped them, and the man wondered how broad her abilities were. 1,000 years ago, the abyss had already attacked Aluna, and then an angel was also summoned in the central magic circle. Radiette thought that perhaps this historical scene could be recreated again, and told Mary that it was not difficult to fulfill what was said in the oracle, and he knew where to take the priestess. The man wanted to personally take the priestess to the magic circle, but Maria said that Radiette had to protect the city. If the light of the last magic circle went out, there would be no point in summoning an angel. But the man could not understand why Mary was so eager to take the priestess in person, since it could also protect the city from attack. At that moment, Mary stretched out her hand with her seal, and Rade saw that her celestial rune began to fade, which meant that the life force of the celestial being was fading. The man looked at Maria and could not understand why this was happening to her, and he said that he thought Maria had done something recently. The woman replied that she had no regrets because she had met the priestess and brought her here, and added that in any case, Radiette would be able to replace her. Radiette thought that every time a heavenly being intervened in the world, her life expectancy decreased. And Mary could have lived a very long time, but she always looked at people, and that's why her life expectancy decreased. The man realized that death was Mary's choice, and he could not interfere with it. And he thought that the heavenly being who would be with the priestess had to be Mary, because there was no one better than her. Suddenly, Ain entered the hall, and she found herself in a place with many priests. At that moment, Hen was thinking that he would definitely meet Louise again, because she turned out to be a priestess. But the guy felt uncomfortable after their conversation with Ain, and felt that his girlfriend was a little jealous of Louise, even though she was an NPC. To switch his thoughts, Hen began to think about whether it was worth sending Tartar their video of the battle from Aluna, and whether it would be better to do it in advance. Suddenly, Ain heard someone asking her how long she had been waiting, and she was happy to see that Radiet had finally arrived. Radieth and Mary approached the girl, and Ain was surprised to see another heavenly being in this place. Mary began to tell Ain that she had a gift for her, and asked her to follow her. It was a hidden quest of heaven, and if she could complete it, the reward was Mary's inheritance. Hen was surprised that the hidden quest of heaven appeared at this time, because this quest is given by a heavenly being. It had to be good, but the reward was an inheritance. And it was strange because Mary had definitely said she had a gift for Ain. Ain refused and followed Maria, after which the woman thanked her for coming. Maria said that she actually wanted to ask the girl for a favor, and the gift was just an excuse. Maria wanted to pass on her skills to Ain, and told her that she could refuse, but she hoped that Ain would not. Ain immediately agreed to accept Maria's skill, and the woman thanked her because she did not think that the girl would accept the offer so quickly and easily. Maria said that in this case, she should show appropriate sincerity and asked Ain to stay where she was and observe for a while. At that moment, Mary raised her hand up, in which a sword appeared, and lightning began to form on the sword more and more. Ain was delighted with what she saw, as was Hen, because the power that Mary possessed was incredibly great. The woman told Ain to look and made a swing of her sword that cut through the wall like a hot knife through butter. Maria finished the demonstration of her power and asked the girl if she liked it, and Hen thought that Ain was very lucky to have such a power, namely, the possession of the sword of a celestial being. At that time, in a kingdom that was in the possession of heaven, an archbishop came out into the street and could not believe what he was seeing. After all, for the first time in many years, Aluna began to manifest, and that day, 1,000 years ago when the abyss attacked the heavens, will happen again. All users who chose the forces of heaven received a notification about the Heavenly Alliance quest, but not all players knew where the Illinois satellite was located. Many high-level users were reluctant to take this quest at first, thinking it was a waste of time, but after learning that one of the top participants named Lattice, who was a member of the Abyss, for some reason also went to Aluna, which meant that there was definitely something interesting there. Tartar finished editing the video and thought that Ain was also on the Illun, and as soon as he received the video of her battle, a quest appeared on the satellite, and the young man thought that now was the best time to open Ain's channel and upload the first video. Ain's channel immediately began to have a lot of subscribers, and in the comments, people were discussing the fact that both Ain and Lattice were on the Illun, and wondering how they could have gotten there in the first place. Tartar was happy that the girl's channel immediately started to be active as he expected. At this time, on Illun, Ain was trying to master the art of the angel sword, and she finally started to succeed. Sometimes Maria would arrange sparring or show how to swing the sword properly. As a good teacher, she sincerely taught Ain and Hen this skill. But halfway through the goal, Ain's fatigue reached its peak, and she went into a state of rest, which led to a difference in skill level between Hen and Ain, with the boy reaching the 5th skill level and the girl the 4th. Hen thought that Maria was not a very important character in the game, because in the old game, only her name was mentioned, and the young man never thought that he would be able to learn a skill he had used before. When assimilating with someone who had the same skill, unfortunately, only a higher level was used, but it was enough for combat. Hen thought that they were very lucky to receive such a skill as a gift, but there were some difficulties. All the time they were being taught by Maria, he felt a lot of perseverance, kindness, and sincerity, and these feelings were not typical of NPS. Maria constantly supported and helped Ain, and the young man could see that these feelings were sincere. Ain and Maria returned to the gym after training and met Radiet. The man immediately said that there was good news and that he had heard that the kingdom would open a portal for users on Eid al-Adha and they would come to the rescue. While Maria and Radiet were talking about whether this would help in the fight against the Abyss, Ain came in to see the quest the kingdom was offering. Ain immediately thought that only she had received this quest, but it turned out that it was sent out to all users who chose the power of heaven and she could not share it with Heng because he was from the abyss. The girl said that most of the rewards for the quest were gold and items, and she thinks that they could have shared the reward with the young man because Hen continued to use Ain's body. After her proposal, the girl hoped that Hyun would share the money for the video with her, and the young man was sure that if it wasn't for him, Ain would not have made it to Aluna and would have continued to participate in duel. Radit said that according to the oracle, the celestial being and the priestess had to pray at the same time in the central magic circle. After that, he approached Ain and asked if he could leave it to the girl. And Hen didn't know how to react to this because he guessed that Radiant was offering Ain to play the role of a celestial being. He added that there were no other celestial beings in the temple who could cope with this task. Hen looked at Maria at that moment and realized that she was having exactly the same thoughts as Radietta, and understood why she decided to teach Ain her skills. Now the guy understood the desperation he felt while learning that skill, and he realized that such an offer was too risky for him as an Abyss player. Hen took over the control of the girl's body and said that he would do what Maria and Radiette asked him to do. He immediately asked what he should do to get ready. He was determined to do everything possible to fulfill the request of the heavenly beings. A total of 4 people, Ain and Louise, and 2 priests, who will assist the priestess in the prayer ritual, went to the central magic circle. Louise was already waiting by the carriage that would take them to the central magic circle. Louise smiled and told Ain and Hen to take care of her. Hen was sure that all the participants in this ritual were very emotional, and that a young girl played an important role in them. Radiant approached Ain and asked her if she could handle the carriage. The man thanked her and said that thanks to her, the situation had improved, at least a little. Hen didn't understand why Radiant started thanking him now, and was surprised that he said the girl's name, as he had never done so before. The man began to say that the girl was short and young, and they just looked a little bit alike, and Hen was confused why Radiant was laughing because he was trying to look like his beloved. The man said that he probably shouldn't worry about the user, but in any case, he didn't want Ain to die. The girl looked at Radiette in surprise, and at that moment began to realize that this battle would most likely end in defeat for many players. Radieth led Ain to the carriage in which she, Louise, and the priests were to go to the place of their mission. All the passengers were in place, and the carriage could go to the central magic circle. Radiette told Ain that he would stay in the city, but would still help her a little, and she did not understand how. At the same moment, the man raised his hands and created a magical shield around the carriage that was supposed to protect Ain and Louise from the attack of monsters from the abyss. Radiette said that this protective shield is quite good, so it shouldn't break during their trip. Ain looked at the man and smiled sweetly at him, showing that she was grateful for his help. And they set off to get to the place as soon as possible and try to summon the angel. Ain told Louise to hold on tight, and the carriage began to move forward very quickly. Radieth stood outside the city and watched the carriage go by, hoping that the oracle was right and that they would be able to save Eluna and its inhabitants from death. The man realized that this was too difficult and important a mission, but he knew that Ain was strong enough to protect the priestess and help summon the angel. As Ain and Louise moved toward the central magic circle, monsters from the abyss began to attack them from all sides, but the shield created by Radiant protected them. They had the feeling that the monsters who were trying to destroy Louise simply did not end and were constantly attacking them. Hen thought that Radietta's shield was quite effective, and if it continued, everything would be easier than it seemed at first. Suddenly, Louise shouted for Ain to look up and see the sun threatening the girl. The carriage did not stop for a second and drove at an incredible speed to the central magic circle. When the priest saw the sun, he was quite frightened because it had never shone so brightly on Eluni. A hen in the body of Ain immediately asked if there was a place nearby to hide from the sun, and the priestess replied that everything was fine for now because the sun did not reach the carriage. Hen thought about how the total solar eclipse had changed to a partial one, and no matter how well the carriage was made, it could not be faster than the rotation of the Eluna. The young man understood that first of all, he had to avoid the sun's rays, and asked how long the sun would shine. The priest replied that in 3 minutes they would return to the area of the solar eclipse, and Hen checked when the portal would be open to user. The guy tried to come up with at least some plan to speed up their speed, because there was very little time left. Suddenly, the carriage was attacked by monsters of the abyss from above. Their attacks were making it too difficult to move forward, and something had to be done urgently. Louise was very afraid that one of the monsters would take her life, but she could not resist them. The priestess asked what they should do now, and maybe they should try to avoid the monster, but Hen said that they should go straight. Ahin decided that he had to fight off the monsters and began to use his strength and Ain's power to protect himself. Ain was ready to attack the monsters, and Hen said he would use his skill at the right time. The girl was very skillful in dealing with the monsters, and at that moment, Hen used his skill to accelerate the biological rhythms of the horses to bring them to the central magic circle. Hen realized that there was too little time left and they had to hurry. With 6 minutes to go before the portal opened, Louise Ain and the priests arrived at their destination, and one of the priests decided to send the horses to become a bait for the monsters. The priest realized that this could buy them at least a little time, and Hen also hoped. When they saw the city, they were shocked because there used to be a lot of people there, and now there was a mess. And suddenly the priestess noticed that there were still enemies in the city. Hen and Ain's body told everyone to calm down and that they would not conduct a frontal attack, saying that there was no time, so they had to hide and move on. But the Rookie were not sure that there was a way to hide, so they asked Ain if they could do it, and she said that they would succeed. Heng told Ain that he would move and she should use the explosion of potential, and she agreed to the plan. In a moment, Ain was near the monster that needed to be destroyed. The tenants looked at the girl with admiration and said that she was indeed a heavenly being. Anne and Ain skillfully used their skills to destroy all the monsters that prevented them from getting to the right place. And after a while, the priest Louise and Ain reached the central magic circle. All the participants of the ritual immediately took their places so as not to waste a single minute. Hin felt that the monsters were close by and asked the girl if she was ready, and Louisa immediately said that she was, but she had never prayed before and was sure she could do it. In life, they were also ready to hold a prayer to summon an angel. Louisa stood in the center of the magic circle and read a prayer that was supposed to call an angel to help. Hen told Ain that he would also pray, and if she realized that there was danger around, that she should warn him immediately. The guy thought that according to the oracle, he should also pray with Louise in his free time. Hen practiced prayer and raised it to the 7th level among the users. He had the highest level of this skill. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared from the heavens and enveloped Louise and Ain, who were standing in the center of the magic circle. The priest looked at what was happening with admiration and said that they were very lucky because there were only a few priests left who could witness such a spectacle. Just as it was written in the history books of the heavens, when the light fills the world, the legions of heaven will cover half of Aluna. At that moment, an army of angels began to descend to protect the satellite from the forces of the abyss. The priests kept their eyes on the ground and said that the angels would descend very soon. But suddenly the priest realized that something strange was happening because the heavenly doors began to close, but the descent of the angels had not even begun. They did not understand how this could happen, because all their hope was that the angels would be able to save Aluna. At that moment, the priest simply disappeared, and Ain began to call for Hen. The boy opened his eyes and asked what happened, because he knew that Ain was supposed to call him if he was in danger. Ain told the young man that they had suddenly arrived in an unknown place. Hen was thinking that it was a symmetrical world, and did not understand why it had happened to them so suddenly. His prayer skills began to develop very quickly, and he reached the next level. Suddenly, Hen realized that his prayers were not reaching heaven, but demon. The young man began to worry about Louise because it could mean that the girl was in danger. And he saw that the forces of the abyss were circling around Louise, and he shouted for her to stop praying because these words were not reaching the person they were originally addressed to. The game's TV channel launched an online broadcast of the quest, in which many players could take part, and which was hosted by Seo Jun and Kim So-yeon. The host began to talk about Aluna's quest, to which only the kingdoms were invited, and the task of which was to buy time for the players to perform the ritual. Seo Jun and Kim Seo-yeon told us which players and guilds had accepted the offer to participate in the quest. Hen's friends Frectus and Ginny Nuna also took part in this challenge. Seo Jun said that these players were already quite famous because they managed to enter the top 500 players of the game. The members of the Dark Guild also watched the live broadcast of the quest, and Reina said that it would be better to avoid such large-scale events because it is not known how they can end, and therefore it was decided that their guild would not participate in it. A lot of guilds that were among the first in the world joined this challenge. In addition to guilds, a large number of single players took part in the quest, working for themselves. All of them wanted to showcase themselves to a larger audience and gain favor among stream viewers, and of course, record videos for their personal channel. After all, the popularity of Tartara Hen and Ain was overwhelming, and they wanted to get closer to their level of recognition. On Ilun, The guards and soldiers of the Army of Heavenly Powers, led by Radiet, lined the walls of the city to protect the city from the monsters of the abyss. The man said only one phrase, that everything had started, and now it was time to focus on holding back the enemy. The monsters were rapidly approaching like a horde, sweeping away everything on its way to the city. Radiet said that he did not know how long they would be able to hold out, because it was not an easy task. The priests all prayed to the heavens, as one, to give them strength and help them defend themselves against the enemy. The army commander shouted to his subordinates that they were supported by the heavens and had to fight until the end of their lives. The army began to attack the monsters, preventing them from coming close to the city walls. The army commander shouted that they had hit the target, but Radiet did not share his joy and said that this was not entirely true and that they needed to look more closely. The shield used by the monsters of the abyss deterred the attack and saved the lives of everyone under it. Suddenly, the forces of the abyss began to attack the city from underground, and Radiet also joined the battle and fought the attacker. Thanks to the man's actions, a large number of soldiers were saved, and they thanked him for their lives in the forces of heaven and the abyss too great. He realized that they would be able to hold out for a while thanks to the support of users, but it was only a matter of time, and he hoped that Maria would be able to do something to help them win. Radiet understood that Mary would most likely sacrifice herself for the salvation of the believers in heaven, and her husband did not stop her because Mary had to make her own choice. Suddenly, Radiet shouted at Maria to look away and not do what she had planned. The man was overjoyed because help was on its way in the form of angels, which meant that the priestess had managed to beg for salvation. Everyone was very excited because the Valkyries were approaching the battlefield very quickly. The priests did not restrain themselves and shouted that the gods were helping them, and the Valkyrie army was covering their back. Not all the players knew that angels could come to their aid, so they did not expect such a visit. The army of heaven quickly approached the enemies and destroyed one monster after another without stopping. Radiet said that the descent of the Valkyrie meant that an angel of royalty or higher rank had descended, and if this was the case, Mary would not have to sacrifice herself for the sake of victory. The man shouted to Mary that if the royal angel really came down, it would be complete, and the moon would be covered with light again, but the girl felt that something was wrong. Right before her eyes, the doors began to close, and no one understood why. It had never happened before in history that the Valkyries came without angel, and suddenly Radiet felt a strange energy. He did not understand why a circle of demon summoning appeared on the ground, and this energy began to attack the priests, preventing them from breathing. Mary could not believe her eyes because she was sure that the oracle was right and the angel was supposed to help, but instead, a demon appeared. This demonic energy caused all the monsters that had been destroyed before to come to life and regenerate. The fierce battle continued, and Radietus shouted to the priests to get all the doctors to move away because they were too important. The man thought that just when there was hope for the coming of an angel, he could not have imagined that a group would appear to call on demons because the situation had gotten too bad. The demons that appeared were Reapers, a demonic analog of the Valkyrie, who were equal in power, and if this battle continues, the balance of power will be naturally disturbed. In addition, there are many other risk factors, because just as the royal angels descend with the Valkyries, the royal demons can command the Reapers. Suddenly, Radieth noticed that the ominous circle of summoning demons was disappearing, and just like the summoning of the angels, the ritual of summoning demons was interrupted halfway through. The man understood that this was good, but it meant that there was a problem in the central magic circle, because the Reapers were still there and the Valkyries had been destroyed. Radiet tried to understand what they could do in this situation to stop the Reapers, and suddenly heard Mary's voice saying that the time had come. Maria made the decision to sacrifice herself because she felt human despair more vividly than anyone else, and she could not just ignore it. She told Radiet that she had decided to protect these people even if she, as a celestial being, had to pay with her life, and from that moment on, people would be able to show strength close to that of transcendence. People who were in their homes suddenly saw an angel, who was Mary, from the windows of their homes. The woman gave her power to the army of the heavens. Frectus and Nuna did not understand what had just happened, but their powers increased, and they received a message that the sacrifice of the heavenly being had lit a fire in their heart. Radiet realized that now he would never see his friend Maria, who had sacrificed herself, again in his life. Louisa opened her eyes and asked where she was, because she had no memory of what had happened. Next to her, Hen stood in Ain's body and happily asked if the girl had regained consciousness. Anne and Louise were praying in the center of the magic circle for an angel to call. But when the boy came to, he realized that they were in a symmetrical world. When Louisa learned about this, she was furious and shouted that she had never prayed to a demon in her life. Hen tried to understand how it happened before he came to. Louise was praying in a circle, and her consciousness could not control the demon's energy, but she stopped praying in time. While the guy was thinking behind him, he heard someone appear. A woman who told him that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. When Hen turned around, he saw that the goddess was in front of him, and the young man tried to protect Louise, realizing that she was in more danger than he and Ain. He recognized her immediately because he had met her in the place where he had rescued Louise and learned to pray. Hen realized that he was now assimilated with Ain, and therefore the goddess could hardly recognize him, so who was she greeting? This goddess was well aware of assimilation and added that they had not seen Louise for a long time either. Hen immediately asked the girl if she knew this woman, and Louise replied that the first time he saw her, the young man tried to understand who this goddess was. The boy immediately asked who she was, and the goddess replied that her name was Ruthia, and that she thought she had introduced herself before when she accidentally taught Hen how to pray. She reminded the boy that she was the one who helped him when he was wandering in the forest, when he and Louise managed to break through the barrier. Hen could not believe that it was Rutia who helped to escape from the madhouse where Louise was chained. The young man asked the goddess why she had helped them, and Ruthia replied that she was the guardian of this girl and had protected her until Louise lost her memory, but Hen did not know if he could trust Ruthia. To convince the guy of her words, she said she could tell him the details and swore she was telling the truth. It seemed to Hen that Ruthia was not a threat to Louise because she could have used the chance to destroy her earlier, and the young man decided that he should listen to her. Suddenly, the goddess began to ask if Hen Cadriel knew and added that the symmetrical world had opened up because of her, because she had tried to sow darkness in Louise's mind when she was a child. She sowed seeds of evil in the girl's soul that could germinate under certain conditions, such as prayer and sunlight. Hen said that he thought Louise was under the influence of a spell of the stigma of light, which is why she was not allowed to be exposed to sunlight. But if Rutia was telling the truth, it meant only one thing, that Louisa would have to lose her life. In order to sort things out, Hen decided that he and Louise should go with Ruthia. The guy thought that when he met Louise, he thought that everything would be fine with her, because everything was under control until he knew who was hunting the girl. The young man drew parallels with the old game and realized that the abyss was winning there, just like here, and it was only a matter of time before the heavens would last. The guy was trying to find a way to save Louise while living in a symmetrical world, and everything around him was changing dramatically as if in a dream. Rutia said she would help them move, but in reality, Hen still thought it might be a trap, but they had no other option. Continuing to follow the goddess, Hen asked where they were going. Everything in this world was too strange, and even the steps did not match what they should have been on the other side. Hen puzzled over what the goddess was telling him, and he realized that he would not be able to figure it out without the help of his friend. Ruthia said that they could be anywhere on Ilun, and Hen realized that he had to find the moment when he could save Louise and tried to review how the Ilun era had developed in the game. He realized that there had to be a turning point when conditions for changing all the information could be created, and he managed to calculate this moment, and that's where he wanted to go. This moment was the time when the city of Iluni was trying to defend itself, because the heavens were defeated, not because the army surrendered. All of this happened because a spy from the abyss managed to get into the magic circle and its light disappeared. The guy thought that the characteristics of this spy were not very high, and given Heng's current level, he should have easily dealt with it. Suddenly, a man named Steel Rock appeared next to Lata, who was ranked first in the rankings at the time. He was one of the strongest players at the time, and it was almost impossible to save your life during a fight with him. The man did not understand why the guy who took the first place came to this place, and Lattice was not going to just let the Table of Rock go, trying to take his life. Steel Rock realized that his opponent was very strong, and he would have to try his best not to lose to him. But Lattice was also high in the rankings for a reason, and he knew he had to complete his task. Table Rock knew that he had to restrain the player who was playing for the Abyss, and wanted to destroy Iluna. But Lattice was indeed more skillful than his opponent, and after a very short period of time, he managed to win. Lattice didn't strain too much and quickly dealt with Table Rock, who tried to stop him. It was the moment when the quest of the Test of Dizonial was coming to an end, and all the magic circles had to be destroyed. Suddenly, something strange began to happen near Lattice, and he realized that someone had come to this place. It was Ain and Louise who were talking about how this place needs to be protected, but in Louise's body, was Hen. The boy thought that while the last magic circle that had not yet been destroyed was being defended, he needed to visit Radiette and ask to teleport Louise because it was the only way to save her. Suddenly, Ain noticed Lattice, who was already there, and she told Hen about it. The boy realized that since Lattice belonged to the Abyss, he most likely came to extinguish the last magic circle. There was almost no time left to save Louise, and Hen asked Ain to detain Lattice and shouted to the girl that he would not be able to use assimilation to help her now. But Ain was not upset because she wanted to meet this guy in a duel anyway. Lattice immediately noticed Ain and said that he knew the girl belonged in heaven and that she used to be number 2 in the ranking table. But Ain was determined to destroy her opponent and told him that he most likely did not realize what he was facing. At the same moment, the girl used her fireball skill and flew straight at Lattice. Ain began to tell the guy that she didn't know where he had heard this information, but she was number 1 in duels and suggested that Lattice focus on the fight. The commander of the Army of Heaven tried to support his soldiers, saying that Heaven was protecting them and they had to fight to the last. But the monsters were too strong, and it was becoming increasingly difficult to contain them. Radieth tried his best to destroy the monsters of the Abyss who wanted to win over the Heavens. Suddenly, the Reapers, messengers of demons, began to attack the rear ranks of the Army of Heaven. Seeing this, Radieth rushed to the rescue, shouting that the soldiers would not be able to fight such a strong enemy, and that only thanks to Mary's sacrifice they were still able to hold on. The only people who could deal with the Devil's messengers were holy knights of the commander's level. If Radieth had not been in the city, it would have fallen long ago. But there were too many opponents, and no matter who the man was, it was difficult for him to cope with the Reaper. Radieth thought that if he continued, he would most likely have to repeat Mary's fate, and suddenly he began to remember Ain, because it was because of her that he was on Ilun today. The man would like to go back in time and see her face again, and suddenly he realized that he had no right to give up, and that he and Ain would definitely meet again someday. At this moment, many souls of people and monsters were passing away, and Radiant knew that there was only one thing he could do now as a celestial being. The man told Maria that he would do everything possible to get rid of everything that made her lose hope and give up her life. At that time, Ain was proving to Lattice that she was the best because the guy clearly underestimated her. He desperately tried to repel all the girl's attacks, which were extremely powerful. Their confrontation was life and death, and only one of them had to remain number 1. In the studio, the hosts who watched the live broadcast of the quest were simply shocked by what was happening during the fight between Ain and Lattice. They were talking about the absolute champion who has never lost his throne since the opening of the Lattice game. And after the last update of the game, with the addition of an arena and who is gaining popularity among users, the superstar dueling star Ain. This fight is really a dream match for users. Experts also actively tried to predict the winner, and as a result of voting, most people gave the victory to Lattice, but now the fight was on equal terms. The hosts were like watching a boxing match, each rooting for their favorite. Kim Sho-young noted that since it was not a dueling arena, there was no compensation due to the difference in levels, and both players specialized in attack. If one of them receives a critical blow, the duel can end instantly, but all the blows from both sides missed the target. There were rumors that Lattice was a solo player and rose in the rankings due to his wealth, but in fact his skills were better than one might think, and it was obvious that the guy should have been in the lead. Lattice thought that in this game, he would be embarrassed only because of Hen, who had won the first place in the previous game, but definitely not because of a girl named Ain. And at that moment, the guy realized that the girl was not joking when she said that she was number 1 in duels, because she was definitely on a different level compared to the last opponent. Suddenly, Ain noticed that Lattice began to use his strongest skill, which he possessed. Lattice wondered why Ain didn't use the skill he had seen in the video, and not to wait, he decided to get ahead of her and threw a powerful punch, but the girl managed to avoid the blow in time. At that moment, the girl felt a freezing effect on herself, and could not understand whether Lattice had really managed to touch her. Ain tried to see if she could use her flaming claws to unfreeze this effect, but something went wrong. And Lattice came close to the girl and struck her with a blow that she could not dodge. The host could not believe that a star named Ain, who was the best in duels, would lose to Lattice so easily. But everything was not quite as it looked from the outside, because Ain struck the enemy's sword with her hand and pointed it in a different direction, so it changed its trajectory. The girl landed on the ground and told Lattice that she had just had a rather dangerous moment. After that, Ain started attacking Lattice, and the boy realized that the girl's movements suddenly changed. Lattice did not understand how the girl managed to avoid his blows, and at the same time attack so powerful. The girl said that she and Lattice had very different skill attributes, and she knew 100% that no matter what Lattice did, he would not be able to defeat her.